Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the second day of the European Open. Let's get to it, shall we? We already have whittled ourselves down to half the amount of teams. As of today, though, we're going to knock down even more on top of that. Hello, I am Hogan, joined by Johnny, Cole, and Stumpy. We are back, everybody, and we are ready, Cole, to rock and roll.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the games are already looking incredibly exciting. I love the format, double elimination. As soon as you lose, you're in serious trouble, which was great. Everyone moans about it, but I just adore the drama.
I think it's mostly the fans that have maybe got used to seeing their teams get away with a little bit during the first one. I mean, KC, for example, can no longer have their typical day one whoopsie. That now has long-term effects, and they seem to have realized that as we do take a look at all of the action that we had yesterday. But before we do that, I need you all to do me a massive favor. I need you all to look at the season schedule and bask upon its glory. We're getting closer and closer all the way to that golden bit right at the very bottom, the Rocket League World Championship. But before we get there, we've got the European Open, the European Cup, the European Invitational, and then Europe's going to go ahead and dominate a major because, hey, why not? You might as well just continue doing what we do at the very best. And if this is not just the only Rocket League that you want to see, then there's so much Rocket League going on. Feast your eyes upon this, get the screenshot of it, and make sure you read it religiously every single day, because this is the schedule for the rest of this week. We are getting every bit of Rocket League underway. We've got South America, we've got SSA, we've got APAC, we've got all the Rocket League going on. Feast your eyes upon that, and then feast your eyes upon this little graphic over here, because we want you all to come and meet us over in Boston. I'm going to probably get some of you banned from the chat right now, but hey, why not? Let's do it anyway. Exclamation mark tickets in the chat. Spam it away. I'm sure you'll be perfectly fine. If you manage to survive, good job on you. If you're watching this on a VOD, see if you can just type it in a notepad. If you're watching this on the YouTube VOD, put in the comments. Why not? Get yourself involved, even if it's a little bit late. But we want you over there. Get yourself a ticket and come and say hi.
I'd like to see you guys at a major, by the way. Just a heads up.
Yeah. Rub that
Where
one
were you
in.
last time? Come on, guys. You got to show up, all right? I don't want to be let down again.
We'll try.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's see the teams that decided to show up yesterday, shall we? Because some of them have already been eliminated. Starting off, Vitality versus Quadrant, with Vitality taking the win, Johnny.
Yeah, not the Zen debut that Zen fans were hoping for, but I think an acceptable one. Everybody wanted to see, at least a goal per game for Zen, but he didn't actually have that many goals. He was more of an assist player, and that actually I think for me is quite promising that Vitality can get a big win in their debut match with Zen without Zen on the score sheet too much. He wasn't just making solo plays to get goals by himself. It was a team performance. Alpha looked great. Redosin had a banger of a goal here to fix an Alpha open net miss.
Yeah.
Got the win over Quadrant.
I mean, just before that Redosin double tap, Zen had absolutely just flicked Casio into oblivion, so he still got involved. But later on, we saw Karmine Corp versus Team BDS, and Karmine Corp won it, which was expected, but Team BDS, they're slowly but surely coming to the boil, I feel, with Rise. They made Karmine Corp think. There were some brilliant goals, which we'll see a little bit later on. Again, as I'm saying it, there is
We'll
the
watch
tier
that
of
one very shortly.
Yeah, exactly. Spoilers, goodness me. But I think that Team BDS will be relatively pleased with their performance, if obviously not quite the result they want just yet.
And there was also then you fall down to teams that haven't got quite as much glitz and glamour to them at the moment, with Oxygen and Monkeys. But Oxygen, they managed to, I think, have that iffy result earlier on when they lost to Hogan Mode, a team that, my word, has been confusing everybody around the entirety of the RLCS. But then down in lower bracket round one, Oxygen versus Monkeys proved to be, I think, a good place for Oxygen to prove to themselves, okay, we can still beat these teams that we absolutely do need to beat. And they ended that series as well with a Brazil.
That was a team that actually played really well in the run-up to this event. Monkeys have been highly praised, so that's a massive win for Oxford. Great bounce back after the 3-0 loss to Hogan Mode. Respect to Hogan Mode, but a sweep is crazy there. And now the grudge match. Rise against his old team. BDS trying to make their first real impression of the season. They've had such a disappointing season so far. Oxygen have been very consistent. One of the teams making both majors this season coming out of Europe. They're already out. BDS taking them out the bracket in lower round 2.
So here's the bracket as it looks overall. Some teams already eliminated. But let's start off by taking a look at the teams that were very happy. A nice, quick, short day yesterday by taking a look at the upper part of this bracket. K-Corp 3-1, Vitality 3-1, Liquid 3-2. Hogan Mode ended up losing closely to Moist. So I think those top four, probably not a massive surprise. Nice to see Moist, though,
Still
back
scary,
in.
Shogun. Let me tell you. The Liquid series was still scary, all right? So they showed up. We conceded 7 goals in game 4, and it was horrifying.
You know, it's like that all the time for Liquid. It doesn't mean anything to me when you say, oh, it's scary. So yeah, you had a regular
scary.
Friday over
You'd be
on Team
freaked out if we
Liquid.
said it was really chill and an easy romp through. You'd be like, what? What's going on? I don't like it.
Well, if that's what it was like for you guys with the 2-0 on the day, let's take a look at the lower side of the bracket. The teams that had to play for their tournament lives. Some teams already out quadrant, one of those teams that have been eliminated. And then you look over at round 2. G1 are out. Oxygen are out. Those are probably the big standouts there, but the other one that really seems to ring a bell is Williams Resolve being eliminated by Hogan Mode. Williams Resolve were pretty up there when it comes to the points, but that's really killing off any of their hopes for a top 7/top 6. So, what have we got today? We have got ourselves a lot more Rocket League to play through. We've got best of 5s, then we're going straight into our best of 7s. If you want a lot of Rocket League, you are going to find it, and we're going to give you our predictions on these later on in the show. Before we get there, though, lads, we're going to do something a little bit different for our top plays. And I think what we should do is we should go with a bit of an international flair. We've got 3 regions all playing this weekend. Let's get ourselves 3 top plays, 1 from each region. Cole, start us off, please.
Let's start off in APAC, which is a region that's always developing, always improving. You hear so much about the teams that sort of move over to APAC, but this is a player that is from that region, Tank, for Overlooked. He just gets the ball up, couple of double taps, couple of touches, and then the clean finish. It was against Detonator. This was actually the first goal in the series, which set the tone against the region's 3rd-rated team. They did go on to lose, but it's just showing that they're getting better and better in this region and, really taking it to the top teams over there, and that is clean.
And over in South America, we had an absolute banger from Edu. Going on that side angle, that would be, on any other day, I think, a top goal. That would be number 1. You'd be able to say, yep, you know what, that's insane. That pre-jump onto it, getting that bounce, knowing the defender's not getting the clear, and wrapping his car around the left foot. So how he moves it, air rolls left, and then flicks it in right. Skims the goal, and timeless, they managed to win that series out as well.
Yeah, like Sam said, that would be goal of the day, goal of the world for the day. Any other day except the Vatira in overtime game 4 against BDS, hit a double reset, double dunk. And this is in the same game that he scored a 0-second goal to send it into overtime in the first place. So he just Vatira things. I mean, he's the best player in the world. He doesn't stop, though. He just keeps on doing best player in the world plays every single time he's called upon.
God, that is just
all of these.
Silly.
Should we have a top 4 moving forward? We can go APAC, South America, Europe, and France. I'm going to do the top 5. France and Vatira gets his own spot entirely.
We should get some SSA goals in these, to be fair.
We should, Top 3 didn't fit SSA, who are playing as well, but maybe we need to. If you guys want to see more goals, you want to see a top 5, let us know. We'll see what we can do. We're in the top 3 constraints right now, but who knows? Maybe in the future we can add in another one.
We can go really wild with it. I do appreciate that you brought up SSA as well, because SSA can lock in one of their teams to go over to Worlds later on in their next broadcast. If Limitless win even a single series, I believe for the rest of the season,
I believe
they have qualified.
They can do it. Come on, boys.
Now, I'm not saying I haven't got their back, but I am still looking for a bottle job of the season. And if there was one to go ahead.
Oh, there's part of me, there's a really evil, tiny little grain inside my head that just thinks, would be funny. That would be funny. Oh, but no. Okay.
Also, quick shout out to the APAC broadcast team. Thanks so much for your help with putting all of that together. Absolute legends. All right. Now, I don't know if you've been catching up on, everything in Europe, but it's been a little bit spicy, I think would be the tame way of putting it. We had a roster mania, also known as Mania, when it comes over to Europe. We just do it every single time because why not? We are going to try and focus in and bring you the details on everything that's been happening to sort of the teams that are around there or thereabouts when it comes to Worlds qualification. Now, the top 2 have not made any moves overall. So if we take a look at those, KC and Team Liquid, no roster moves over there. Why would you ever make a roster move if you're top 2 Team Liquid? But third through to 6, all made roster moves as well. As we need to focus over on number 8, because that was the catalyst for everything that seemed to happen over during our timeout. So what we're going to do is we're going to tell you what the roster move was. You at home are going to be able to rate the roster move from 1 to 10. I'm very curious to see what you all come up with. And we're going to go from the top downwards, shall we? So Oxygen, it was a bit harsh actually starting with them because they're not the ones that necessarily chose this roster move. They were forced to adapt to what was around them. They have lost Rise. They have brought Ixo in to replace him. What do you think about that at home? Give us a rating from 1 to 10. And does anybody have any thoughts on this immediately? How do you think that they did, given the spot that they were in?
They were in a horrible position, really. You know, you brought in Rise to really push things forward after taking out Oli as well and making the full major. That's a statement. Rise then trots off to Team BDS, and you're left scrabbling around. Who can we get? Ixo in that situation is by no means a terrible player. Chat's very harsh saying 4.8. I think they have to consider more the context of bringing in Ixo. They were in a horrible position, and they've brought in a player that makes majors and can absolutely
and changing
be brilliant.
coach as well, I would say. They've also got a new coach, big man Billy Vibin, who's been getting so much love on Twitter, by the way. Big man Uncle Bill is getting a lot of love. Uncle Bill, we love Uncle Bill. But Snasky is then coaching Oxygen now in place of him. It's a tough one because, as you said, Cole, Rise is the one who left thinking that, and he said it on Shortcast, well, if I'm right, Johnny, where he was saying that I'm repping it, that he wanted to make sure that he wasn't just going to go to Worlds. He doesn't want to just compete at Worlds. He wants to win Worlds. And that's such a winner's mindset.
We're going to have to talk about that.
Five, by the way, that's a knee-jerk reaction. Come on, guys. It's not a 5. Like, Ixo is a good player. And,
they've already made Game as 8 as well.
Now, don't worry. Now Johnny's gone against it. Chat will just go all the way up to 8.
5.1.
It's 5.1.
I think it's like a 7 or an 8. 7 or an 8 for me, because I think Rise, probably better than Ixo right now, but Ixo's definitely a good player. They weren't, it's not like they were brilliant with Rise. They got, 9th, 12th at the majors, so they had to make a change. They probably at some point. So I think 5's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to bad results yesterday.
Also, we'll see about Cash soon enough, but I do feel really bad for Relating Wave as well. The best performance of his career, easily, in an absolute shootout. Yeah. And unfortunately, he will not be playing for the time being. Let's move over to Moist Esports, shall we? Astral out, Cash in. I think Cash is probably the player with the highest stock rise in Europe throughout the entirety of this split. Feels like the sort of roster move that he does deserve. And from what we saw yesterday, I kind of liked the amount of cohesion this team seem to have, but it does feel really weird now that of this team, only one is left from the team that started the season, Stumpy.
Yeah, I know. And this roster move as well, I think I would give this a relatively high one, just because I think that Cash is one of, as you said, Shogun, one of the highest rated players with his rating rising too. Cash is phenomenal. He can do a fantastic job, but he's fitting into the shoes of Astral. I think shoes that he is very, very capable of filling as well. I think this is like an 8, maybe a 7.5, somewhere around that area where this could be a fantastic move. If not, maybe like above an 8. I'm very impressed with them so far.
I'd give it a 9, mate. Give it a 9.
Semis, yeah?
Do you think this makes them world championship contenders now, Johnny?
I think what this does is it gives them a fresh start because they didn't even make the last majors with Astral, Juicy, and Joyo as the roster. So I think when you compare Cash and Astral, I think they're pretty similar in skill level, and I think just the fact it gives the team a fresh start bumps it up to a 9 for me. So I think it's great change.
Okay, well, let's have a look at what they had to say about this as well. Joyo was tweeting about this just before the weekend started. So this is not one of the spicy ones. This is about as wholesome as we're getting today, everybody.
There are spicy ones coming.
It's here. Joyo had this to say: any Moist fans, I may not be the one that you wanted out of the original 3 to stay, but I promise I have and still will do anything in my power to win for my team and everyone supporting us. There have been downs, but there's a chance to change that now. Put faith in us and it will pay.
Joyo, we love you. We love you, Joyo. Don't speak like that. People wanted you to stay. What are you on about?
He's so adorable. He doesn't realize how loved he is and how good he is.
He's so loved.
And so
Let's
good.
take this over then to the roster move of the one that's been on the horizon for so long. Zen is here, everybody. Made his debut yesterday. Everyone was so excited for it.
10.
And
10 Zen.
Yeah.
10.
There was no performance.
10.
Was there any performance? over at the major that you think could have prevented this?
No.
This
Even a win,
Zen
but-
was inevitable. He was coming. He is on his way. Zen 10. Just
How
Zen 10.
high can we get? Can we get?
That was a weird moment there, chat.
That's not honestly.
All right, chat. Let's just think about this. You're putting
fair-
in Zen, one of the best players in the world at the moment, who's had one of the most explosive starts to a season, and you're thinking, oh, actually, probably a 6. I'm going to vote that. No.
I feel like I'm
crazy.
seeing a lot of ones, but I'm also fairly certain those people have just not managed to hit the 0 on their way through. They were trying to speed type it. There was 3 buttons to press. They only got 2 of them, which is still a passing grade.
Where
It's
do
just
we
the one.
think? Where do we think this will rank in the history of great Rocket League roster changes based on instincts? Now, what do we reckon? I think this.
I'd say it's the most anticipated ever since Scrub Killer made a debut. I
But
don't know
it's limited
if I put
because
it above.
they weren't terrible. So it's limited by the fact that the team were actually doing pretty well. Top 8 in the most recent major without him. So, there aren't that many. Well, I mean, there is definitely, a level above that. Winning the major, of course. Winning the next major, winning World Championship would absolutely be better than top 8 at a major. But it's not like this team were nobodies and then he's coming in and now they're going to win, Worlds. So it's like limited.
Right, one more team that's currently within World's contention over in Europe, G1. Now, this one is interesting. G1 have moved Mark Baye out, and they have brought in the Dutch superstar Oli. So no longer an all-Spanish lineup. Instead, we brought Oli in. I really, really rate Oli, but it's happened again to Mark. He can't seem to avoid this.
I've got a feeling that chat are going to go really low
chat don't
based
like.
on yesterday.
I don't like it.
And I think that's, you don't like the change. I think it's a good, really? I think it's a brilliant change, just they didn't perform yesterday particularly. I mean, they did get a game off Vitality as well.
I wasn't exactly the biggest fan of Mark at the Winter Major. I think Mark was a bit disappointing. I think Mark made the most mistakes on that team, and I think there was a lot of room for him to do better in. But I think to drop him immediately after, and then yes, Oli is very good, but I think that there's more space for Mark Baye on that team than just saying, okay, let's just get rid of him.
If I think of it as dropping Mark Baye, I'm very sad. If I think of it as saving Oli, I'm very happy. So I'm trying to switch my mindset. Do you know what I mean? Because he's not a player that deserves to be benched, okay?
I think it's fair, though. I think it's fair. 3.6 is actually pretty fair. I mean, they benchmarked after their best split, best all-Spanish team ever. And then they've benched one of their players. I don't know. The timing's just weird for me.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
All right, so we know what we think about it, but, not to stir the pot. We would never want to do that. What does Mark think about this one? We had the Hogan one earlier on. Mark, however, less so. Also, quick shout out to who he was acting on that one. What do you want me to upload? I don't know. There's no sort of JPEG that we would ever expect Mark to upload after a team that he was once on lost. I put the meme for BDS last year because they did an unexpected result. This was not an unexpected result.
So Mark's gone with a 2 out of 10.
He's hating all of it. He's hating all of it.
I love drama. I am addicted to the drama. And I saw that tweet and I thought that was so much better than him posting that tweet as well. Saying this was not an unexpected result is like Bond villain level of savage.
You are not worth my memory.
Exactly.
There is some teams waiting in the wings at the moment. We're going to talk very quickly about the dark horses, the teams that are sort of there or thereabouts when it comes to usurping one of those spots. Let's take a look at the season points overall. Now, as of this moment in time, Europe is looking at 6 places. It can go up to 7 for the World Championship, but that is result dependent. They need to vastly outperform North America at the next major.
Well, I mean, vastly in a way. I think if Europe gets 4 teams in the top 8 this next major, they're going to get 7 teams at Worlds, but that's dependent on the bracket. So, we had team kills in San Diego preventing Europe from having 4 teams. I mean, in a way it is. Europe are a team, at majors, it's not just teams competing against each other, it's also regions competing against each other for auto-qual spots to Worlds. Right now, North America's got 4, Europe has 3, but that's not entirely based on merit. It is a little bit luck of the draw. Because of the fact that EU ended up eliminating each other. So as long as that doesn't happen again, I think Europe is going to have 4 teams at the World Championship, 3 at the wild card. But nobody should count on that. You're aiming for top 6 if you want to guarantee that you're going to Worlds or wild card from Europe.
Yep. Okay, so the teams that are on the outside here, PSG Tundra and Team BDS are probably the ones within the best striking distance. I'm going to harshly skip over PSG Tundra here. They did not make a roster move. Good on you. On the entirety of the top 8, 3 teams did not make a roster move. BDS did, and it was the big one outside of Zen. Zen was the one we all saw coming. Rise in, Extra out.
Extra, poor Extra.
Wow, that's
so
a big
harsh.
one.
On Extra, I feel he did his job. So even in the season when they've been struggling, Extra has been doing his job of being very solid, occasionally popping out of a goal. You're not going to Extra quick. We need a triple flip reset. Get out there and get it for us, Extra. That's not his role. What are you saying?
I'd like to put my hand up and say that I don't think works at the current point in Rocket League. You can't just have a solid person
They're
sort
the
of
reigning
being
world
there.
champions. Not much has
Yes,
changed
but
over
they're not
3
now.
months.
They weren't making majors. You can't
Yeah.
do that. A change had to be made. This had to happen.
I agree with Stumpy. They are the reigning world champions, and they want to defend that title as the core.
They've had a pathetic
If they
showing.
don't make a move, and yes, it's a harsh
I agree
move,
with that.
and you
I'm
can
not
argue
denying
either way
that.
on this, but if a move did not happen here, they will not be the reigning champions for much longer. That was about to bypass them.
agree.
They have to make the major. They have to play well at the major. And unfortunately, Cole, I'm the host here, so you don't get to rebuttal on this one. Instead, move on to our next topic, shall we? You may understand, if you've been here before, that we usually have a pie minister. In this case, it was a coalition
Stumpy.
between me and Cole, and the pie boy,
Pie
who's
boy.
managed to sort of dodge it somehow. We were going to make sure that we change that before the major.
We will do it. We will. I will be pied. We just couldn't do it at the.
If you have to pie yourself, we'll make it happen, Stumpy, all right?
Okay,
Trust
that'll be
me, your
weird,
arms
but
are
let's do it.
mystical enough that you can make it look like somebody else is doing it. It's a bit different this time around, though, because we're not just doing a single elimination bracket. So we've done all the matches today. 1 point for the first 4 matches. If you can guess the winner and the loser, though, for the last 2 games today, there's 2 points available for
One
that.
for each,
so we'll
yeah.
try.
So like the
one
finals we
for
normally
each.
do, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
We'll keep you all up to date. It's a brand building exercise for us. So we'll start tweeting some of that around, and you can see where we're at on that one. Here's our first one, starting off with the loser from last time, Stumpy Goblin. What have you got?
Right.
Corp over Vitality, Liquid.
K-Corp win, Liquid win. Vitality I kind of flirted with a little bit. I also
Hogan mode.
flirted with BDS Tundra. Those are the ones that I was like flipping about with. I wasn't sure. There was a good few close ones in there.
I like it. I like the Hogan mode love. I didn't agree though. I think SAR is just too strong for them.
Spoilers.
So.
Goodness
Yeah.
me, Johnny. We'll
Wow.
get
Bit
on,
of a
mate.
spoiler.
Wait your turn.
Not for that long, because here's my
Johnny's
bracket.
turn.
So there's no over Hogan mode, and the only other difference I've got is I also have the same as you. Except I have Sub eating Hogan mode losing to Vitality, and then I have Moist losing to BDS. So we're not that different, but that could be
I
a
think we just
3
won
point
different.
swing.
Well,
Yeah,
as,
there's already big swings here.
yeah.
as I've always said, Stumpy is the better analyst of the 2 of you, and that's the reason
Eyes
why
wide.
I
Their
agree with
opinion.
him that we are both going for Hogan mode. Let's
go.
Hogan mode.
Let's go Hogan mode.
Hogan mode.
Oh, but you got Liquid in the lower bracket. You don't all
Yeah.
agree. So
No,
that's a 2 point
Liquid
swing.
Shogun, you silly man. What do you
Sorry,
mean?
this is coming from
Swing.
Mr. They terrified me all of yesterday, and now suddenly you're
Oh, but it's day 2. Grow up. They're gonna be good now.
Are we all different? Cole,
I
what
think
have you-
last night was just too much for them.
There's a big difference in mine when it pops up. That
Are we all
already
different?
threw me off.
We all
I'm
different
big
today.
difference. I'm big differences. Look at the top. Look at
Oh
the top,
my
baby.
word.
Oh, no.
Oh, the Zen
Oh,
show. Knock
Hogan mode
in
again.
K-Corp down.
Oh,
Hogan
my
mode again.
word.
Shogun mode. Colgan mode. Love it. And then BDS. I mean, honestly, whenever I see these, I can never remember what I said at the start. So I'm like, oh, did I say that?
completely
Fair enough.
We're
Yeah,
all
this is
different, though.
great.
We're
Big
all
point
different.
for you to start us off.
Wow.
BDS going. Wow.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
BDS through is big to the lower semis too.
So we're going to have
Ooh.
different
Right, that
scores
momentum.
potentially. This is great because sometimes it's just a tie, but this is going to be very different from the
Very
start.
different scores. And also with those double points available on the lower quarters, that's going to swing it a lot.
Huge.
So somebody's going to be really far ahead today, and somebody's going to
Yeah.
be really far behind.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's going to be an awful lot of fun. You might hear some of our shouting and screaming at each other seeping through the caster microphones later on today. Here is what everybody is playing for. $30,000 on the line for you coming first. And also 24 points. Those points are also important because the top 5 overall points, I'm not going to try and use that word because I'll probably get it wrong a second time, are going to go over to Boston. Or we might get what we had last split and have a tiebreaker, or even more likely, a three-way tiebreaker. My goodness, that was a lot of fun. Here's your schedule for today. We're starting off with the best of 5. Sir versus Hogan mode, Team BDS against PSG Tundra. That's a massive match, by the way, between two teams that are sitting between 7th and 8th in the season-long standings. Then we go to our best of 7s. K-Corp Vitality, Liquid Moist, and 2 matches, best of 7s, to be decided later on. That's going to be an awful lot of fun. But everybody, it's time to celebrate with our kickoff today. Scrub Killer is back on the main stream.
How exciting! Scrub is back. And I saw yesterday somebody was saying that this is Scrub Killer's first win in the RLCS main event since Wildcard at Worlds.
How did they even win at Wildcard at Worlds? I thought they just lost twice. Oh no, wait, the Wildcard is okay. Yeah,
the Wildcard at
was
Worlds.
the
Yeah.
Okay, they won Wildcard.
There he is. He's back!
This is a good team. I don't predict them to win this because I rate Saab very highly, but I think that the Hogan mode are a legitimate team. I think they're going to be making every single event this split in the mix and definitely a threat to anyone. But so are Saab. I think these teams are both deserving of top 8, and I'm expecting this to be a very close series.
I watched Hogan mode versus Williams Resolve back, and Hogan mode look for real. Like they weren't just defending and snatching goals. Rezi in particular, mechanically, he is fantastic. He's a 1v1 player, so I'm sure you can expect that from him. Growly, he's someone he's never been to a day 2 before. He's made a couple of these really Scrub. We see you, mate.
I've been working out, bro. I've been in the gym, bro.
I've been in the gym, bro.
Do you think Scrub's been preparing for the last year or so? Just everything he's going to do now that the camera is back on him. He's been having thoughts about getting to this day, surely.
Kyle, he's back.
Honestly, it makes me feel warm inside just to see Scrub. He's back again! Just back on the main show.
It makes me feel old, the fact that he's an adult now.
He's 20,
he's 20 years old. What's
he's
that about?
20.
That should be illegal.
How's that allowed?
So
everyone in chat right now is feeling old too.
I'm fully putting my faith in the Rocket League gods that we can put Scrub Killer against Vitality in the next round. The team that he won the World Championship with and got a World Championship runners-up. That's the main reason why I went for that in my predictions. I was like, that has to. That always is going to happen.
The rookie returns as well because it's Vitality with Zen who've got their brand new rookie, and they brought in Scrub all those years ago. There's something very poetic there.
There's so many grudge matches in Europe at the moment as well, with Rise going between 4 different teams.
I don't think I think it's a lovely little return.
No, I'm getting DreamHack Leipzig flashbacks all over again.
It's against former teams. I'd say grudge match.
Yeah,
why not?
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You've also got Rise that we're not friends. Let alone the players. You've got Rise and all of his former teams. You've got Scrub and then Vitality Story. You've got so many different threads going on. Oh, it's going to be such a good weekend.
In my world, Stumpy, they're all holding hands in a big circle and singing and chanting, and everyone.
And how do they play Rocket League if they're holding hands, Cole?
We had
with the.
Cole, we came from battle cars. That is never the vibe that we had with the other regions.
Well, we can't see the text chat when we see Rocket League, so we can just assume they're saying nice things to each other.
Of course, all the time. All right, let's move on a little bit, shall we? We already know our predictions on this one. Let's take a look at the team comparisons. How have they done up to this point in Hogan mode? At the moment, a 73% win rate. Massive. Have you
just huge, bro. They're just huge.
More goals, more shots, more demos.
Demos, man.
Fewer saves, bro.
That's right. We're convincing everybody. Hogan mode was the way to go.
We don't need to save.
We don't need to save, bro. Brogan mode. Let's go Brogan mode.
Brogan mode.
European pre-show. Hard-hitting analysis the entire way through. I'm sure everybody's making informed predictions right now in the chat. So informed that now that you know ours, wow, I cannot believe that it's 3-1 when it comes to Hogan mode. Johnny, how confident are you in this?
Yourself,
it's kind of I'm happy regardless, because now I'm happy if Sal win, because then I get a points lead on all of you in the prediction contest. But if Hogan won't win, I'm delighted. So it's a win-win for me. I hope they perform well. I think it's going to be a great series. I think both these teams are very, very good right now, and I can't wait to watch.
All right, let's have a look at what you at home think, shall we? What are those predictions? Oh, there we go! One-sided!
85%, bro.
85%, bro. 86%, bro.
It's guaranteed. It's 100% more or less. I'm just rounding on upwards. So, Stumpy, are you ready to go over there? Have you got your notes?
Yep, I've got my notes all sorted. We're fine. Don't worry about it.
Fantastic. Let's get you over to the skybox then, shall we? Where CJ is waiting. Best of 5 on the board. Hogan mode versus Sir, who's moving on to the next round.
Well, that was a fun little pre-show. I enjoyed myself getting to shout a little bit about Scrub Killer's return, CJ, to the RLCS.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on in this region? Scrub Killer's back. He's fighting for a top 8 spot. This is borderline ridiculous right now, but what a series to kick off the Saturday, Stumpy, and it's good to be back hanging out with my best friend for the day.
Oh, that's very nice. I enjoyed that. It was nice to see you over in San Diego. The other boys let us down, unfortunately. They weren't coming along for the ride.
Just get on the plane. Like, it's not that
what
hard.
are they going to do? Send you home? Come on.
It's just ridiculous. I don't know why. It's their fault, really.
It's their fault. Just that everybody on the red knows, yes, it is their fault. Look, as much as we've been talking about Hogan mode, they have done a brilliant job so far through this bracket. We were seeing them a little bit earlier on the Friday show, on the Liquid stream at least, and we were thinking, okay, a little bit of a mean team. Maybe they'll get like a game or two versus Oxygen, but they're just a better team. And then they 3-0 them. And yes, they lose versus Moist, but that was a fantastic game 5 in the end. And now they find themselves winning against Williams Resolve. They have got a ridiculously good track record so far in this event.
And they have a ridiculously bad track record right here in this series because they've given up the first goal. This always happens. We talk about one team and then just go straight down the other end. It's going to be sad. Hibbs opens it up, but I'm with you. I'm with you on these boys. The Hogan mode, it wasn't just a 3-0 against Oxygen either, Stumpy. We're talking a 5-0 in the final game, number 3 as well. So, I mean, those guys came out to play, but today is a different day altogether. Hibbs has gone bang, bang. 2 goals, 1 minute.
And I'll tell you what, Hibbs has been a phenomenal player for me, at least. In the last month or so, we've had the Gamers Without Borders event that's been going on. They have locked in their spot to be going to Gamers 8 over in August. Hibbs has been a player at the absolute forefront of SUR. He's been picked up relatively recently. He's joined the forever duo, it seems, of Mike Boy and Tho. I feel like you can't say one without saying the other at this point. And Hibbs has been the perfect third man for them. He's been showing off a lot in this 2v2s that we're seeing in the crew battles format. But in the 3s, and you know, over in the RLCS, where that's obviously the only game that we're going to be looking at, he has been that guy.
He's him. He's him. I'm surprised, as you said, he hasn't changed his name to Tho Boy. Because these boys have just been together for as long as I can remember. He almost gets a shot there. That's the Scrubs killer special, isn't it? Just waiting in there, playing that passive goalkeeper role. And, well, he cleans it up here for the Hogan mode. But, well, it needs to get down the other end a bit, Stumpy. It's still 2-0 here for SUR, and they've come out of the gate swinging.
I think a lot of these teams as well, when you see them perform extraordinarily well on the Friday shows, they don't always translate that over to the Saturday. Then suddenly they get in their heads, they'll be thinking, oh, okay, that was a very, very big Friday. Can we really repeat that? And, you know, CJ, as a player, I think you get those results sometimes, right? And you think, oh, okay, we need to now not change anything for the Saturday, but you can definitely get in your own head about it.
Yeah, you don't want to do the optic gaming, you know what I mean? We're just having fun, let's see what happens, and then you start getting some good results and you think, hang on a minute, we might be able to win this event, and then you get swept. So we don't really want to see that from Hogan mode. Obviously, they had a phenomenal day one, a phenomenal Friday. You were going through the results as well. Not just beating, you know, run-of-the-mill teams, but really could be ending some splits for some of these new rosters like Oxygen who have dropped down so early. So yeah, it's good to see from these boys. And as you said, it's good to see Scrub just back in form and just back on the mainstream. It's been so long.
And the potential thought as well, CJ, of having him maybe play versus Vitality later. If everything goes well and the Rocket League gods are kind, imagine that world.
Imagine if Scrub just 1v1 Zen in that series as well and just says, you know what? I was here before you, long before. I'm the real prodigy of this game, and I'm here to come back and show the kids what's up.
Exactly, but with 2 minutes left in this match in Hogan mode, and it's still going to be those early 2 goals coming from those runaways that we saw earlier. Hibbs scoring the both of them. That's a chance for Tho to be coming in. Gets one shot towards the net, but just trying to rush that defense. Does a great job of it. Sends it central. Scrub Killer can get his nose to it. Sends it wide, but just poking and prodding at that defense. Hoping to throw them off a little bit, seeing as Hogan mode are still a very brand new team, that there will be these slight moments of miscommunication.
Hogan Mode have settled, however. They're looking a little bit more in control and maybe an opportunity. Scrub just not quite reading that touch across. Mike Boy on the backboard trying to deal with this one. Does get bumped off and Scrub just dunks it. And gets one back here. Hogan Mode, there's plenty of time in this game, number one.
What a return as well for Scrub Killer. I'm going to be getting our lovely statistician to check. When was the last time Scrub Killer scored a goal on the main RLCS broadcast? I imagine it will be the wildcard at Worlds back in August 2022. Since it's now May 23, that has been a very long time between. Welcome back, big man.
Yeah, he was still drinking milk daily back then. That's how long ago it was. But now he's a 20-year-old absolute lad, and he's here and he's matured and perhaps learnt a little bit from his previous, I guess, you know, the past couple of years where it hasn't been as crash hot for him as in the professional career, you could say. But, well, he's back now, and as we said, it was a slow start, but they're starting to pick up here, and maybe start just pumping the brakes a little bit, but it might be a bit early. The demo's coming out. This could be a goal. It should be.
Oh.
Dunked out, Scrub. No, follow-up. Resi not ready. That could have been the opportunity for Hogan Mode.
It was a very, very safe shot as well on that one from Scrub. He had the chance to go something a little bit more special, but instead wanted to try and bully the ball through, and getting bullied in the midfield leads that goal completely open. Ground has to work his way back after Scrub was bumped in the midfield. Groundly to the ceiling, but the pass coming down towards Tho. Scrub then called in again to block it. Mike Boy faster on that challenge. Now Tho waits off as Mike Boy with zero boost. Gets that ceiling reset, pulls the ball back down towards Resi. In the final 20 seconds, sees yet another interception from the man, the guy, the him, the Hibs.
He's been sensational. Hogan Mode, though, they've been better these last 2 minutes. 10 seconds left. What can they do? Flick across. Scrub has to beat out Hibbs, but there he is again, flicking it across. Growly has to touch it down. 3 seconds on the clock. Those trying to add insult to injury, and Hibbs, she'll get the 50-50. Ball still alive, though. Over to Resi. Maybe a little bit of magic. Scrub Killer does get blocked out by Tho. Ball is now got to get 50-50. That has to hit the ground, and it's going to be Saar taking game number one. But it was a close one.
Very close game in the end. I think you can look at the 2 goals that were scored by Sir and see that they are avoidable. You can see that, okay, you know what, they were just taking those long shots on the net. Hogan Mode were, I think, going about as ball chasey as you would kind of expect from a lot of the players too, where they were just wanting to send themselves at the ball as much as possible. And they were avoidable. Yes, Hogan Mode got that lovely goal with the Hibs flick over the top of Resi, as we're seeing right now in the replay. But it comes down to just those slight mistakes. They can keep it a lot closer as they move through this series. And CJ, hello, mate. When are you getting rid of that mustache?
Okay, I'm getting a lot of comments as well. I was on the OCE broadcast last week, and there's just so many people that absolutely love the tash.
Really?
So I think I'm going to keep it. I think I'm going to keep the tash. Give it 1 in chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you are absolutely loving the flavour saver that I've got going on up top.
Okay, and then a 2 if you don't like the flavour saver, as you've called it, which made my skin crawl.
I just don't see how you couldn't like it, ladies and gentlemen. In game number 2, I don't know how you couldn't like how Hogan Mode finished up that game. I know it was Saar's to win, but, well, the bumps, the aggression coming out from these boys, they really mixed it up on the fly, which is often not what you see from, I don't want to say a pickup team, but, you know, a team in the bubble that are sort of, you know, just sort of flicking around, trying to find a roster that works.
My boy sends it high to Hibbs immediately, nearly gets that double tap down. That was a wonderful angle. That attempt would have been phenomenal. Definitely would have seen that in top place. That managed to squeak its way in. I like seeing that Sir are going for those cheeky little plays. Hibbs to intercept on Scrub Killer's clear. Growling out up 4-1, but with nobody there and the bump in the middle, it falls back down towards Scrub Killer to get a clear away.
Both sides getting physical now, and it's almost as if Sar just took a leaf out of what Hogan Mode's been doing here with the physicality, the bum plays, just to knock this Hogan Mode team off their game right now. And maybe Tho can go to work. Air dribble goes to top corner. Growly's there, just didn't quite have the pace. Might go back, please. It's just an open net. Both players here on Saar caught in the front corner, and that's what can happen.
It was all 3. It wasn't just both either. Look, all 3 in frame at that moment when Growly goes for the shot and gives that dagger of a goal back towards the team that was scoring a long shot against him in the first. So, a good adaptation, and that just seemed to me like Sir were chasing the dream of, okay, we can get a goal here. We don't need to worry too much about them coming back, but Hibbs up for that double touch. The post makes it awkward. The save coming in from Growly and a lovely 50 on the air dribble.
Geez, a close almost return there. But as you said, it's a costly goal, an open net, all the players in the corner, like you said. And it doesn't take a genius, Stumpy, to figure out that that's not good positioning when you've got all 3 players. You know, you could have a bronze coach and just, you know, get the aerial view of the team and go, you see that? Not good.
Don't do it.
Don't do that. That is not on. So, not the best positioning at all.
I hope that they would be saying that to each other. Like, why were you there? What on earth just happened in that moment? But I'm sure they're going to be learning from it. With 90 seconds gone and a long clear from him to pull back down towards Brownlee, a man who as well has been around the Rocket League scene, I feel, forever, and making the occasional main event. One of those players who I'm sure has been hoping for a team that sticks for a decent while.
Maybe this is the opportunity. As we said, I think double elimination opens it up for these kind of teams. If you can get a huge win, it almost flips the seeding. Now you take that top team seed, whoever you've upset in that top bracket, and it can lead to miracles right here. I'm not saying that this is a miracle. I'm not trying to say they haven't earned it, but they can make the most of this opportunity now. This is a fantastic matchup for Hogan Mode. Same with SAR, team that, as we said, could be potentially facing a Vitality or a K-Corp down in this lower bracket. But, well, if it was Vitality, it would be pretty special series against Mr. Scrub Killer.
And to continue that point about double elimination, it's a lot more volatile, I feel.
Oh, yeah.
You're saying that it's not that they've lucked their way here. It's a volatile format.
Hang on.
Net up for the double. Didn't want to go for the easy goal as the defender's back. CJ, you love it. I think Growly loves it even more.
I absolutely love it because he had to go for the shot. He had to pre-jump top corner, though. There, he was out of position, slow back. Go for the double. It's open every day of the week. Though can't read that. He has to commit to the initial shot. And that means that's a free play double there from Growly. Fantastic play. And, well, Hogan Mode, we said, Stumpy, they sort of turned the corner that last couple of minutes. Great save from Scrub, and they've carried it here into this game number 2.
Absolutely, and they're getting a good amount of pressure too, but with a decent amount of patience, and they're waiting for their chances to strike as well. Like Growly for that first goal, managing to just go for a little bit of the long shot to make sure that then you're seeing on that back line that they need to stay back a little bit more, and they can't be committing as many players to the attack as they would like to. But in the 2 minutes remaining, that's as you see Scrub Killer get bumped right back into his own orange half, and Tho in the sky wants to ground pinch it towards the net. Does manage to just about skim the face of it, but no goal just yet for Sir.
Crowley playing with fire there in defense, but this is foreign territory here for Saab. They're down 2 goals now. We saw them hold on to the lead game number 1. Now they've got to try and mix it up here because we're seeing Growly come off the near post, cherry picking downfield, and maybe this is Scrub's opportunity off the corner. Can he get it past midfield? Touched away by Tho. Still a 2-goal lead here, but this is big trouble. It's a 2-on-1, 3-on-1. Hibbs cuts the corner. Scrub's getting back, finding a way in. The 50-50. Growly's there. Follow-up shot. Scrub just plants himself in net and says, not today, Tho.
Not today. In the final 70 seconds, see Scrub go for that double. Gets it central. The angle not quite there for him as he was placed a little bit awkwardly. We tick into the final minute with 7 boosts. Razor just aims for this 50, does get it, and My Boy is going to be the benefactor of that ball until Growly punched his face and sends him back into his own corner. Scrub Killer finding himself relatively low on boost. He then goes for that challenge in the sky with Mike Boy and Rezi challenging onto that right-hand side. Hibbs with a very rare miss. Considering the run of form that he is on, you don't want to be seeing him go for a couple of flybys.
Yeah, just didn't quite get a piece of it. Faked out by Growly, however, and it just feels like Saab at the moment, they're a little bit flat-footed. They're not quite following each other up, not quite committing in that midfield, and it just means they're getting less and less opportunities here. 30 seconds left. Hogan Mode have done a fantastic job of locking it down. Tho opportunity, air dribble. The bumps are coming on the backboard. He's in big trouble. Someone get up for the save. It's Growly. He just finds a way.
Ground in the top corner, Demon, and finds it back round towards Rezi with 150. He doesn't need to get a goal there. Just get the block and waste some time. Brilliant continuation from Growly, nearly the double in. Scrub Killer just to send it high, burning that boost. Brilliant game management from Hogan Mode at the end of game number 2. We are now drawn in this series, 1 apiece. It becomes more and more competitive to be moving on in this lower bracket.
Yeah, as we said, game number 1, it felt like the tides were shifting towards the latter half of the game, and it just was the same old story. The same story there in game number 2. Hogan Mode, they just took a couple of minutes to warm up, it feels like, in this series, but now they have. Growly, 692 points, if you don't mind, as well, with a couple of sausage rolls. 2 goals on the board as well there, and great defense. Great way to lock it down in the end. Loving what I'm seeing here from Hogan Mode. The ball's in SAR's court now, Stumpy. They've got to find a way to get back into this series.
When the ball is in SAR's court, it's also in their half of the pitch for a majority of that game. And Growly was the one putting it there almost all of the time. Outstanding play from him. MVP of that match, certainly. And for anybody who is thinking that, okay, why is Sur suddenly a team that people are really paying attention to? Over in the Games Without Borders tournament, they beat BDS in all 3 of their 3v3 matches. And then they also beat G1 in 2 of their 3v3 matches that they had on their course to 3-0ing them with a 2v2 in the middle. They are absolutely legit. They are, yes, an unsigned team. Yes, they are a team that has only really formed recently. I think it's just at the start of the month, or on the 28th, that they formed along with Hibs. But they are one that is going to be a real nightmare and a thorn in the side of a lot of big signed org teams' sides.
I think this sums up the European region, Stumpy. We saw what Hogan Mode as well did yesterday. There's just no easy wins here in EU, and when you think you might just have a cruisy series, let's tick this one off. If you're not ready, these teams can come out swinging with, I guess, no pressure on their backs as the underdogs. And, well, that is the story, as I said. A lot of these EU teams, particularly these unsigned teams, they're with nothing to lose. The bump from Rezi and the aggression from Hogan Mode opens it up again.
I love just seeing Growly go for that shot on net, whatever it is, because he knows Rezi is there to get the bump away. Yes, the touch is made with that save, but it is not enough. Sent away from the goal, momentum moving fully against the defender. Hogan Mode gaining that lead in just 30 seconds in the 3rd game.
I love how this team's playing, but I don't love this kickoff. Scrub has to make a huge touch. Follow-up Mike by shot. He's just not anywhere in a direction or vicinity that could have been dangerous, and they don't make the most of that opportunity.
Now it's Though to continue this push down the pitch. With Scrub, get it in the net. He can clear it long. Growly needs to pick up some pennies to make sure that his 2 teammates up ahead of him can get anywhere with this ball. Rezi with a 50 low, but Mike Boy pinching over towards him. Growly, brilliant initiative, immediately challenges that ball. He does not want to let this get too much past that halfway line and into the orange side.
Mike Boy, double commit here from Hogan Mode. This is dangerous right now. Tho's backing up, can't get the corner boost. Rezi's very awkward, but they're just setting up 3-man defense right now, and they can't break it here, so they can't find a way out. Growly, Rezi's downfield pre-jumping. There's a redirect. Hibbs can't get it. Growly follow up off the ceiling. Hogan Mode felt like they were in defense, and they said, nah, we got a counter-attack coming.
Great movement, too, around the pitch entirely from Hogan Mode. That ball being sent long by Hibbs. Remember that first goal in game number 1, those early shots and those long shots, they can't be coming in too handy. And Scrub Killer with one demo. He's not going to go up for that second save, and the shot was a bit too far away for it to be really threatening. But now, another demo on the back, Though challenge versus Growly in his own half. And with Mike Boy up to beat Scrub, the second man does manage to clear that ball away. Growly with another long shot, this time saved away by the much more intelligently positioned Hibbs.
Yeah, smart positioning there. He just backed off. It could have been dangerous. Like right here, right now. Though just getting caught out backwards. Scrub is out. We're going to get the bead out. Mike Boy's there. Shot on net. Rezi doesn't quite get the touch, but the follow-up dunk would lead to another attack here from Hogan Mode. Hibbs up very fast for this one, though, and he's going to go for maybe the double touch central. Scrub, I mean, he's seen that play a million times by now. He's 43 years old, ladies and gentlemen. He's been around the block.
It's crazy. It felt like the only on the pre-show he was 20, and he's already 43. It's an amazing world. And that's an amazing demo. Scrub Killer moves down the pitch on his mobility scooter and taps in the second for Hogan Mode.
Huge goal from the 61-year-old there. The demo came out, and he can just follow it up. It doesn't matter how old, how slow, how fast you might be. He's going to be able to get that one. And Scrub Killer, along with Hogan Mode, it is game number 2, rinse and repeat, 2-0 lead.
And Scrub Killer may be coffin dodging, but he is coffin dodging into that ball as well. Gets a tap over the line. And those demos, they're becoming so much more beneficial for Hogan Mode too. It's opening up that back line over and over again. And Rezi just being there to threaten these bumps as well.
They're absolutely all over them here. The shot on net's beautiful. It goes off the crossbar, follow up Hibbs. This has to be a goal, but Rezi does get the save. The pre-jump finding his way behind him there near post. Growly just dribbles it out. Hogan Mode, they don't like defending, Stumpy. They are just getting it straight out of there and on the attack.
And this at the moment is just the sheer style I think that Europe are really taking on. Just the aggression. Keep pushing your opponent. Make sure that they aren't comfortable at any moment. Scrub Killer on the ceiling doesn't get the reset. Instead it falls back down to Growly. Rezi with a relatively open net. Goes for a shot top corner, but sends it wide by about an entire ball's width, and so isn't able to get that second one. But instead, he is gifted a second chance. Growly to go for it low, fakes out one, but Mike Boy is there to save. And the final 90 seconds ticks down for Hogan Mode are going to be on that series point.
They're all over them here. They are absolutely all over them. The demos, the midfield game, they're just chasing. They're making them so awkward. Hibbs has to get the touch. Scrub gets the boost. Doesn't get the touch he wants, however, but Oh, there's numbers back. Hogan Mode have just found a way to set up, and it's just, it is absolutely rattled this team here of SAR. They can't find a way to get through that midfield.
Great shot, long again. Growly above the crossbar, and Mike Boy is back to pass it towards the recently spawned back in Hibs. We're under a minute left. 2 goals that Sir need to be chasing, but Scrubkiller from that back ball clears it round the side of Mike Boy. And remember, at the end of that second game, their fantastic game management, Hogan Mode, made it near impossible to get any real pressure. And again, they continue to challenge. A flip central, Growly to Scrubkiller. It goes high. If the goal comes in here, it's fantastic. If not, it's seconds burned off that clock.
It's just killing time everywhere right now. There has to be a goal. Hibs needs to find it, but again, challenged out by Rezi. Though tries to get a midfield. Mike Boy has to make something happen. The touch, the follow-up, it's not coming through right now for SAR. They can't find a way through. Hogan Mode, they're on the brink of series point here to knock out SAR from the tournament. Unless Mike Boy can just wedge it in, but he can't. The follow-up, Scrub carries it to the side. They're killing time. Hogan Mode, it's all wraps, ladies and gents. 2-1 lead. And they are just cruising their way to this series victory.
It's devastatingly close on that final attempt. They had about 12 seconds if that goes in to get a goal, but that's at least something. Hogan Mode, my word, that sheer aggression, the push, the drive, and the ability for them to maintain control of that ball, much more evenly matched in this game mode 2 as well, right? They're all within about 50 points of each other. Hogan Mode, they were all over the pitch. They were a conveyor belt, and they were devastating to whatever Sir tried to put on net, where they only managed to get 7 shots. Brilliant, brilliant rotations from Hogan.
It has just been, and it has been one-way traffic. So even since, as I said, halfway through game 1, when it started to turn, they did lose that game, but they looked the better side towards the end. Since then, I mean, SAR haven't responded. The bumps have come through, and just the confidence they've got in midfield and offensively, they're going for this almost cherry picker role, but they're sending the bumps instead, not always the pass downfield. And I tell you what, SAR's getting caught out third man. They're not finding a way through. Hogan Mode look like a serious team in this regional. Wow, if they can continue this here, this is series point potentially. It's only a best of 5 so far. Stay tuned for the best of 7s later. And I tell you what, Hogan Mode might be in one of them.
Game 4 and Hogan Mode on that fantastically found position.
Oh, this has to
with
be
a couple of bumps immediately off the kickoff, though. Sir are going to be fighting back with a vengeance.
This is not what you want. Scrub just bumping Growly off it. Mike Boy going for the bump. Rezi is just, he's done. You may as well put the controller down in that 2-on-1. SAR capitalise, and that's their first goal, Stumpy, since game 1.
And the earliest goals so far that we've seen in this series. Scrubkiller pushing up on that with a very close cheat, but gets demoed away from it. Hibs removes him from the pitch, then leaves the ball towards Tho to be getting a shot towards that target. Rezi sniping from the sidewall, and look at Scrubkiller's player cam screaming, "Let's go, bro!"
Oh, bro, talk to me, bro. Put it off the near post. That is sensational. The pause is called. Growly is adding insult to injury as well.
At
And said,
that
you know what?
point, you have to
That
keep
goal was so
staring
good.
there.
That goal was so good. Let's have another look at it. Let's pause it for a couple of minutes. I don't mind that. That is good from Growly. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all, ladies and gentlemen.
I like that. I also, by the way, love that it came back to us and we were so animated because of how much we've bought into this series so far. That was no, guys, for the people in chat that might be saying a player's name that might be known for pausing it in ridiculous times. I can't.
Well, we're not going to name names, but this was from Growly. This was from Hogan Mode, who just equalised. So this isn't, guys. Don't get all hysterical in chat.
And
I don't know what I think it's mind games. I'm going to call it. I think it's mind games.
And you know what? It's absolutely typical for a player on the scoring team to have it pause at this moment as well. But Growly, we're going to make sure that he's all good. We're going to get him back into the lobby. CJ, it is such
what do
an
you
absolute Bro, I'll just say yes, Stumpy, in the future.
Sorry, yes, Stumpy.
All right,
yes,
okay, that's much nicer. How nice is it to be able to just say Scrubkiller when we're casting? I'm absolutely giddy with excitement.
Yeah, well, I've said Scrub a lot in OCE, but he's a bit younger and he's not the same person. So it's a little bit different, but having Scrubkiller back, it's great. I mean, he is just aging superbly here. Look at him. He's having to wipe his nose, but that's what you get when you're 92, He doesn't have long left, but he's still trying to pursue this Rocket League dream to get another world championship. And I tell you what,
and it's good that he can wipe his nose and not get somebody to do it for him as well. That's nice. That's good.
Yeah,
it shows his age, but it shows that he's still determined.
You realise he's also playing professional Rocket League. I mean, it'd be hard for him not to be able to wipe his nose while still being able to play. But I think we're just...
Let's not try and praise him for too many
back
things,
into it.
including wiping his own nose. But Growly is now back in. They're going to make sure that they're all happy with that. And Growly is actually receiving this ball straight away from Scrub. If that would have been a goal immediately, that is a bit of a flex on the side of Growly. But 30 seconds, somebody who's just joining us. Hogan Mode and Sir are drawn level, and the demo on the keeper isn't going to find a goal for Hogan Mode.
Yeah, but it's the mind game, Stumpy. It's just knowing that this isn't a goal, but just this is what we can do to you. You know what I mean? It's putting in the back of their mind that at any point, this Hogan Mode team can just sweep through for a demo on that third man, and it's working out well here. They conceded that first goal, Stumpy, but what a way to capitalise. They didn't, sit back and panic. Now they're on series point. It was Growly pushing forward and getting that redirect goal.
Yeah, it's fantastic movement as well up the pitch with Scrub Killer onto the back ball, goes for that double, goes for the dunk. Scrub Killer is back.
He's not just dunking his bickies in the cup of tea, he's dunking his opponents here on Utopia. He doesn't get a touch on it at all. The double touch off the backboard. How good, bro?
That was beautiful, bro. I thought it was a dunk, bro, but in the end, it just manages to be a double tap. Amazing from him.
He's just walked it.
He had an absolute joy of a time getting the second goal for Hogan Mode. A minute 15, and Sir find themselves with those 2 goals against them. They've not been able to come back from these deficits so far, but they need to here on Utopia.
This team's the story of the first regional here in Europe. It's sensational to see. They picked it up ever since game number 2, the end of game number 1, and it's got stoppage! Rosie says, just the lobby. You're done. Go home.
What do you think you're doing? Growly, you had a disconnect, and yet you still fake away from that ball as if you've unplugged your controller. Rezi comes in, manages to slot it top bins, and this is Hogan Mode, clear by 2 again. Neither team so far has been able to come back from this deficit in this series. Could this be a Hogan Mode masterclass? It's a Rezi fake! It's a Growly goal! They've returned the favour, and it's 4 for Hogan Mode.
Oh, you have one, then I'll have the next one. Rezi fakes it out. The bounce wasn't favourable, but Growly's right there. Mike Boy can't get the save. You see it in the face cams. Hogan Mode are having the time of their lives.
I'm having the time of my life. I'm smiling from ear to ear with just seeing new teams thrive in these kind of high pressure cooker double elimination formats. It is outstanding to see what these teams are capable of, but Sir have still got 3 minutes to bring back 3 goals. Though to send that central Rezi up so early with Growly going for bumps on the keeper, he's able to. The second one not able to come in, and Though is that second man to clear the ball away.
Yeah, Rezi couldn't quite get the ground pinch there, but it could have been another goal. The bumps coming through. They're just demoing the third man with absolute ease here. Sir not being able to respond. Maybe the pass infield. That was, I'll tell you what, that was weaker than the cups to tea that Scrub's having. Rezi, solo play. Libri said, doesn't quite get it. Pop over the top. Hibbs is there. Hogan Mode, they want more. They want 5, Stumpy.
I mean, it's amazing. You said about the cup of tea that Scrub's having. It's amazing that they let him have caffeine at his age. 99 and still going strong. And with that double commit in that back corner, maybe he is not too long for this world. Gets bumped away from that by Growly. Rezi now into the sky. Still 3 goals that Sir need to bring back, but Though on a great opportunity to clear it as Rezi and Growly both commit to that one.
I don't think Hogan Mode are done yet. I'm seeing blood in the water right now, and as I said, they want more. The infield pass, Rezi's back, pops it across. Growly's there, gets the 100 boost. Does leave it though, backs off for the first time. We don't usually see that from Hogan Mode, but he does well here and gets the follow-up dunk. Who's on the side? Well, you betcha. It's Scrub Killer, 100 years old. He's hit the triple figures.
Unbelievable.
But it's great to see him still play competitive Rocket League.
Happy birthday, Scrub Killer. He's had about 80 today. Make sure you're saying that in chat, ladies and gentlemen, because he deserves it. A staple of this scene and a staple of this series so far. Growly sends that ball down. The final 90 seconds ticks down with Rezi receiving the pass. It's the Growly and Rezi show.
Oh, the boys have popped off the fake, and this time it's going to be the outpace. Rezi does get the fire. What a shot underneath as well. The pre-jump from Hibbs. He read it all day there, and 3 snags from Rezi. 3 sausages, couple there on Growly and Scrub, the staple of the scene, as you said, Scrub Killer. Well, he can't use a stapler, but he's an absolute pioneer, a staple of this community, and It's got to be Hogan mode. I said they've got 5 goals in them, and they've got it right here. This is just an absolute avalanche of goals.
And as much as we're joking, they have been a brilliant team so far. They have worked through anything that they've been seeing. Of course, they're now going to be conceding, but they've worked through all these teams so far that they have been coming up against. But Sir want to do something that has not happened in this series. That very rarely happens at all in Rocket League, let alone the RLCS. It is coming back from 4 goals down with 1 minute 12 to do it. It is a near impossible task, but it has been done historically.
That's a great touch as well from Tho to get that redirect, but Mike Boy, he's not getting the touch he wants. The pass downfield, no, they back off now, and maybe it's time for Hogan mode to kill the clock. We saw what they did in game 2 and 3, the way that they could just kill 20, 30 seconds just like that. Can they do it when the pressure's on, though, when they're on series point?
Sent towards that right-hand wing. Scrubkiller's going to be intercepting the ball, knocked away from Hibbs, and then he is knocked off that backboard. The double the Growly charge, but Hibbs, the man that I identified at the start of the series, comes back down, nearly gets removed for his troubles. The 100 boost stolen away as Scrubkiller in his own half takes it as the final 30 seconds ticks down, and Hogan mode are now going to be on their victory lap.
Oh, Growly just didn't want to commit there. I know you're up 3 goals. You want to hold the lead, but let's get a 6 scrub over to Growly. Fakes it, killing time again. This is all over Red Rover. The bump might just be it as well, Rezi. Solo play. Is anyone there in net from Saab? Mike Boy gets the clearance. 8 seconds left, Stumpy. Well, Scrub Killer, we saw him on the mainstream today. We're going to see him again later on.
Bro, we've done it. We've won. We made it through Hogan mode. Amazing work. And a fantastic showing from Hogan mode. What a team. What an exciting trio that we are seeing rise up through the RLCS. You see on the cameras how much this means. You see just how much that these moments mean to these teams. And in these formats where it's much harder for them to work through against bigger ones, they're suing at the camera, they're excited, they're saying let's go. And they have worked their way through, Sir. And you know something that's very exciting as well, CJ? With that win, Hogan mode are now 16th in overall points in Europe and are therefore going to be invited to the closed qualifier for the Spring Cup. They are working up the ranks and they now find themselves in lower bracket quarters.
I'm going to say it, Stumpy. I'm going to say it. The best team in the world. They're the best team in the world right here. This was phenomenal. What a shit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed this series, what a start to Saturday. EU Regional #1. We're here. We're in the spring split. We're having a good time, and that was phenomenal gameplay. It's great to be here. We're going to be back later on a little bit again, Stumpy. It's going to be. It's going to be good.
And that also, bear in mind, is against a CERT team who have, as I said previously, did such a great job in Games Without Borders. They've qualified for that Game as 8 LAN, and they have also made sure that they are, yes, out of this event, but they'll be coming back even stronger in the next ones. Hogamo, congratulations going through into that lower bracket quarter final. For now, though, CJ, we're going to be going to a break, getting a cup of tea. Make sure, chat, that you are back very, very soon.
Happy birthday.
match année.
Le décompte est lancé. Avantage Jack dans les airs. Fleur des balles doit avancer Jack. Fleur petit bump sur Yves et ça va donner l'ouverture du score. Allez derrière. Soyo n'est pas là. Là-bas touche le sol. Les GNG sont champions majors de Rotterdam.
Donc un petit peu de puissance, c'est parfait pour Extra qui va venir mettre le putain d'or en faveur d'Exalti. Attention à Monkey Moon, la passe axiale et l'ouverture du score.
We carry on here with the European Open in the Rocket League Championship Series Spring Split. And so does Hogan Mode. They carry on as they pass Suh in the lower bracket, round 3 into the lower bracket quarterfinals. I'm Leaf, joining me, James and Stumpy. And I just got to say, I've been saying this is the rookie I've been watching out for. Who's Zen? It's all about the scrub guy, you know, and he's killing it right now. James, this is fun. I think everyone's having fun.
I mean, especially Stumpy. I heard that Scottish accent you busted out.
Let's
I
go,
thought
bro!
Scrub Killer jumped into the call. It was so good.
It makes me genuinely giddy to just see Scrub out in the RLCS, to see them also playing in a really fun way as well. They're faking, they're passing, they're going for bumps, they're doing like everything I think that you would have on a Rocket League tutorial and putting it into an actual series.
Oh, certainly. I mean, like, even in game 2, Growly had a nasty double tap. It looked like there would have been a tight angle on net. There was a defender going to be back. Instead of just going right for net, hits a disgusting double tap. I wasn't a big fan of the Kiwi wheels. Here's the shot, by the way. But, man, he still made it look good somehow. And then you had touched on it a little bit, the fakes. We saw Resi and Growly working together so well, getting fakes, going for team plays. You can see the creativity with the bumps, the physicality. It was a complete team, and this was an entertaining team to watch.
Well, I think it's time. I think we have the Broverlord himself. Cole has got Scrub on the side.
Absolutely honored to be joined by the Broverlord himself, Scrub Killer. We had to bully you to get you on here. We were desperate to hear from you. First off, happy 90th birthday. Apparently that's how old
Thank
you
you
are now, according to the casters. Secondly, you're back. Welcome back, Scrub.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, how does it feel to be back on this stage?
I mean, it's great. Yeah, like it feels really good with the team. So I just enjoy playing good Rocket League. So
I mean, it's been a while. I have to ask, where are your Kiwi wheels? Because Growly is rocking them. They look beautiful. I'm ready to see you using those next time out.
I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna stick to the Cristianos, but I'll think about it.
I don't know. Yeah, I think we need to see it from you for sure. But I mean, your team, right? They look fantastic. You guys look fantastic. Did you honestly think you'd get this far though with these two players?
I mean, we literally teamed with each other like 2 weeks ago. Like, it was literally last minute. Like, none of us had like really anywhere to go, so we just messaged each other, and like we just started popping. And like the chemistry is really good, and we all get along really well. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't expect it, but obviously, like, I wanted to be realistic. Like, we just wanted to actually qualify and stuff, and yeah, we made it really far already. So I think anything from now is like a bonus. Anything from now is a bonus.
I mean, I think that people are overjoyed to have you back at this level, of course. Can I ask, being serious, was there ever a point where you thought you wouldn't be here again?
Nah, I wouldn't even play Rocket League if I don't think I can be like one of the best players. Like, if I got to the point where, hey, you're gonna laugh at me, but like, if I got to the point where I feel like I can't compete at the top, I wouldn't even play.
I respect that. So you're proving it at the moment. Your team proving it at the moment. I know it's the first time that Growly's ever been to a day 2, and what a performance from him. Do you want to just shout out your teammates?
Did he not? I think he got to a day 2 before, no?
He tweeted saying he hadn't, and I took him at his word. Maybe he forgot, in which case, fair play to Growly, if he's that good to have forgotten that.
I mean, I'm just saying my teammates are crazy, bro. I mean, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm just grateful to play with them. It's crazy. They're really good.
Final question for you, Scrub. Once upon a time, you were the rookie. You were the Team Vitality rookie. And there's a chance if Karmine Corp beat them, you will be up against Team Vitality with Zen. That must be an opportunity you personally are relishing.
I know. I mean, I feel like they're going to have a lot more pressure. Like, we don't really have that much to lose. Like, we've literally just teamed, and like I said, anything from now is a bonus. So we're just going to go with that attitude. And obviously Vitality are expected to be like, you know, like getting grand finals and stuff like that at least. So I think like if we can maybe come out the gate swinging and like just do our thing, I think we can bring it to them. But it's gonna be a really good series no matter who we play.
Well, Mr. Scrub Killer, it's absolutely great to have you back, bro. Thank you very much for joining us.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the interview.
And there it is, the first top 8 for Growly and Resi. This is great. I mean, Stumpy, there's something inherently fun, I guess, about teaming with a team so late into this and not having so many expectations, because you can just go out there and enjoy the esport, you know?
I mean, we see how well teams do when they think, we've got no pressure. Like, what's the worst that happens? We aren't here anyway? Like, you may as well try. And I want to just touch on a point also that Scrub said during that interview, where he said, I know you might laugh at me for this, but I think it's the complete opposite. I admire him massively for what he said when he said, if I didn't think I couldn't be at the top again, I wouldn't play this. He has got drive, he's got determination. Yes, me and CJ mean that team a lot, but they have been phenomenal so far. And that kind of push and that kind of pressure and drive, I admire to the ends of this earth.
And also just the fact that he believes, I think that's one big barrier for a lot of players to break through to that next level is the belief in yourself that you can win when the pressure's on. And so I think that's, winning that world championship that Scrub was able to do. I think he has a lot of belief in himself and a performance like this. He even said in his interview, I'm just trying to be realistic. And, top 6 in a team you formed 2 weeks ago.
Incredible.
Is that realistic? No, you hope for the best, but this result, I think, is going to add fuel to the fire. And I really did enjoy just watching how they played Rocket League. Scrub said, I like playing good Rocket League. That Rocket League was entertaining.
Well, that's only one of the storylines happening in this bracket right now. We have to carry on with our lower bracket round 3, as unfortunately another team will be eliminated, but fortunately another will carry on. We have Team BDS facing off against PSG Tundra. PSG jumping back into Rocket League, reinvigorating this roster, the old German amigos. But we also have Rise reinvigorating this team of Team BDS. James, a lot of people are saying this is a great move for Team BDS, and they needed something to give them a bit of a refreshment. And I think I agree with them that this is a great refreshment for them.
Oh, certainly. I think Rise was one of the best LAN players that we saw come out of Europe this, modern era of Rocket League. And I think Rise is an asset no matter what. He's definitely catching some heat right now. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the pre-show or the things he's been saying, but I mean, he's getting people riled up. But the thing I love about Rise is that he's incredibly sharp and he's confident and he's capable. So, he's putting extra pressure on himself with what he's choosing to say and how he's going about doing it. But I think under pressure, we have seen Rise perform, but it's going to be a challenge now. He's team hopping, trying to find that right fit. And this is the first, champions, world champions of this modern era where we go one season a year, essentially. And to fill the shoes of Extra and go
who's walking around behind them.
Players, there's huge amounts of pressure on Rise from all angles.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at what BDS have done in this season so far, and it is utterly unremarkable. It is not what they're showing that they needed. Cole was saying that, did this change need to happen? Yes, he agrees, but then there was also, is Extras want to change? I think it's a really good change for them. I think BDS are looking stronger with Rise, but a team that people will still be familiar with in German Amigos, recently being picked up by PSG Tundra. One of the worst kept secrets, I would say, in the last few weeks, where they were saying, oh, we're going to tease a team. You don't know who it is. And everyone's like, oh, it's German Amigos. And they're like, oh, you don't know who it is? German Amigos. Like, we know, guys, don't worry. Still a very sick announcement, of course, seeing those two brands come together. And PSG Tundra have so far had a pretty decent run through. They lost to Sir, who've just obviously seen lose to Hogan mode, but then they've beaten 2.5, and then they've also went through G1. And they 3-0'd G1, bear in mind, a team that was at the previous winter major. PSG Tundra are looking like a team that could do in this lower bracket what we've seen some of the bigger rosters do previously. We just hope that being picked up by a brand new org isn't going to spook them.
And just pulling in here from Direct, pointing out that this is a very important series for the world's conversation, with G1 being out of the event at number 6. We have PSG Tundra at number 7, 4 points behind. And at number 8, Team BDS, 13 points behind. So these, again, this is a huge chance for these teams to jump themselves forward into that talks for majors, worlds, all that stuff. So very, very important. But chat, let's get your predictions on this one. Let's start talking about this one, because again, a refreshment for BDS after what was mentioned, a not super up there performance, but we also have what we know from PSG Tundra here. So get them in there. Is this already? They're already going up. All right. So BDS is looking like the favorites for this.
Huge. That's very big in the favor of BDS.
You expect it to be closer?
I think it should be close. I think it should be like near enough 50-50. Okay. This is my real flipper on the predictions at the start of the day, personally.
Yeah, and I think like pretty much all of this squad, PSG Tundra before when they were EG, they've always kind of been that 5th team in Europe who've had really good results. They're really consistent, but I think, this Team BDS team, it kind of hurts me to say they kind of remind me of NRG, a team that has had the highest of highs.
James.
No. I think BDS.
Don't even get me started.
You know what? That's enough. That's enough from you. That's enough from you. We got the match ready. Let's get down to the field. We got PSG Tundra and Team BDS facing off. Let's see if Rise can continue to lend a hand to the reigning world champs, where PSG's return to Rocket League was destined to be great.
Right, time. Somebody hit the stopwatch. We know what the time is now. It was 49 minutes until NRG was mentioned on the mainstream. I'm Hogan, joined by Johnny, and we have got number 7 versus number 8. I tell you what, next time I think we can go for the world records.
Yeah, this is such a massive series. This is the return of BDS to form. But a new look with Rise. Exciting to see what they're going to be capable of. But really, for me, yesterday, it was Monkeyman and Seiko that were under the microscope. Everybody knows that Rise is going to perform under pressure. That is what he does. It's what he has done in the open era. When Lance came back, Seiko's been off. But he's back now, and already almost to the score sheet early on.
So, oh my goodness, wait, I got from nowhere. Well, I was going to try and set myself up some storylines, but apparently we don't have time for that. Just to really very quickly set this up for everybody, though. This is humongous when it comes to Worlds qualification. Monkey Moon up against Tox, and Tox wins. Actually, there might be a fruit to break out here. Tox, backboard, double tap, saved away. And now I'm going to continue my story mode. I also still got the time. But with G1 already being out, that number 6 spot very, very up in the ropes. So a win here allows you to move on, eliminate your nearest rivals, and keep on with the opportunity of earning more points later in the tournament. All right, I'm done. You're allowed to start scoring some goals.
You know, Seiko also repping the new popular Kiwi wheels. Hasn't really taken the world by storm yet. Catalysm will open the scoring here. Monkeyman, I think, actually trying to snipe the corner wall with that clear, but it bounces flat off the sidewall into the middle. Bit of a mistouch there from Monkey Moon. Not clearing the danger. Catalysm all over it.
That's just awkward. Every single time you see it, you just have a little sigh to yourself. You wonder, why did that not do what I wanted it to do? Seiko now in. Seiko's going to be the player of a lot of questions to answer throughout this split, because everyone, when they heard it was Extra moving out, well, Seiko was the other name that came up from people and go, well, maybe why not? Yeah, go into the split, get yourself a couple of regional wins, and to make sure that you have a chance to defend your world championship. Maybe those questions can be answered. Here comes Rise. Player that went downwards in points from 3rd place to 8th. If he thinks that this is the team to get into the world championship, then it is a massive play by him. But first they've got to get there. Making difficult for the now, though. Monkey Moon, backboard, double tap for Rise. What each?
Rise equalizes for BDS, but it's all Monkey Moon with the air dribble, double tap, center ball. You know, Rise, he trusted this team to be a world's contender. He thought this team's more likely to win the world championship than my old team, Oxygen. That's why he's left Oxygen. You're almost guaranteed to make World's wildcard, despite the departure of Rise and their poor start in this split. BDS are going to be that team Rise wants them to be, that team Rise thinks they will be, then we're going to need to see the Seiko from last season. Monkey Moon's been statistically brilliant so far this season, but synergistically less so. Seiko, it's been a bit invisible at times, but now he's starting to come back into the frame. And it looks like Rise will get a chance for a second here. He hits the bar with it, not a good bounce from BDS.
I'm very curious how many times we've had a player move this far down in the overall standings for a roster move that they chose. Monkey Moon unable to follow. Rise back in. Seiko will get a chance for the shot, but was met at the seams. What a clear from Tox, and that is some much needed breathing room, but BDS known to be able to play this game. Seiko actually whiffed the ball. Rise tries to keep the play going, but that's down to Ivan, and now it's going to be PSG Tundra's turn.
The pass is being attempted here from BDS, starting in defense. They are playing very, very carefully at the moment with their 3rd man. Double commits got them on the receiving end of counterattacks quite often yesterday, so they're probably trying to limit those in a new day, especially against a team known for that play style. All the time, you have to be so careful against players like Catalysm, Ivan, and Tox. With your overextensions, your overcommitments, it often leads to goals against you. BDS are all over them right now, but you know, it can go any way from here. They don't want to get baited too far in, but they will get the goal. Monkey Moon punches it through.
I think there's a bump in the background as well. I want to keep an eye on this. Yes, Tox lands. Tries to get out of the way. Now I'm looking at Catalysm, and yeah, he's gone, but I don't think he was getting there anyway. There's too much work already done by Team BDS. And this is a position that throughout the entirety of the time that we have known PSG Tundra, Evil Geniuses, Joe and Amigos, whatever name we've had them going by, it's kind of been the norm for them. They're there or thereabouts when it comes to major qualification, to world qualification, even going back to last season. They're seeing themselves in the same position again here, Johnny. They need this to go their way, and it very often hasn't.
Yeah, they're the gatekeepers, really, of these LAN spots, and they have made a couple of LANs themselves, but you know, often they're the team to beat to make a LAN. That's what G1 had to do last split in a tiebreaker. They did it. Very consistently performing team. Like you said, they don't have that peak ability, at least not yet. They haven't shown the same highs, although their floor is, I think, very impressive. And it's thanks to their playstyle being so consistent. BDS have definitely peaked a lot higher than them. And as you know, the sum of the three parts have peaked a lot higher than them, with Rise joining. We know it's probably top 2 player for the calendar year, alongside Vatira, year just passed. You know, if they can achieve greatness simultaneously, they're going to win, and they are doing so right now. Rise baits 2, Monkey Moon puts it through.
Monkey Moon was the player that stepped up when they needed him yesterday against Oxygen. Right place, right time. Rise delivers it on a silver platter. And those two, despite a lack of time teaming, are finding each other more often than not. Ivan doesn't get a good block because Monkey Moon delayed his hit by a little bit. Let's keep an eye on the boost totals right now. So far, so good from Catalysm. Hasn't got the support arriving just yet. Now Tox comes in. Off the backboard, Ivan drops down, and teammates there.
Whoa!
This is what we love about this team. We don't get to see it enough, Johnny, when it's 0-0, but when this team has to try and claw back, we get the best of PSG Tundra.
It's so fascinating to see Catalysm in a position where he had all the options there. He had control of the ball, he had all the time, and he just plays the low 50, intentionally loses it to bring his second man into the play. Meanwhile, he steals the boost at the far side and then circles back in to give them another attacking angle. I mean, such patient play there by Catalysm. But will it be enough? Does our BDS come again? Oh, what's a save by Tox? Well, they're still in it.
Oh, that was such a good save by Tox. Decided to leave the early challenge because he knew the clairvoyance to keep it out. And now they've got to get this ball to the opposite side of the field. Catalysm keeps it up against Seiko, who pre-jumps him, tries to put the ball down, will succeed. BDS take it in an action-packed game 1.
A great try at the end there by PSG Tundra, but a read from Seiko on the incoming air dribble just left them in a very difficult position. BDS doing enough in the mid-game here. They had more pressure, more shots, and that did end up resulting in more goals. But, you know, it's all about BDS containing Tundra without overextending. They didn't overextend in this game and concede cheap goals. That is the key to victory here for BDS. And they keep this up for an entire best of 5. Loving to see that energy from Monkey Moon on camera. We've been missing that this season. They've not really had a lot to celebrate about. This is a chance for them to lock in top 6 in their first event together.
Well, Monkey Moon has been very open about the struggles that he's faced coming in after becoming world champion and trying to refine that form for the rest of this season. So you do hope for him at least that things do start to look up. That is a good start for them. Reminder as well, the winner of this will be taking on the loser of El Splashico coming up soon. So we already know that we've got Vitality taking on Hogan mode. I can't believe that is a match that I'm looking forward to. If you told that to me 3 weeks ago, I really wouldn't have cared. But now I am all in on that one.
No, you're getting ahead of yourself a little bit there. I mean, they are...
No, it's happening. It's 100% happening because my predictions are always right, Johnny.
I mean, I think as well, Casey, are likely to beat Vitality, but, you know, it's not locked in yet. There's still a chance for Hogan mode against
me and Chat. No, they've got my back.
Yeah, I think this is the easier side of the bracket, just by a little bit. You know, the fact that Karmine Corp have no chance of running into the winner of this match that we're currently watching definitely benefits the teams playing. Because Karmine Corp are that team in Europe when it gets into the final couple of days of a competition regionally. You know, Team Liquid as well, as of late, have also been very dominant, but not quite the Karmine Corp level. So a great run ahead of the winner of this matchup. BDS are on it right
realistic.
Now. Yeah.
Utter dominance is the Karmine Corp mode as of late. Imagine this season. We consider the worst part of their season being losing one of the best matches of the first LAN of the season, them against Moist. That's as bad as it's got for them, but we will talk about Casey when they take to the field later on. For now, 0-0 might be about to change. Monkey Moon does exactly that.
Well, this is getting a bit scary now for PSG Tundra. It's BDS yet to really overextend. What a bump by Rise on the back wall there to open it up for Monkey Moon, who slots it bottom left. They look consistent at the moment. That's what's been lacking all season. And if they can play consistently, I mean, sky's the limit for this team. We know what they're capable of. We know what they've done just in the past 9 months or so. That's when Monkey and Seiko were both in the conversation for best in the world. And Rise at the same time, also in the same conversation. So this is a stacked team, a super team if I've ever seen one. And right now, they look like a bit too much for PSGT.
When you do look at Seiko, I believe he's been kept on purely for potential, what he can be, what the potential is there. So far, it has mostly been Rise and Monkey Moon. But we also know that Seiko's there, and I think the whole world's just sort of hoping that we get to see the World Championship Seiko back on our screens. But now, the double trouble has been more than enough. Rise now on the ball. Not the best challenge for him. It was a bit inviting, but I do like the slowdown play there from BDS. Now Rise up on the wall. So many amazing play start from him on this position. Is he going to go and try the entire way by himself? Realize that maybe a challenge there wouldn't have benefited his team. So half the game gone. Calism up. It takes the shot.
Oh, wow.
Roller, and now we're on the counter. Rise breaks it past. Now he's just going to recover it. He will do that every day.
Oh, Rise has just played that so well. Look at him making a passing option in such a tricky position. He knew there was a chance that clear would be awkward for his teammates, so he just makes it a little bit more easy by sitting underneath the ball, and then the 1v1 play comes through right afterwards. 2-0 BDS, Rise is him.
Oh, good kickoff though, losing it to the back corner. Calism wins the challenge. Has he got the boost to keep going? That was so close, and Seiko had to be wary of him. Monkey Moon pops it over the top. He gets happy for a double commit or two. They realize that they are in position to recover each time. So that trust in the third man. Togs just in. And it's within reach.
All about placement here for Tox as BDS got just slightly underneath the ball there. Rise in an awkward position to deal with anything that goes quickly over his head. That's exactly what happened. Tox, knowing that Rise isn't going to have any chance of saving a well-placed shot, sticks it top bins. Again, they're starting to come back late in the game, but is it going to be too little too late? Are they waiting a bit too long before fighting for that midfield and inviting BDS to come forward, get those early goals? I mean, where's the midfield pressure here? We need someone on that ball for PSGT. Or BDS are just going to continue to create realistic chances to score.
I do want to give PSG Tundra a little bit of credit here as well, because I've had gripes with them and the lack of creativity often with their offense. I don't think that's necessarily been the case here. When they've needed to try and score, I do like what they're putting together. They're not just hoping that BDS are going to make a mistake that they can capitalize on. It's just, how do you keep creating those opportunities against this team? BDS proven to themselves that they're going to score 2 or 3. That means you've got to at least match that. Here is Seiko, just takes the shot off the demo on Tox. And he's just going to have to sit there and watch as it goes past him.
And that play started with Seiko, it finishes with Seiko. He does not get faked. He's the initial challenger on an air dribble. So what does he do? He plays the ball. He ignores any potential for mind games, and that results in another goal for BDS. It's brilliant play by Seiko. You know, I think he played so well last season that he's actually set expectations unrealistically high for himself. You know, people, they see Seiko not 1v3ing anymore, and they think, well, he's fallen off, but really, he's doing everything he needs to do for this team right now. I think Seiko's playing brilliantly, and, you know, look at how few times he's given the ball away for free. Just a very efficient player, and this is exactly what they did to win the World Championship.
Wow.
Demo lands, though. It's off the post, and quick read by Tox. Well, again, PSGT back within goals.
I love that from Tox, because this is so difficult to get right. Everyone's been there, everyone's misread it, and instead knew exactly where that ball was about to bounce. PSG Tundra way within this, and with 1 goal separating them with a minute left, this could be the massive swing, the point of the series that we all look back on. And it is Tox yet again. Seiko's being harassed on the back line and still recovers it in time to get rid.
Yeah, again, brilliant by Seiko. Just sees exactly where he needs to be, plays the ball. I mean, he's just no-nonsense defense right now from Seiko, keeping BDS in strong positions. Can Catalysm make a solo play? It's just going to be a simple shot on target, not what they were hoping for. You know, it's interesting to note, in the past goal that BDS conceded, I think Rise's view of the ball was obscured by the demo, the smoke screen on the goal line. That's probably what prevented him from reading the post bounce, as well as Tox did, who could actually see around the smoke. Interesting to notice that the demo doesn't just take one player out of the game. It's such a valuable thing to go for, even in the modern day.
Sure, have a look at the rotations right now from PSG Tundra. They're so wide. They're keeping it so open. And it's giving them these opportunities. I want to keep an eye on this because look at where Catalysm is. And he's been sat there for 4 seconds before that ball even made it to him. When was the last time, Johnny, you saw PSG Tundra play this far in front of the ball?
Yeah, I'm liking the wide angle as well. I mean, that made Seiko's job extremely difficult. It's so difficult to read that bounce overhead compared to the player attacking the ball directly. Ivan easily beats Seiko to it. This time they are able to do what they could not do in game 1, come back and equalize. Will they be able to tie the series as well?
Oh, Seiko, they're both going to whiff it. Or, well, as I like to say, it was a handshake in midair to agree to overtime.
Not really any cheeky kickoff strats by either team here. It looks like it's going to go relatively even. Plenty boost for both teams to play with here. Looks like plenty space for Seiko to get up into the air. Now this does look a bit like the Seiko of old. One reset and a shot on target, but Tox avoids the dunk. Clears the ball to the side, back in the middle, but the whole team's here.
Just keeping that pressure on though is good for BDS. It's going to whiff her away though. Ivan back up, does good enough with the challenge. There's a lot of players committed to the corner right now for players over on PSG Tundra. Fox just pops the ball up, realizes he doesn't have the boost to follow. So it's either going to be 1-1 or 2-0. It's quite a large swing either way. Seiko misses the ball. Tox back to Ivan. Monkey Moon should be comfortable enough.
I mean, this would be such a classic Catalysm Tox and Ivan move to just squeak out an equalizer here, completely change the momentum of the series. I mean, BDS have been better today, but now suddenly it's 1-1, and it's another bump this time. An overcommitment in the corner from BDS. They were making the same mistake yesterday in the upper bracket. They've done it again. It's these 2-for-1s in the forward corner. You cannot be out of position like this. Leaving the third man isolated. I mean, Seiko is the one. He's the one getting bumped there, but it's Monkey Moon and Rise who have left him at the back by himself. BDS, they fall for PSG Tundra's tricks.
Tox comes through with the hat-trick hero in order to do it. I do like the way they play that though. Just dove straight in to try and pressure Seiko on the back line. Had to move early, and he just had nowhere ready to go. As long as that is played correctly on PSG Tundra's side, then it is going to work. Now, I want to get your answer to something here, Johnny, because I am curious, because we've come into this weekend, it's all been Zen, 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 but he seems to be handling it very well on his side. Has Rise got more pressure on him with this move that he chose than Zen does? Is he the player with the most to prove this split?
I think right now he does, but it's because they're in the lower bracket. Zen's in the upper bracket, so that's obviously a great place to be in double elimination. You're on your last life in the lower bracket, and this best of 5 has just turned into a best of 3 with tournament life on the line against their biggest rivals. When you look at the overall point standings, yes, a ton of pressure on Rise. I'd say maybe more right now than Zen, because everybody's got higher expectations for Zen in terms of his individual impact on the field. But results-wise, Rise, he set the bar at the highest place it could be. Are they going to get immediate revenge here? No. Oh, it's an own goal, though. Well, the demo didn't land. Catalysm did well. I think, yeah, it was Tox actually did well to dodge it, but Catalysm's driven into the ball.
That hurts. That hurts so much. After the amount of good work that this team did in the previous game, and then you just get sucker punched like that. But if we know anything about PSG Tundra, is that they don't like to start these games off very well. They like to fight back in the second half of it. So you know what? Maybe that was intentional.
It is a bit unlucky for Catalysm. The ball could not have bounced any worse for him, but he didn't need to be there. He didn't need to be driving straight back towards his goal. He did have a bit of time where he could have taken a side-on approach and still been in that area to follow up on Tox's 50-50. I mean, Tox did so well, dodging the demo and 15 clear. That's not 15 clear though, 2-0. I mean, it's the same again. BDS have the quicker start.
Okay, anytime now, PSG Tundra. It was funny, but maybe this should not be a habit.
Maybe not.
Oh dear. Okay, well, I believe in them. They can make something of this.
It's just two 50-50s that have resulted in goals. Seiko did brilliantly there, just baiting a challenge from Ivan midair. Ivan thought Seiko was going to try and dunk him, but Seiko just slowed down, let Ivan hit the ball softly. And,
Oh,
you know, I
Seiko's
just
got
thought it's a
bumped, it's
big
in.
bump. Wait, he's actually got him. This is just the most physical game that we've seen in a while. Catalysm will be credited with a goal. Look at Ivan upfield, taking Seiko out of the air.
Is this like one of those mythical teams that we're going to start talking about, Johnny? 2 goals down, PSG Tundra.
Yeah.
Like, they play so... I understand that the first 2 goals kind of came out of nowhere. It's sort of the mucky parts of Rocket League gameplay. But PSG Tundra, when they open up the angles and give themselves passing options and leave a player downfield, are the best definition of the or version of this team I have ever seen.
I mean, it's what we've been asking this team to do.
It's been frustrating. I'm so annoyed.
We want to see them play confidently, and that's what they're doing when they're down. They're actually going to equalize Ivan with the flip reset.
What is this?
I mean, it's exactly like you're saying. They play their best Rocket League when they're losing, because then they finally have to go out and hunt for the comeback. This time it comes a lot earlier, with a long way to go in Game 3. PSG Tundra swing the momentum heavily in their favor.
Ivan talks Catalysm. You don't have to bring me on as a coach for this. I'm going to give you the best advice I've ever given anybody. Get a sticky note, all of you, put it in front of your opponent's side, and just put a 2 over there. You don't have to actually do it in-game.
Yeah, be careful. If you are going to put a sticky note on your monitor and you're playing Rocket League, put it anywhere but the bottom right. That's going to really hinder your ability to play. You know, maybe not. The only place that's going to hinder you.
There is a YouTube video right there for anybody that wants it. Every time I win a game, I put a sticky note on my monitor. There you are. That's out there in the world.
Oh,
Go
wow.
ahead and take it.
All the YouTubers have just written that down on their sticky note, probably, as we speak. 2-2. So a bit of a calm before an inevitable storm late game here. If one thing, I love how PSG Tundra are diving towards the ball from awkward angles. You know, BDS probably came into this expecting standard rotation from this team. They're a very normal team in how they play Rocket League. They don't like to take risks. They like to just rotate back. But what we're seeing today from PSG Tundra is a lot more activity on the rotation back, and it seems to be catching BDS off guard.
Well, half the game to play. PSG Tundra don't seem to know what to do with themselves. They've already done what they needed to do, get themselves back in. And now, I want to see how they go about this. I want to see if there is an actual, tangible difference to the way they go about this game. As Rise forced to delay, Ivan out of boost. Good challenge though from Catalysm. Looks for another one, and they keep winning each and every one of these. Togs doesn't get it over the line. Seiko there just in time. And now Rise goes looking for Monkey Moon. And Monkey Moon is not quite that tall.
Yeah, Tox definitely had an open net there, but he was so close to the ball when it popped up in front of him. He actually had to just slow it down to keep it on target. Now Seiko starting to pop off. Little floor double on target from him. Not the best clear. That's going to invite Monkey Moon into the air. He doesn't get the block on Catalysm though, who's still up for this. Trying to block Rise.
Oh, you need to get that.
Rise saw Catalysm coming, so he's able to dodge that block. It's one of the worst feelings when you hit the ball straight into somebody who's just falling back down to the ground.
Catalysm up against Seiko, who does enough to at least bring back the troops. Now Rise back in. Infield, Monkey Moon takes it back over. Not really a goal-scoring play there. But it is always those two. It's a combination of Monkey Moon and Rise playing it out from the backfield, trying to pass it infield. I'm interested to see if PSG Tundra can start getting a little bit of a read on that one. Make use of that, maybe try and get themselves an interception. Seiko now in, 2 players up. Tox keeps the ball around. Minute on the clock. What an important goal it would be. That's not the best touch from Seiko, and now his team's scrambling. Does get himself back in time, but those need to be ironed out.
Yeah, Seiko and Monkey Moon trying to synergize there. Seiko looking to pop it up for Monkey Moon, but didn't go close enough for it to be a safe play to go for. More bumps being attempted here by PSG Tundra. And eventually, it does end in a BDS counter-attack, which is stopped short at the midfield. Tox looking active as he has at the tail end of games. Rise wants Ivan to challenge him here, and he gets the challenge to come towards him, but the offload pass taken away by PSG Tundra's third man. Monkey Moon runs out of boost to the worst time. Rise is covered in it.
Oh, Rice is going to try and go for the outplay to win the game for his team. Can he do it? Ivan shuts it down. Do we need overtime? Monkey Moon off the backboard. Here comes Seiko. Shut down by Catalysm. That's an awkward bounce, though, and the play will keep going.
Oh, Monkeyman's bumping. He lands it. Rise. Denied. Multiple defenders forced to jump. Monkeyman with the perfect assist there. PSG Tundra respond.
And before you can even take a breath in, we go to overtime. Winner of this, double match points in what is humongous for both of these team seasons. Both of them trailing right now when it comes to finding their way to the World Championship. BDS further back of the two. Have to win this or they are eliminated. Before they get there, they need this one and they need double match points. Seiko has got Rise around. The corner.
Seiko's got to be calling that he's got a low boost there. Oh my goodness, Monkey with a massive dunk. You know, if BDS are calling low boost, it looks like they're going to just play a bit more conservatively with the players following up. Seiko actually got a lot better of a touch than he probably expected in that last attacking play.
Seiko just fakes it out, but Ivan recovers. Monkey Moon tasked with now trying to get rid of this. Double commit. Double the chance to hit, but this time neither of them got it. And now Rise has bumped Monkey Moon. Rise has accidentally got in the way twice now. He does bail his team out.
Yeah, BDS getting a bit stacked in defense there. Just for a moment, it looked like it might go against him. It wasn't a terrible idea. You know, Seiko, he cut off Rise because he knew he could beat the PSG Thunder player to the ball. Now, this might be a redirect from Ivan. He misses it. Again, BDS getting a bit clogged at the near post in defense. They've got to be careful to spread out here. They don't want to clump up like this and allow one touch to go over everyone's head. Infield pass. Tossed off well by Catalysm. He might be able to get on the end of this again. He does. Not much on it though. Easily cleared by Monkey Moon.
Yeah, that was the chance for a clean hit. So Monkey Moon was going to be back in time, but oh, what a touch there from Seiko. And Monkey Moon was considering it. But he didn't want to risk maybe leaving Rise back by himself. Off the backboard.
Well played.
Again from Ivan. You can't allow those to just bounce off for free off your backboard, no matter how awkward it is.
And it's just another example of PSG Tundra. They're pressuring with their recovering player. That's an air dribble challenge. And now Rise is going to be air dribbling again. He's past everybody here. It's on the goal line. Sterling Seiko scores! Rise has PSG Tundra all over the place with the air dribble and then fakes the reset. But somebody's got to play the ball there. PSG Tundra, they completely capitulate.
Well, Rise asked the questions. PSG Tundra had none of the answers, ripped up the exam sheet, and just stormed out of the building. BDS, double match points. And we were talking to you earlier on, Johnny, about how that pressure is for this team. As soon as we hit that overtime, yeah, I felt it on behalf of them. It's just ridiculous how fine the margins are this season, this split. And now it's up to PSG Tundra to put that pressure back on them.
I mean, yeah, that was not easy for BDS, especially at the end of overtime. They started to get very antsy in defense, double committing a couple of times, trying to force themselves into the play. That's, I think, how they lose goals this weekend. I think they've gotten away with one there because a couple of times, I think the communication just went out the window. They came away with a win, but they need to communicate. If they're going to cut each other off with, breaks of rotation, like we've seen from Seiko, like we've seen from Monkey Moon, it's got to be calmed early so that the third man can follow up on what is a pass rather than just committing fully to the play. Lovely little shot there of the Kiwi. We love to see that in RLCS. I do, at least. I know it's been a bit of a controversial wheel choice. What do you think, Hogan? I think for me it's
sorry, controversial? What? When did this happen?
Well, you know, I've been chatting to some of the casters back behind the scenes, and not everyone's a fan, but I think I like it. I think it looks very clean. It looks real. Looks like a real Kiwi. So I think, you know, I back it. I think it's a great wheel choice.
Yeah, it's solid, I guess. All right, cool. I need to find out who this is that's got controversial opinions over a Kiwi.
I'll call him out. James Bott. James Bott didn't like it.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I'm a fan.
Right, I know what I'm doing after this match. Rise moves on in. He was the goal provider earlier on. He's now also finding Seiko yet again. BDS just want to keep that pressure up. Rise has provided that yet again. He had a bit of a rough moment towards the beginning part of that overtime. But managed to make it up. And I think Rise it seems like he's figured something out because he is slowing down the play every time he gets the ball and trying to show off those mechanics.
Yeah, I think this is a style that can work well for them. Monkey Moon just going to catch the ball on the goal line there. Casual stuff from him. Offloading to Seiko, but look, even though Seiko's playing a clean touch, he's got a 50 to back it up. Rise very early on the pre-jump to intercept the air dribble from PSG Tundra. BDS starting to swarm them a little bit here. I think Seiko looks confident. If Seiko's confident, this team is going to do numbers, and Rise open to scoring off the aforementioned pass.
Good challenge win. Player is gone. Put the ball behind the keeper. BDS do all 3 stages well. And they have got themselves a 1-goal lead. Unfortunately, Johnny, they're going to score another one in the next minute, and then the match actually starts.
Yeah, we're halfway to the first chapter of this game being completed. BDS up by 2 goals before the inevitable comeback from PSG Tundra. Taking a while to get that second goal. Maybe this is the strategy for BDS. They're thinking maybe if we just never go up 2-0, the comeback won't happen. Infield pass very sideways there by Seiko. He wasn't ready for that to be as directly at him. Not that it's a bad pass by Monkey Moon, but again, you know, just about the communication, about the synergy for BDS there. I mean, they're both doing good things, but they don't work together perfectly in that position.
I do want to point out just a moment ago a massive bump from Monkey Moon that allowed him time to get all the way back, and now it's led further on. There's our 2-goal lead. Okay, everybody, here we go. PSG Tundra, can you copy-paste the script yet again?
You know, Seiko's 50s are really, really doing damage to PSG Tundra's chances right now. They just cannot get the ball through him. They can't get the ball away from him. And, you know, that it is a mechanic that we have to value and praise in Rocket League, especially these days. With the Fennec's rise in popularity, I mean, that's what the Fennec is all about. It's just controlling the ball, winning 50s. Can Ivan do so in his? No, it's just going to be cut off by the backboard. Again, PSG Tundra come to life, though, when they're 2-0 down. Suddenly we're seeing the attacking posture, which was missing earlier on.
It's like it doesn't matter if we're 3 goals down, so I'm just going to stay downfield a little bit longer. I think it's just that moment of thinking that they can be a little bit aggressive because it hasn't got the effect that it does when you are 1-1 or 1-0 down. Away, PSG Tundra looking better. Also looking like they need to get back now. Rise once again wreaking havoc whenever he gets a hold of the ball. Seiko ends up missing it, but can turn himself back in. All out, Rise to make it 3, and he's missed the target.
Not a lot of time left for PSG Tundra if they're going to continue to play with low-risk strategy. Seiko alone here, but he wastes a lot of time. I mean, look how much time that touch wastes. He's made sure not to hit the ceiling with it. Also made sure not to leave it as a low-hanging fruit for PSG Tundra to reach. Ivan disrupting on his way back, but it's fallen again to BDS. Rise launches. Stopped once more by Ivan in the midfield. You know, I just think, you know, to continue saying it, this is the way that I think PSG Tundra should be playing. Like, from the get-go, straight away, just unpredictable, attacking style with the bumps, and this resulted in another goal. I mean, a bump isn't even needed here, but simply the threat of one makes space for the finish.
That's a right strike, but come on, you can at least put some effort at this point. Right, 1 goal left, 1 minute left. I've said that one before. Let's see if we have got a different result, if we're going to be renewed for Season 5 over at Champions Field. Ivan up against Rise. He kind of sliced it a little bit, but Tox missed it off Monkey Moon's fake. Seiko off the ceiling. And yes, this is going to be some sort of confirmation bias for me and Johnny about the end of this series regarding how PSG Tundra should go about playing their Rocket League. But for now, they just have to keep applying it for the next 40 seconds. Rise already downfield. Seiko's outplaying everybody. And even if he doesn't get to take that and create a goal score opportunity, that's so much time off the clock.
That's, like, again, a good cut there by Seiko to disrupt the counter-attack.
Oh, no way.
Reacted brilliantly to this. It is saved by Monkey Moon. You know, there's the comms for BDS. Almost conceding there. Because a good cut of rotation is not communicated early enough. Third man dives unnecessarily. Now, not a lot of time left, but here come PSG again. Oh, they've almost done it.
They're going to have another chance at this. Tox turns round. Are still playable. They're going for the goalkeeper demo. That's still up in the air. Catalysm wins the ball to Ivan. Back to Catalysm. And he missed the target, missed the ball, and missed their chance. Team BDS will move on.
BDS are back in the top 6. What an important win that is. Closing the points gap to PSG Tundra and also leaving more points on the table for themselves. Up for grabs later on today, later on this weekend. They can really put themselves in not just the running, but in the lead for making the major and in the lead for making the world's wildcard. What a relief that must feel for BDS. This is their minimum, I think, for this weekend. Top 6. That's what they were really, I think, as a starting point, looking to get. And now, just like Scrub said earlier for Hogan mode, it's a bonus from here on. Extra also with the team. Love to see that. The support from Extra, the former world champion, defending world champion, substitute for the team. There to help them out in any way that he can. But, oh man, PSG Tundra, I mean, they played their best Rocket League when they were losing. I mean, it took that. It took the loss. It took them being trailing in scoreline to really go for it and be unpredictable. I think until then they were just a bit too predictable. All consistent, yes, but I want to see more risk to be taken for this team in the future.
Yeah, absolutely so. And like I said, it's confirmation bias for me and you because we have been angry about this all season. And now I feel even more justified in those thoughts. But for BDS, that is massive. The last thing they needed after a roster move this big, and especially for Rise, is to go from 8th in the region to still being 7th to 8th in the region. But they move on. And when we come back, we will get our next match on the board.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Rise helps BDS move on forward as they take a dub over PSG Tundra 3-1 as we carry on here with the Rocket League Championship Series European Open Day 2. Teams fighting to get to that championship Sunday. I'm Leaf, and I am welcoming back James to the desk, and Shogun is joining us now. As Shogun, I believe everyone had expected this win.
Yeah.
Maybe not PSG, but everyone else did. Listen,
I'm just saying that 3 people are perfect so far on the European pre-show, and one of them is Johnny Boy, who is he's not quite as much. He's the outlier. He's really pulling down the team right now.
Come
but
on,
I'll tell
Johnny.
you something. Rise is not pulling down this team at all. What a way to announce yourself. This is a team with an unreal amount of pressure, and they stepped up. But PSG Tundra, come on, it's right there. The playstyle is right there. Please embrace it.
James,
And honestly, I was just going to hop in, Leaf, and just say, I think it was admirable, the fight that we saw from PSG. They were hanging in there. They kept the games close. They won that overtime in game 2. But Rise really did make a difference. His impact was tangible down there. You saw multiple solo plays, going for goal, getting big goals. But, I mean, the solo play potential that Rise brings, he has this elevated ability to put on the attack. You saw him even get the solo goal, flicking the ball past the final defender, taking it downfield himself. He has that impact player ability. He showed it in this event, and now BDS, they have a chance at going deep.
Right. And again, I think a lot of people had high hopes for this team, especially after disappointing results earlier. But seeing Rise brought on, it's refreshment. It gives this team something to fight for, that energy, Shogun, to keep on moving. And they take PSG out of the tournament.
Rise has got that thing, which is an intangible in Rocket League. And it can go away very, very quickly, but it's that moment that you as a caster, you at home as fans, even the opponents on the field, where you see that ball drop to him and it's playable and you know he can go and make an outplay. And there's not many players that you get this, but you see him in that position, you go, oh, I don't know what he's about to do, but I have to pay attention. Not a massive amount of players can do that, especially with how good defense is nowadays. So Rise is still there. Rise is still that player. And they are well within reach now of making a proper run at Worlds.
Well, we have a lot more Rocket League to get through, so let's start talking about our next match as we move on to the other side of the bracket here, up to the top. It's Karmine Corp facing off against Team Vitality. 2 massive storylines colliding in the bracket right now. Zen, one of the most anticipated rookies we've ever seen. They've gotten the wins that they needed to this point, James, but now they face off against the Blue Wall.
Oh, this is really the main event. This is when the show really starts cooking. These 2 monolithic French organizations taking each other on. And like you said, Zen, the most anticipated debut in RLCS since Scrub Killa. And the other thing that's kind of mind-blowing as well is, if Karmine Corp, who I think are the favorites in this matchup, send Vitality down, then Zen is playing the most anticipated rookie up prior to him in Scrub Killa. So this is just a wild situation. Zen replacing Sizen, Vitality, a team that already went to the major, played pretty well at the major. And so that shows you the caliber of player that people believe Zen to be. And this, they're in the upper bracket here. They had some close series. They went to 5 quadrant first round in the upper, but now this is their toughest test yet. The Karmine Corp squad, undoubtedly the #1 team in the world right now. It would be massive for Zen and Vitality if they get the upset here.
Yeah, Shogun, I don't think Vatira is going to like that if Vitality thinks that they can win this one.
Look, Vatira is the best player on the best team, and just out of his pure need to get first at everything, we even gave him first place on the top plays earlier on today. This is a man that breathes dubs and nothing else. That's all he will want. He does not like the idea that the spotlight is not on him. It's over on Zen, and he's happy to snatch that away, push Vitality into the lower bracket and say, you know what, go ahead, go and have fun. The 2 most anticipated debuts of all time. Yeah, whatever. That's cool. I'm going to go win myself some championships. And that is going to be incredibly interesting. I'm not going to reveal what my prediction was for this, but I'm going to give a quick reminder on what the pre-show crew said. It was Stumpy and Cole both went over. Oh, wait, no. It was Cole and...
You should get this right.
I should get this right. I absolutely should get
Just
this
say
right.
whatever.
I think it is just Cole. I think it is just Cole that went Vitality. Cole is the Vitality pick on this one, with Stumpy and Johnny going the way you said, Leaf, with the favorites.
Yeah. I like the boldness of it, and obviously you guys in competition have to
wrongness.
But I also, if I'm being honest here, as just a fan of fun storylines, I don't want Vitality winning them. I want.
I've never been more a fan of the status quo than I am right now.
No. There is a better storyline, Leaf, and it's if Hogan mode gets to the final.
Okay, I'll give you that. But what's more realistic here?
I think there's still, no matter what, a chance for a great storyline here. But Karmine Corp is the best team in the world. Vatira, I think, most people would agree that he is the king of the castle right now. This Karmine Corp squad showing you how deadly they were, especially against BDS at 0 seconds. They are icy. They are clutch. They are closers. They've proved it, and they've got a big target on their back. But the problem is no one's got the firepower to hit.
James, the only hopium the whole of the world had against them was, well, maybe they can't do it at LAN. They weren't great at Rotterdam. Maybe this is an online team, and yeah, you can go and win whatever you want. And then we had the most recent major happen, and the hopium is all out, and we're forced to just accept it at this point. This is the team to beat, and they'll want to keep that going. They now got to deal with the difficult part of being a top Rocket League team, which is staying #1 for a prolonged period of time.
I thought you were going to say playing a team of French players.
Does it get nullified if you're already French?
I have no idea how that works.
We don't know how this works. We need to start speaking to the French and figure out how the intricacies of this go.
Yeah, it's fun, even just again looking at the side-by-side stats of just reinforcing K-Corp's dominance with the win rate. It's just they're so good at this game, especially with Vatira leading the charge here. But I think obviously Vitality's hopes is that Zen tends to be that charger for that team.
Well, so here's the thing, is I was watching Zen play yesterday, and for anyone else that was playing, it was when I think we all went into this and we were ready to give the big overreaction. It was either going to be the worst thing ever or the greatest player of all time, and he was absolutely fine. And I have no other real way to describe it. He was there. I think it was Alpha more than anyone else that really stepped up. We really cannot forget that Alpha is right there and is that player before Vatira, before Zen. It was Alpha. And this is his chance. This is Alpha, I would say, of all players in the RLCS, on the European side at least, James, is probably the best player with the least silverware.
And there's also a bit of the timing, going into the online era through the pandemic, less opportunities, I think, for teams to really get, the LAN hardware. But you're right. Alpha was the prodigy. He was the first really, young French prodigy coming into an already existing Rocket League ecosystem. He made a huge splash with Savage, and K-Dop and Fairy Peak, those a major French successful players. They kind of were there since the beginning. Alpha was the one coming in afterwards, and there was so much hype around Alpha, and Alpha did live up to it quite a bit, but then the success stopped, dried up a little bit, and I think even talking to Alpha, I talked to him before, things were easy for him when he came in. When he was that prodigy, he just was so much better than everybody. He had the mechanical advantage that it was easy for him. He made it look easy because it was. But now we're getting to a point in time in Rocket League where it is so challenging to be up at the top. And you can't rest once you get there. You have to keep working at it. Nothing comes easy in today's age.
Now, as we wait for players to get ready, I wonder which team is probably handling the anticipation of this match a bit better. I mean, just you look at the faces immediately.
Oh, it's absolutely KC.
Yeah, they look relaxed.
This is Saturday to KC. This isn't a Rocket League Saturday. This is Saturday. Nothing else. Nothing else to really get anticipated for them. They just go in and want to do their work. And I feel like I'm gonna, kick myself a little bit here because I've sat here and I've talked about KC and I've spoke mostly about Vatira. But look at what's beside him. Itachi, Exotic. The last major was the moment I think the whole world realized, oh no, this is a three-headed dragon that we've got to deal with. And it just is going to get more difficult.
This is the thing too. Even chat is saying right now that there's still belief behind Zen, but the overwhelming response is that K-Corp is that team to beat, and chat seems to know it as well. And we have that match ready for you guys. Let's head down to the pitch. Cole and Subi are ready to cast it for you. Highly anticipated rookie Zen may have gotten the expected wins to this point, but now his team faces off against the Blue Wall, the big bads of Europe. Let's see how they fare in this best of 7.
Welcome one, welcome all to the Spring Splits upper bracket. And here, Subi, we've got a clash of the French Behemoths, the reigning major winners, against the rookie who may be about to stamp his name all over the RLCS.
There hasn't been such an anticipated debut since you rewind the clocks all the way back to Scrubkilla. And people are wondering, how is he going to fare, especially in Europe, when you've got monsters on the board, such as Karmine Corp, Team BDS. Well, there's no bigger test than right here, right now, defending Winter Major champions, going up against the big rookie of Zen. Man, oh man, I'm so excited for this. I mean, for him to come in, make it to Saturday is already putting a stamp on what a good player he is. But if they can take down this team, my goodness, sky is going to be the limit.
When this double elimination bracket was revealed, I think the first thing many people did was look to see how quickly Team Vitality and Karmine Corp could potentially meet, because that's probably when they would meet, and that's exactly what's happened. Upper bracket, both unbeaten, both doing well to be here, both playing okay. You know, Shogun mentioned it on the desk over there that Zen did fine yesterday in his matches. Fine for him is still really good at Rocket League. He's not too bad himself, fakes his way through a couple of them.
A huge double commit at midfield from Karmine Corp here, as you see Itachi and Vatira both go, and they both seemingly pull off. Can't have those communication breakdowns as Radosin gonna strike first for Team Vitality.
Yeah, we have to be careful with Vitality that we don't talk too much about their new player who has the ball now and didn't quite have the boost to get that flick over the top of Exotic, because Alpha has been there, he's done that, he's, I wouldn't say won it all, but won plenty in the Rocket League world. And Radosin, he is in fine form himself, so Vitality, if anyone can take down this Karmine Corp beast, maybe they are the chosen ones.
Well, and this is the best format to do so. I mean, I get that we're now in playoffs, but the fact that Team Vitality came into this double elim bracket, you know, I think starting off on groups would have been better for Zen. You get a little more time to warm up, but the fact that they came in, didn't drop a series, says a lot about this squad. But Karmine Corp, you were here on the desk say it. This is just a normal Saturday for them. They don't care who they're facing up against, whether it's just a new Rocket League prodigy, whether it's former beasts of Team BDS. It just doesn't matter to them. They're so used to success. They're so used to being here. And the infield pass is there from Exotic to Itachi. They've been absolute money with that all season long.
The only man on the field not bearing the French flag is the first goal scorer for Karmine Corp. Itachi, the Moroccan, had to be smart with his finish. There was a goalkeeper there, but he made sure to avoid him to bring back some parity for Karmine Corp. And they, Subi, are just a tremendous team. They are utterly terrifying. You can see the speed that they showcase every time the ball's near them. What reflexes from Exotic?
Well, I'm just curious. Oh, that's what happened. Alpha was last man back, and no one there on that back line, as it was an aggressive kickoff from Team Vitality, and Karmine Corp just capitalizes on that one to immediately swing the game in their favor and take the 1-goal lead.
That's just what they do. They keep on coming. A goal doesn't phase them at all. Itachi gets it past one. Radosin's in there against Exotic. And Vatira was standing up against Alpha, who at least managed to get the ball to the side. Then tries a few chain dashes on the wall, but can't quite get his way towards the ball there. So Karmine Corp coming forward again. And it seems to me, Subi, that Karmine Corp so far just look a little bit sharper in these opening stages of the best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's to be expected, especially with the new addition of Zen. I get that he's been on the roster for such a long time, but how much scrimming, how much practice do they actually have together? As, you know, they had Sizen on the roster. And that brings me to another point that I wanted to ask you about, but we'll go back to that later, as Alpha 54 knocks us all up right at halftime.
There's going to be no time at all to go back to any point, Subi. The rate that these guys are scoring goals, it's going to be one of those moments where if you don't take your chance to speak, they're going to steal it from you. 2-2. Right, Subi, go quick.
Okay, fine. What do we need to see from Team Vitality to make it to where, okay, the trade was worth it, or the benching of Sizen was worth it. We saw how good they did at the Winter Major. What do they need to achieve to make it say, okay, Zen taking that starting role was absolutely worth it?
I think what we've seen from him already, even in his early forays into Rocket League top-tier competition, you know, they've already qualified easily for Gamers 8. You'd expect that they're going to be in these later days in tournaments in the regionals as well. Even if they make it to the major and struggle, go out 12th to 16th or whatever, you have to say that with Zen, they have the future with them.
Okay.
The beating heart of themselves. It's a long-term project because he's so young and he's so new and he's so capable, and so is Radosin, and he almost bulldozed his way through.
So it's all about the future for them, and forget about the past, because they're realizing the building blocks of Zen are absolutely huge and absolutely going to do well for them as the pressure building here. Is Itachi trying to clear it downfield, going to maintain possession. A weird ghost hit there as Zen comes in, gets that off the back wall, and that's one thing that is so incredible from him. His poise, his mechanics, the demo on the back half, and Radosin can't clean it up. The double wasn't there.
He's looked like Vitality's most likely player in this first game, Radosin. Every time he gets the ball, he's looking dangerous. Charging into Exotic now. He gets the ball to the side. Vitality, at their best at the start of this game, but at the end of it, they're looking more strong.
Oh, no!
Itachi can't get in the way again. Alpha sends it home.
Big follow-up here from Alpha in the back half. And again, awkward play there from Vatira and Itachi. I feel like someone should have went earlier, and the delay is what leads Alpha. Able to just push into the box, take the lead, less than 1 minute to go. Team Vitality looking for huge upset here already in game one.
We've barely even mentioned Vatira, and yesterday he got a huge 0-second equalizer. Will he have to do the same again? He's got 50 seconds before he has to even think about keeping the ball up from the ground. The Vitality are the ones coming forward. Alpha,
he's there.
Stealing pinch. It's not quite going to be on target, but Exotic was scampering back. Now Zen, he takes a fast shot. Vatira was there waiting for it. Now 35 seconds gone. Vitality doing so well just to see this clock away. Radosin coming forward again. Looks absolutely devastated with the edgeables. Alpha might be able to just place this one into the goal. Vitality, huge favorites for game one.
Well, and look at the veteran play from the rookie here, Zen. Realizing Alpha had the shot, instead of pushing onto that ball, just leaves it wide open for the better attempt. Just great unselfish play from the rookie, Zen. Not a lot to show for on the boards, but when you look at the play on the field, it is monstrous. As this ball goes towards midfield, Vatira, they need to strike right here, right now, down by 2 goals. You can't waste a lot of time. You can't allow this ball into your own half. And 15 seconds to go. Looks like Team Vitality gonna take game number one.
Unless Itachi's got a chance and he's gonna make it 4-3. 10 seconds left, Subi, nothing's won yet.
Nothing at all. It gets very interesting, especially when you have Vatira on the opposite side of the pitch. You gotta pay attention on this kickoff if you're Team Vitality. You've already been capitalized upon once. You can't let it happen again.
Here we go, the fake kickoff, the Spanish kickoff. Anything interesting? They've lost it to the bottom left, but Radosin charges in and takes out Itachi. Alpha slows things down again. Vatira's trying to dive in, not able to this time. And Zen, who else, charges it down for Vitality. Itachi keeps it high towards Exotic. The danger is still there. Vatira doesn't fall for the fake, might be able to get the second touch, but no, he's not. And Team Vitality survived not quite an onslaught, but just a slight reminder of what Karmine Corp are going to offer in the rest of this series.
When these stats pop up, you'll see it was not an onslaught. It was an onslaught for Team Vitality. 15 shots on the board to Karmine Corp's 6. And when you look at the shots, the big one that stands out to me, Vatira with not one on target. They've got to do a better job at creating offense and getting Vatira involved. We know that they can succeed when it's just Exotic and Itachi. Sure, that combo is deadly, but none more deadlier than Vatira. Down in a hole a little bit here after game number 1. Team Vitality is looking extremely strong.
Seeming comfortable as well. Even at this late stage in the tournament, they're going to desperate to make it through to Championship Sunday, desperate to make it through to Grand Finals, all the way, Team Vitality. And if you're going to do that, you have to come up against teams like Karmine Corp, and you have to beat teams like Karmine Corp. Karmine Corp were better than them for large swathes of that, but Vitality stepped up. They had that extra gear.
I mean, it's just incredible to see the confidence that Radosin and Alpha 54 seemingly have gained when Zen takes the pitch. like we were talking about, he didn't do much there in game number 1 in terms of statistics, but he did a lot in terms of unselfish play to give his teammates opportunities. And when you look at Radosin and Alpha, they just know what this kid possesses. I think everyone in the world knows what this kid possesses. So it just unlocks a different mentality for Team Vitality.
And we know that their attack is going to be almost flawless at times. It's going to be utterly terrifying Vitality. Until that last game, Karmine Corp had won 95% of the games in which they'd scored 3 goals or more. Until Vitality come and knock, and they get their 4, and they manage to hold, as Zen puts that one round the corner for Alpha. The pinch is over Itachi scarily. Zen didn't gamble. Maybe that could have been 1-0 Vitality.
Absolutely, but I like to see that. I don't want to see over-aggression from Team Vitality. I don't want to see Zen just thinking that he has to do it all. He already knows Radosin, Alpha 54, great players. They're going to be able to provide for him. So it's smart play for him to cover up that back line. He gets the boost steal there from Vatira. They're going to be slow on defense, but that extra flip going to slow things down. And Exotic hand in hand with Vatira here. The flip not quite there for Vatira, and this ball just going to go into this coffin corner.
Zen's going to be able to see this one. Onto the roof of his car, gets it past Exotic. Radosin's there. Vatira was almost bumped out the way by Zen. Those two have had a couple of little nibbles at each other. First off, Vatira faked out Zen, and then Zen took a huge swipe at Vatira on the goal line. It's Vatira that comes out victorious so far. Exotic to the corner, but it's read by Zen again. And then who's going to be next on the ball? It's just bouncing in that corner. Is there any real danger for Vitality? Not really. I mean, that's what's impressed me for them so far. They conceded 3 goals against Karmine Corp, but on the whole, their defending has been really solid. That's a scary situation with Karmine Corp coming through. Dealt with it well. Can they do so again? Alpha tries to help out Radosin. Alpha does exactly that.
Yeah, and for Karmine Corp, this is the new breed of Team BDS. I remember watching BDS back in the day when it was marked by a Monkey Moon, and just seeing that they played to perfection. They weren't necessarily the most mechanical team on the pitch, but what they did best was capitalizing on mistakes from their opponents, as Vatira tucks that one in, baits out Alpha 54, and just rattles it off the post.
Yeah, Alpha did all he could with Exotic's floor pinch. He actually did well. He stood up tall, but sadly for him, Vatira was coming forward, and that beautiful goal explosion, the Lotus Flower, which suits Forbidden Temple down to a T, as Karmine Corp do get their first lead. Not their first lead in the series, but nice return to the lead for them. Much needed just to settle any nerves that may still be here, or maybe they've been there and done it all by now, and nothing Vitality throw at them can phase them. Alpha's on the side, though. Zen's in the center, but Alpha doesn't have the boost to really take advantage of him. Bosun's going to have to get back now as well, so Karmine Corp slowing the game down, letting Vitality come at them, and then hoping to counter-attack devastatingly.
Yeah, funnily enough, it's not a huge counterattack because there hasn't been that much offense here from Team Vitality. So far through the first half of game number 2, only 1 shot from Radosin. It's been all Karmine Corp all game long, and that patience is paying off dividends. They are just waiting for those shots to come on board just like that and break out. The transition offense that we're seeing from Karmine Corp is absolutely brilliant.
When Vitality do get the ball, though, they do look dangerous, as you'd expect. Zen's not going to get that one. Maybe Alpha will. No, it's actually past a couple of them. Now just Radosin, he tries to fake him out. The temptation's always there to go for the triple fake if you've already got the double. Can't blame him. But quite on that occasion. Alpha also can't hit his redirect. So Vitality are certainly trying to mix up the way they're coming forwards, but Karmine Corp not falling for it just yet. Vitality now find themselves about 90 seconds away from losing game number 2.
Still right in it, though. Only down 1. As they get a little bunched up there at the top of the box. And those clears that turn into passes, you love to see it from Team Vitality, but again, Karmine Corp just being extremely patient. It's going to take multiple passes if you're going to want to pull that goalie out, as Alpha 54 almost had a big shot on target there. Didn't come to fruition as Zen looks for the bump. Not quite there as well, and Radosin and Alpha 54, little miscomms there as this ball goes all the way back to their own half.
At some point, you wonder if Karmine Corp's deep defense is going to leave them punished. Because Vitality are having opportunities for redirects and infield passes. A couple of times they've been so near just to connecting with the ball with that single pixel they have to get maximum pace on it. Not quite been able to. One more chance. Zen forward to Alpha 54, who puts it out wide to Radosin. All 3 players from Vitality involved in this one. Alpha just wants to get that one to the backboard for Zen. In the end, it comes from a Karmine Corp player, and Zen does prod it home.
it just had the feeling of this is their push. This is where they're going all in. Alpha gets a great 50 that squirts towards the middle, and Zen finishes it off to knot us up. 30 seconds away from going into overtime. Team Vitality just refuses to go away.
Great drama in both these opening games. Impactful kickoffs all the way to the end of each of them. Now Karmine Corp going to want to reassert their dominance. Vatira here, he's to the wall. What can he do? He's got so much boost as well, and the flip reset. He just waits for Zen and tries to get it over the top of him. I'm telling you, those two have got it in for each other. Desperate to outplay the opposite number. And so far between the two of them. Exotic over the
demo.
Ocean should be able to get there on time. Zen wants to catch it. He's got no boost. Exotic doesn't know that, though, so Exotic trends back. He's a little bit bullside. Awkward play from him. Redosen's there. He tries to fake out Itachi. Maybe the infield pass would have been better. Either way, it's overtime.
You know, it almost has the feeling between Vatira and Zen that Vatira took it personally, that everyone on the desk was talking about Zen.
For sure.
You know, we're all looking forward to him, and Alpha 54 catches Vatira sleeping. And Team Vitality up 2-0 over the defending Winter Major champs.
Pure pace from Alpha 54 doubles up the Vitality lead, and immediately, Subi, Itachi calls for the tactical time out. The first one in EU in this event, and it's going to be a huge one. This is not a situation that Karmine Corp are used to.
Oh my, not at all. Being in a hole, and how do you climb out of it? Because they had Team Vitality on the ropes, it seemed like, after the first half here in game number 2. If you remember, I called out there was one shot on the side of Team Vitality. Then they just come storming with the offense. End game number 2 with 5 shots on target. None more important than the one that came at 33 seconds from Zen. Gets his first goal here of the series and puts Team Vitality up early. You love to see it, but Karmine Corp got to get things figured out, as you see Eversax talking to his team, trying to figure out how they can break through this Team Vitality defense.
Well, I'm sure what he's noticed is that twice Team Vitality have seemed a little bit lackluster for entire minutes in the game. In the first game, Karmine Corp, when they went 2-1 up, they were all over Team Vitality. They had them for pace, they had them for territory, they had more of the ball. And then in the second game, as you mentioned, Subi, they had so many more shots, so much more attack, until Team Vitality seemed to get frustrated at that fact and just switch it up, change it, go ultra aggression. So maybe Karmine Corp going forward in this series are going to be a little more aware that even if it feels comfortable at the moment, it might not in 10 seconds time.
I have to correct myself. I said match point. It's only 2-0. This is a best of 7. So my apologies. You know, you get a couple more games, which is absolutely huge for Karmine Corp. But, you know, I love to see the timeout taken after game number 2. You don't want to go into that 3-0 hole to where you've got to pull out the reverse sweep right now. Still definitely in this series, but you know, what do they have to do to stop Team Vitality? It seems like they had the aggression there in game number 2. They had the offensive production. They just weren't finding the shots.
I mean, the last time they were 2-0 down in a series was against Moist in the quarterfinals of the full major, and that was one that didn't go too well for them. So recent history suggests that when they do come up against an opponent that can read them, that is on top of them, they can be beaten. They are defeatable. And this is a team, you know, with everyone on the desk has been talking about Vitality. If you follow the Rocket League scene on Twitter, everyone's talking about Vitality to the extent that Karmine Corp have sort of been lost. Vatira individually has made Championship Sunday for the last 17 events. He's going for lucky number 18. This is the team of champions, of superstars. They are able to go up a couple of gears. Maybe it starts now. It whacks it in off the post. KC back in the game.
Wow, what a transition here. Itachi sees Exotic wide open, splits the defenders, and splits the post. Puts the first one in for Karmine Corp just 13 seconds into game number 3.
Almost just smashed that back wall back into the ether itself. So much power on the strike. Accurate as well. Itachi might double up the lead. Subi, these tactical timeouts, utterly magic.
Oh my gosh, and you gotta just commend what Eversax was telling his team there. And it seems like it was just one simple message. Ramp up the aggression, put them on their heels, and put the shots on target, and they can't stop you. And so far, it's coming true.
The question is, let's see what Team Vitality are made of. They do have a rookie, experienced is not on their side as Itachi puts it towards himself. Zen there charges him down. It goes into the corner. Dangerous times for Vitality. Maybe Zen can change that with one of his famous ceiling plays. Exotic saw it coming, though. They've been doing their homework, and it remains at 2-0.
And I think what Zen is most famous for is the 1v1s, especially the ones we get to see on Johnny Boy's channel of him. I mean, how many games in a row or series in a row did he win? He went undefeated for such a long time, but you got to remember there's 2 extra defenders on the pitch right now, so you're not going to have as much time and space in the air with that ball. You got to make those snap decisions, and so far we've yet to see that here in this series from him.
There will be a moment. There will be a goal. Oh, Alpha, that was a little bit awkward, sending that ball high instead of actually staying behind it. So a tad shaky there from the Vitality defense. And Karmine Corp are swarming. They're able to make the most of this. Exotic has Itachi in the center. The pass is inch perfect, but Zen gets in the way as well as he can. Dosen pre-flips. Again, it's a little bit awkward from Vitality. Exotic's back, slams it into the top corner. 3-0 just like that.
The 1-2-1 passing play. Exotic to Vatira, back to Exotic, just twisting up the defense and making them trip over their own shoelaces. 3 goals at 3:33. It's all KC here in game number 3.
Fast passes as well. Vitality struggling to deal with them. And now all of a sudden, they're chasing balls they can't get. Radosin has to heroically dive in the way. Actually rotates out. Zen. His touch forward. Is Radosin going to be on that? No, he's not. It's just Vatira that's coming in. Gets the flick reset over Alpha. And Zen sends it away. Everything is falling onto the blue bonnets on the pitch. And Karmine Corp looking devastating at the moment.
They have absolutely woken up. The beast has been unlocked. And his name is Vatira as he's waiting, sharking at midfield. Just picked up full boost, waiting on Alpha. Not going to let him get over the top of him. And great challenge there from Vatira to slow things down.
No.
That shot on target. Zen has to catch up, does so, but here comes Vatira, slowing it down over the defense, and the changeup just completely throws off Team Vitality.
In one of the most mechanical lobbies in the world, it's the old school tap and smash. Hit it up for yourself, then smack it to the left or right when your opponent tries to jump up to reach it. That works out for Vatira. Makes it 4-0, increases the dominance even more for Karmine Corp. This is turning into a lesson for Team Vitality, one they'd better heed as this series goes on.
What's the lesson? Don't play on the pitch at the same time as us?
Yeah, basically, we are still the #1 team, but Vitality, clean challenge from Radosin, get themselves back involved.
A little bit of luck on his side here as this one goes straight into the net. A little help there from Exotic to put a little more oomph behind that ball. Now 1 goal, Team Vitality. We just crossed halftime. They're definitely still in this one. A 3-goal lead.
That was so
Should be
close.
quite comfortable, but, you know, the kickoffs. We saw how strong it was for KC, and my goodness, Team Vitality almost got away with one, but the lead back to 4.
That's a real killer there for Vitality. Zen was so near to making the most of the close cheek kickoff. Couldn't quite whip his car around. The ball comes back, and Vatira has the easiest shot of his life, and it's 5-1. And once again, it's looking like this game is over, and Vitality are just going to be looking above themselves as Karmine Corp score aerial goal after aerial goal. So, a quick swing there, a 2-goal swing, I guess, if you think about it like that, for Karmine Corp. Looking all the better, and in situations like this, you have to praise the coach. You know, Eversax, whatever he said, whatever his players needed to hear, he was saying.
Now, don't forget, just last game, we saw almost the similar shot totals. We've got 9 from KC, 1 from Team Vitality. Team Vitality won last game, but a little different here. They're down by 4, and they can't even get the offense going. Look at the aggression that we're seeing from KC.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of breathing room when the shots are actually going in, and you start to see that scoreboard at the top of your screen ticking along as you're scoring goals. Zen will save that Vatira flick pretty darn simply. And Zotic's going to send it away. It feels like Karmine Corp have just slowed things down a little bit. Don't want to exert themselves too much in a game that, for all intents and purposes, has been dead for about a minute or so. And I like this game management from them. You know, best of 7s, they are exhausting. They don't want to waste all their energy, all their thought power going into a pretty much a dead rubber at this point.
You also don't want to give up dumb goals. I mean, it just gives Team Vitality more confidence. Are they going to come back from a 4-goal deficit? Yeah, unlikely, but you just don't want to give them the hope. you just kind of sit back on your heels, say, we've got the big lead. No point in overextending. You see Vatira there. Why challenge? No point. Got 2 coming for him. Zen bumps him out of the way. Alpha finishes it off. Down by 3, 45 seconds to go. They're going to need 1 every 15 seconds, and it's going to be hard to do against this KC defense.
Consider my interest, though, peaked. 3 goals needed. Let's see, how is this kickoff? Last time out, there was a close cheat from Zen, and it almost led to a goal for him. Goes up against Exotic. He wins it, but only as far as Vatira. Karmine Corp, exactly what they wanted to happen there. Exotic's coming in, might be able to kill the attack again from Vitality. Any comeback hopes squandered. Time is just being seen away. So credit to Vitality, Subi. They haven't given up on themselves. They haven't, just started looking at the floor and feeling a bit sad. They've kept on kicking along. They'll lose this game, but they've at least shown KC they can fight when it comes down to it.
Exactly, and you can't do that against KC. You can't show them that you're bleeding because they will absolutely strike and punish you. You've got to, well, that one's a bummer, but you got to stay in the fight, and you got to remember, okay, yeah, we got absolutely stomped here in game number 3, but we're still up in the series. We're still up 2-1. We only need to win 2 more games. So for Team Vitality, they're still in this. Rocket League is a game of runs, Cole. And right now, it's just a run for KC.
KC have also just used their trump card. They have now won their last 9 games after taking a tactical timeout. So clearly, maybe Vitality pre-planned to lose that game. When they take it, we'll probably lose the next one statistically. Then we go back on the attack in the next game, and we strike. Maybe that's what they think.
I like it. Yeah. Just got to keep everyone thinking. Yeah. It's all mind games, right? This was part of the plan. You don't want to sweep KC. No.
Too much pressure.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You want to make people think, oh my goodness, look at that. Zen, top of the leaderboard for his team. Everyone close in score, but Team Vitality nowhere near in terms of goals. This was just all KC. As we look at the replays, that was a nice little wave dash from Alpha to get right back behind the ball. As get a nice look there at Vatira, stretching it out, just kind of cooling off.
I love the fact that, he's calmed down now. He's standing up. He's just trying to bring himself down, become more zen, if you will. But earlier on, when we saw the reactions to the goals that Karmine Corp was scoring, the passion, the fire was still fully there from Vatira and Karmine Corp as a whole. This is the team that was so close to winning all 3 regionals last time around, getting that clean sweep. They didn't quite manage that. They won the major. Still they're hungry. Still they're desperate to carry on winning. And that's going to start here. And when challenges arise like Team Vitality, you really feel that Karmine Corp are a team that are going to want to just push them right back down, stop them building any momentum, stop them having any belief, and stop them really challenging you for your throne.
Exactly. It's just a matter of the alpha of the squad. It's like gorillas. You can't let the other ones know that you're weak. You got to always stay on top. You got to beat that chest. And game 3, that's what it was, as Radosin tries to pop that over Vatira. And once again, you see the smart play from him to just go back, cover up that goal line. Itachi going to easily clear this one away. And Zen trying to keep things alive as another breakout play here for KC. So dangerous. And that's what I'd like to see Team Vitality do a little better, is cover up that back line and not allow those breakout plays.
If I could be so bold as to critique Zen, dare I do that? There has been 3 occasions now I've seen where, as he puts in a perfect infield pass, where he's gone up for an aerial and just placed the ball into the center exactly where Karmine Corp wants it. It won't matter now, actually, he's going to go down the other end of the score, but just a potential weakness I've spotted.
He's going to have those weaknesses. People are treating him like he's invincible. He is a rookie. It is the first time playing, but right there, big time shot to slot it away from the defender. Great vision from Zen. Puts the first one in, and Team Vitality take the early lead.
Yeah, and taking some of that momentum they had from the end of the last game, where they just built themselves at least into it, even if the comeback was never seriously threatened. So more good play, more good game management and ability and teamwork from Team Vitality. Karmine Corp going to have an answer. Maybe Exotic is going to get it going. He passes that wide to Vatira. Itachi's there, desperate for the ball. You can almost hear him calling for it on the comms. But it wouldn't quite fall. The angle wasn't quite there for him now. He gets there in the end. Now he can return the favor. Finds Exotic. It's bouncing down, but Vatira wisely allows them to clear.
Yeah, clear for them right then. Ball still not quite out of the zone as Radosin Gets that boost, forcing Itachi to rotate all the way back to his own half. That's going to slow things down. Now's the opportunity for a clear. They still can't quite do it, but Zen surely going to pop this one forward into the KC half. And here comes the offense from Team Vitality. Is that one just a little wide from Rodosin?
They split the switch, Team Vitality. They look like they are just being dominated somewhat by the blue attack, and then suddenly they're through. The infield pass perfection. Not quite the finish they needed on that occasion. Rodosin's going to try and launch another attack. Down the line from him, Itachi just gets the ball over him. Alpha's already waiting for it. Lovely play from Alpha 54, who's stepped up himself, I would say, since Zen has joined the squad.
Absolutely.
Zen gets that one there. Alpha, yeah, he's just improving and improving at the moment.
I mean, talk about a guy that has put himself almost in every oh wait, Zen coming off of the ceiling, and he missed that one. Think he got into his own head. He had so much time to think about what to do there. Just completely whiffs the ball. But back to Alpha 54. He's played every single role that you can on a team. He came in as a rookie with two of the greatest players in Rocket League history of K-Dop and Fairy Peak, and now finding himself as the veteran of the team. And what a veteran play to hit in this double tap.
He has been desperate to step up with teammates like this for so long. Now he has his opportunity. Alpha 54 is finding his own next level. The perfect pathway to get that second goal for Team Vitality. And if they win this one, they go within one game of winning the series. Vitality living in dreamland at the moment. Maybe it gets even better. Alpha puts it just wide, and Itachi can send it to the side.
Great challenge there from Rodosin to just break up that play from Itachi. You cannot give KC any space on the field. You give it an inch, they take a kilometer. See what I did there, Cole?
Nice. Very American of you. Proud of you, man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I am cultured. Is Vatira going to put this one back into his own half? And again, we see the aggression from Alpha 54. I think that they've figured out a little bit of the weakness of KC, if you could say that they have one.
Yeah, it's encouraging KC not even to overcommit, but just to, for a flash, for a split second, show their weakness, show that gap in their armor, and then punishing. But the demo will open up one of Vitality's own armor. The spawn was fairly favorable, and they did get back in time as well, to be fair. Here is Zen, 40 boost. He's got one flip reset and just lets the ball drop. A couple of sighters for him in this one here on Utopia. Quite got himself behind the ball in a way he would have wanted, despite having a decent game overall. But Thierry, you can't say the same about him. He just goes in front of the ball and lets it bounce in the goal itself.
Wow, and he showed this very early that that's what he was trying to do. Nice. And Rodosin just couldn't get out of the way. Tough spot to be in, and Vatira brings Karmine Corp back within one.
And again, it's a relatively late kickoff in a game that has so much impact on the game and on the series. Excitement all the way to the last in each of these. Rodosin, he just pancakes it in by Itachi.
Oh my goodness. The kickoffs just coming straight out, comes out of that corner and absolutely demolishes Itachi there. Ouch. Put on a poster, put in a highlight reel. And Team Vitality marching their way to victory.
Back in the day, the way the shot system worked was if you got loads of touches on the backboard, it would just keep giving you shot, 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 shot. I wonder how many shots that would have gone down as if it still worked that way. We'll never know, but point being, it was well played there. And it should give Vitality the little bit of breathing space they need. But Karmine Corp, they can step up themselves. Here's Itachi, he's bumped to the ceiling. Exotic underneath Alpha, but can't get the ball. Zen, he's teed up. The first touch is decent, the second one's good. The third is almost goalwards. The dagger was slightly wide at the heart.
That was insane. The fact that that was that close should have been in. I wanted that one badly, but here comes KC. Itachi looking for his first shot of the game. Vatira trying to feed Exotic, but Rodosin, great touch there. That one on target, and Itachi can't quite catch up. And Team Vitality gonna go up 3-1 in this series and put all of Europe on notice.
For a split second, the Vitality player would have thought, I'm about to score! Almost doing it in slow motion, and then suddenly his dreams just charged down by two moving Vitality players who not only blocked the shot from Karmine Corp, then have the rudeness to put it in their own net down the other end, to make it 4-1 and really kill this one. And Karmine Corp, they've used their tactical timeout.
Rodosin.
And now they find themselves 5-1 down, Subi. Karmine Corp, this is where we find out what they are made of.
Exactly.
Doink.
Put themselves in a massive hole here. Now you cannot drop a game, and you've got to win 3 in a row. Tall task here in this series against Team Vitality. And might there be a changing of the guards? It's probably a little too early to say that, but Team Vitality are looking quite strong here in this series.
Well, I mean, remember that both these teams still have both their lives, so there is a chance we are looking at a little precursor to the grand final if things follow the seeding. If that is the case and Team Vitality do win it, then Karmine Corp would have to defeat Team Vitality in 2 series in a row. But that's enough of us getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about the present, Subi. Let's talk about the now.
I love present.
Let's talk about Team Vitality. Unwrap the gift of the quality of their Rocket League.
They really have. This is the full potential. And Alpha 54 doing absolute work for his squad. He knows what it takes to be at the top. He wants to put his team back there. Team Vitality is an organization that knows success, and they want to be right back in the foray of all of the talks of what the best team in Europe is all about. And I'll tell you, Cole, right now, the addition of Zen, it just looks like they've expanded the field. Like, this field has grown for them. There's so much room to work with, and there's so much trust. I can't remember the time where we've seen a natural rookie come into the scene and just not be all over the place and look completely lost. Right now, I mean, we're not seeing double commits. We're not seeing crazy errors on their part. We're seeing some crisp, clean Rocket League. We're seeing passing plays. We're seeing mechanics. I mean, it's just a thing of beauty. And right now, Karmine Corp, so far, the only way we've seen them win is just full-on aggression.
Oh, here we go. Here's Zen. He gets the flip reset. Couldn't quite get it over the top of Exotic. And 2 Vitality players were drawn in. Vatira can't quite win the race. Zen does get back. It remains 0-0. Could have been a goal for either team, though.
And right after I was talking about how well they're playing, no double commits, a huge one at midfield to leave that back end wide open.
They couldn't imagine a world where Zen wouldn't get that over the top of Exotic. Such is the trust they have for him. They see it time and time again in scrims. Zen's going to try again. You can tell he's feeling more confident now. That one's saved again by Vatira. But look how much space he has. Every time he gets the ball, they are back on their goal line because they know Zen will connect. They can connect to Exotic. Saved by Vitality. How is this 0-0, Subi?
I don't know, because right now it's playing into the hand of Karmine Corp. The aggression is there. The speed is there. They're getting the shots, just not finding the back of the net. As Itachi trying to break out of his own half. Yet again, keep that offense going. They don't want to give Zen that opportunity, but here he comes. Hold on the phone. The shot is in from Alpha. Everyone just stopped and stared because Zen had the ball in air. But that was the air of the defense.
It's just pure terror, even though he's not necessarily connecting with his shots. When he wheels out the bazooka, people are still ducking and covering. They're fully aware that Zen will get past them. You can almost say it's almost palpable how scared KC seem. Now Zen is going for these solo plays. We've been waiting for it. It's finally happening. Nothing's won yet. There's still so much time in this game and maybe in this series, but Zen has more than warmed up.
Oh my. I mean, Cole, what's the difference or where is the difference between respect and fear? Because like you said, right now, it just seems like the defense is scared of what could happen in midair. I get having respect for a mechanical player, but right now, it's just all eyes on him.
Here he goes again. Vatira, though, just gonna fake him out to let Exotic in. He's got no boost this time as Zen. So Vatira, he can see up Itachi. Is the double tap even gonna be needed? No, it's not. It's just a bullet, and it's 1-1.
Oh my, the rounded crossbar plays to the advantage here of Itachi. It just boink, rolls right in. Perfect shot to put that one in, tie him up, and keep themselves alive in this series.
Perfect pass, perfect finish, and a perfect place for this game to be. 1 each. With 3 minutes left, Alpha might be able to give Vitality back their lead straight away. It's saved by Exotic, who not only gets himself behind the ball, Subi, sends it high, sends it safe. Here's Zen, and he gets the double tap. He's awake, he's online. It's 2-1 Vitality.
Look at this angle from Zen. Steals the ball away from Vatira and just stays poised right behind the ball to fire that shot on target. Zen putting his team up by 1.
He's got the ball for now from the kickoff, but Vatira swipes it away from him. Should be able to read this touch from Radosin, but actually no, Radosin keeps himself behind the ball well. Karmine Corp have made the most of some Vitality overcommits, but doesn't seem to be happening right now. Vatira sends it high, Itachi long, as far as he can go with it. It's just going to fall onto Radosin. He shoots Vatira, had to swipe in from the side. Now Zen is going for a solo play. Up to the top, which Exotic was reading. Good play from Exotic. He's closed down Zen. I'd say he's been the most likely to defend against him when he's coming forwards.
And we've seen multiple times. Hold up. Can't quite get it. That shot.
You're scared too, Subi.
You're
scared. Zen's going to do something cool while you're talking.
Well, I'm only a Grand Chef. I think I'm allowed to be scared when he's in the air. I don't even know how to flip reset.
Like that. That's how you flip reset. You get a couple, and you somehow go from halfway down your own side of the pitch to all the way onto their goal line. Radosin tries to tee up Alpha. Alpha fakes him out. Radosin gets the goal, but Alpha has the brilliance.
Oh my goodness, goes up, and Exotic thinks maybe he's gonna get the touch, so he's just gonna go ahead and... Oh, no way! This team is playing so good right now, but one thing that's extremely concerning for Karmine Corp is not only are they down 2 goals, but their defense, very lackluster. Their initial touches, way too heavy. That ball's getting way too far ahead of them, but Exotic keeping themselves here in game number 5, keeping it alive.
The ball was getting ahead of Karmine Corp, but maybe Vitality got ahead of themselves. Alpha thought he was invincible, going up as the last man for Exotic, but Exotic had the ability to get it past him, and suddenly Vitality are just dragged right back down to earth, right back down into the pit where the monster of Karmine Corp is awaiting, and maybe is awakening itself. Here's Vatira. Exotic's in the center. Vatira tries to just charge down through Radosin. You can tell how desperate he is to turn around on that ball, but instead he leaves Itachi onto it. Zen is bumped out the way, and now Vatira finally gets his own turn. Exotic's in the middle waiting for it. Exotic can't get over it. Now he's going to have to get over it, though, because there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and KC need a goal.
They do, but they can't panic just quite yet. Still, plenty of time here. In game number 5, as Vatira slows this down. Great pass to Exotic to break out of their own half. Like I said, plenty of time to work with, and a big miss from Itachi. You gotta have that, but Vatira sees him upfield. Itachi can't quite get the redirect, and that one gonna be slowed down.
Ooh, Alpha stayed behind the ball as well as he could. There is a double commit there from Karmine Corp. Just starting to look a little bit rushed. Alpha's in against Vatira. Itachi does his best to help Vatira out and manages it. Now Exotic can slow things down as much as he can. Wants the ball back. Is there a pass on for Itachi? Not quite there, just a 50-50 challenge. In the air it goes, time still disappearing in front of Karmine Corp's eyes. Vatira gets it around a couple of them. Zen is the last man back, and he's got some boost to the sky with him, to the ceiling with him. He's following it, he's shooting it, but it's saved by Itachi, and then Vatira saves the follow-up from Alpha.
What a hold from Karmine Corp to keep themselves in game number 5. They've got to push this ball all the way, full length of the pitch. Zen smartly slows this one down, allows Radosin to fully boost up. Less than 10 seconds to go here, Cole. They need a goal.
First they need the ball. Can they get it? Not with Alpha arriving, and Alpha sends it over the top. The experienced Vitality player may have just sent them through at the expense of Karmine Corp.
You could feel Karmine Corp inching closer and closer towards the net, and Alpha knew it, just put that shot over their heads. We need to see a good kickoff here from Karmine Corp. I'm sorry. This one goes towards the wall, and that is gonna do it. No way, no how. Team Vitality sending Karmine Corp down to the lower bracket.
And look at what it means to them as well. They're up, they're embracing. That is the result of hours of work, days of scouting, months, years of scrims. Zen has been waiting for his first foray into the RLCS for such a long time, Subi. Now he's here, and his team have just guaranteed themselves a place in the upper bracket final. Look at the passion. Look at them. That is just the result of so much hard work.
It also must feel so good to just fully bet on a teammate, just saying, we know what this kid can do, just wait. Just wait. We have him waiting in the wings. And for Zen to completely bet on yourself, come in, and your first performance, you 4-1 Karmine Corp, get out of town. This team is absolutely a monstrosity right now.
And bear in mind, throughout that entire series, we were pretty much saying, Zen hasn't quite smashed the ball home. Zed hasn't quite connected in the way we thought he would. That was Zen, not quite. Just imagine him at quite, Subi. Imagine the quite.
Imagine him without the nerves, because I'm sure they slowly dwindled as the series went along, and you could tell he started getting comfortable with those mechanics. He started getting comfortable with the passing plays, and once he's able to call teammates off, it's going to be incredible. But for Team Vitality, they continue on, and for us, we're going to continue on right after this quick break.
Le décompte est lancé. Jack dans les airs. Fleur des balles doit baronner Jack. Fleur petit bump sur Yves et ça va donner l'ouverture du score. Derrière, Soyon n'est pas là, là-bas touche le sol. Les Genji sont champions majors de Rotterdam.
Ça manque un petit peu de puissance, c'est parfait pour Extra qui va venir mettre le but en or en faveur d'Exalti. Attention à Monkey Moon, la passe accélérée et l'ouverture du score.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak.
Welcome back to the RLCS Day 2 for Europe in the opening event of the Spring Split. We have just witnessed a brilliant debut event continuing for a certain hype player named Zen. And we're joined by Redosin after, I think, maybe the biggest win that you've had online so far this season. Redosin, you just beat Karmine Corp in your first event with Zen. You're guaranteed top 4. What's your immediate reaction? Has it sunk in yet?
I feel like very happy because we did the change recently, and I think we have less time to train, so I'm very happy that we do top 3 in your first good tournament.
Yeah, and everyone wants to know, you're playing with Zen, like you said, very short time to practice between the major that you just played with Sizen, and now you're playing with Zen. What's it like, though, playing with Zen, your first few weeks and now a month playing together?
I think playing with Zen is amazing, because Alpha is very mechanical, but Zen is I think it's the best mechanical in the game, he has the best mechanics. And I think it's my best team I ever had in my life, so it's amazing to play with him and Alpha too.
Yeah, it's definitely, we'd all agree with that. Zen's incredible, but we don't just want to talk about Zen today. You, Redosin, and Alpha, you've improved a massive amount since the start of the season, which didn't go well for you guys. You didn't make the first event, and now look at you on top of the world. What motivated you to keep on improving? Because you guys have been improving and improving all season, and this is now, I think, your strongest you've looked.
One motivation I had, it's seeing everyone at the top and me not at the top. So seeing friends like Vatira, Itachi, and Exotic at the top and me not, it's a big motivation. And at the off season, I grab and rocket every time, and we are there now, so it's cool.
You say your friends there, you just beat them. They're in the lower bracket. Do you think they're going to make the lower bracket run, Karmine Corp, now that you've sent them down there?
I think they are, because they are the winter major champion, and they are better than everyone in the lower bracket, I think. So I think they're gonna do the run.
Well, that would be an incredible rematch if it does happen later on today. But we don't need to think about that yet. There's more Rocket League coming up. I just want to say one more time, Redosin, congratulations on a massive win, dominant victory against Karmine Corp. Go and enjoy it.
Thanks.
The run for Vitality continues on into top 4, the upper bracket final. And James Cole, this in my opinion, James, this it doesn't feel like a Zen show. This is the team working so well together.
Honestly, I felt like a lot of that series was the Alpha show. We saw Alpha hit some crazy goals. He had the one off the ceiling, off the backboard double tap. Alpha was incredible, but really all of Vitality was firing on all cylinders. You really get to see the threat that this team is. Redosin, brilliant. Alpha, now Zen. It's a bit scary when we've seen how good Karmine Corp can be, and Vitality just beat them 4-1. It really was. It wasn't even that close. So I'm a bit stunned. I'm a bit shocked.
Yeah, and Vitality had multiple levels to their game as well. They weren't just chucking mechanics in the wall, waiting to see what stuck. It was passing plays. It was letting Karmine Corp come on to them. There were different ways that they were trying to maneuver the ball in each game, and that game management as well, Lee. For ultimately a new team together, that seriously impressed me as well.
And they continue on into, again, as we said, the upper bracket final. They'll wait for Team Liquid and Moist there. But you're right. It goes back to what Zen said in an interview we heard, I believe it was yesterday, where he was saying, I got these mechanics, but he uses them to help open up space for his teammates. The focus, he already understands his role isn't just solo play after solo play. It's let's get everyone involved here with those.
Yeah,
mechanics.
he did that. You saw the flip reset play that led to a backboard rebound that I think Alpha was able to put in. So it's very true. It even makes me think about players like Astral, Justin back in the day as well. When you just use those mechanics to generate those scoring opportunities, you just bring so much to the table when you have the ability to make a defense quake.
Well, let's talk about our next matchup here because we got a few more games to get through. We carry on in the upper bracket semifinals here with Team Liquid facing off against Moist Esports El Splashico. joins us for a show once more as, again, Moist this time with the roster switch up, bringing Cash into the mix here. And Joyo, I think Cole's been a fun story to talk about too. It was brought up in the pre-show, his tweet, and how motivated he is, just always support his teammates no matter what, and that motivation stays there. And it's proving dividends here as they are still in the upper bracket.
Well, he looks awesome in his headband, may I be the first to say. Fair play, Joy. Long gone is the pink hair, but the headband meta is now well and truly here. And I bet you he's using Kiwi wheels. Like, Joyo's the sort of player that would rock those out. He just sort of suits the Moist Esports way of playing and the mantra there. And Cash is the same. Cash has been one of my favorite players, James, for a long time. So mechanical. You get him the ball and he's going to dance around it and do something that will make the defense think. So I think he really suits Moist.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember the Jorby Misfits phase. If you remember that,
he goes through phases, bless him, doesn't he, Jorby?
Yeah. So Cash has been a top player for quite some time. I think he might be finding his long-term home here. There's been so much instability with this Moist roster. Joyo even talking about it, and it kind of broke my heart a little bit when he's like, I might not be the player from the original 3 that you wanted to still be here, but I'm going to do my best. And I'm like, dang, Joyo, I love you, bro. You've always been great. Watching his clips that he puts on Twitter, he's an incredible player. And I just love his personality as well. You can't help but love this Moist team. I think Cash is going to be a great addition, but Team Liquid, on the other hand, has been having so much success, especially look at their performance at the major. This young team, they actually had to get permission to play before they were fully of age, which they got, and they've been popping off. So this Team Liquid team really coming to fruition, and it's going to be a tall test for Moist.
Chat, which way is it going to go? Get your hashtags in the chat. You know what to do. You're already spent. I don't even have to tell you anymore. They're conditions. They get that hashtag MST.
They're smart, not conditions. They're clever.
Let's see if you guys are clever. Let's get yours. Well, Cole,
we already know the answer to that. Cole is brilliant.
Cole is brilliant.
Brilliant.
Whatever you're going with, Cole, whatever yours was, remind us again. I'm going with that.
You're assuming that I remember what I say even 30 seconds later, let alone an hour later. I think I said that Team Liquid will win this one. I've been loyal to my Team Liquid boys.
Okay. Cole, you're kind of undermining all of the aura that you had around you. Johnny and Shogun were like, I just don't know how he does it all the time, and you're like, I don't even remember
reading the script, mate. That's what it is.
I'm actually gonna go with Moist. I think it's the upset pick. It's purely from the heart. I'm rooting for him.
Right.
It's going to be tough, but I'm going Moist.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, because I wanted someone to pick it. I'm just going with Cole because there's a higher chance I'll be right from what we've seen so far. So I'm going with Liquid on this as well. What do you say in chat? I like to see that. I always like to see it right down the middle. It means everyone's excited and everyone's going to be loud in chat and going loud. So let's head down to the field. Let's get our Splash Go going, because it returns once more. Cash joining Moist as they try for a powerful start to the split, while Liquid attempts to widen their second place lead in points. It's a best of 7. Let's enjoy the show.
We just witnessed the battle for French supremacy, but now it's time for the El Splashico, baby. Get up and get loud. It was Team Liquid getting the wood last time, Stumpy, but now there's a big old cannon on the other side of the pitch.
The cannon is going to prove to be an issue that Liquid are going to have to work their way through, but cannons they're only found at sea where it's mightily wet. So I feel like, you've got the fact that we've got the El Splashico on our hands here in the upper bracket semi-finals. It only seems right.
Love having the cannon. As you said, I was trying to think of some pirate ship sort of things going on. It is a bit piratey with the wide open expanses of the ocean that it feels like we've got here, Moist and Liquid. And it's just this element of the unknown about Moist now. We know what Liquid can do. They're just constantly on this upward trajectory internationally. They're getting their top 8s, they're getting their top 4s. And they're just constantly on the upper chronic, taking it to the sky.
I've had a couple of roster moves, but what I didn't expect was going to be a chronic passing to his brand new teammate Joyo to put that ball in. Unfortunately, our first goal is going to be an own goal on the side of Moist, but Liquid getting that early lead. And Liquid's journey so far, to be honest, it was pretty routine. Myself and Cole, we do the Liquid Day 1 streams, and it was quite easy to start off. I mean, it's 2.5 men, Speed, Rizix, and Toxic. That was a cheeky 3-1, just a little bit of little bit of a hiccup. And then we traded games with Sir, a brilliant team that myself and yourself casted earlier today. And that was a 3-2. They really, really brought Liquid to that panicked state. They couldn't get it versus Hogan mode earlier. But yes, that was a little bit of a tighter conversation, whereas Moist had to go through Monkeys, and then they also beat Hogan mode, which I would say, to be honest, that's a harder bracket to get through.
I would agree with you. Hogan mode as well. They're backing up that form, beating Star, as you said, and looking like, as we said after the series, the best team in the world right now with Scrub Killer.
maybe we said that a little bit too early,
maybe a little bit, but we do see, though, these teams that make roster changes, more often than not, are beating the established teams. We just saw what happened with Vitality and K-Corp in that previous series, so that has to be a confidence booster here for Moist with that new pickup of Cash.
And this is also one of the rare teams in our the teams that are left in this competition that haven't made a roster move. You know, Liquid, Rise, I believe, alluded to it on Twitter, saying that there was going to be a roster move with Liquid, and that he was saying him and Jorios were beefing, saying that he only started speaking on Saturday or Sunday of the major and whatever else happened. So there have been question marks over whether this Liquid squad was going to stay together. There were some tweets from Acronic, but they've clearly chosen to. And what a brilliant choice so far it has been. They are a wonderful trio. And Acronic, the man who seemed to be on that chopping block, looking to pick up his game to prove that it was the right decision to his two comrades.
I mean, when there's so many roster moves going around, you know, around you, you almost feel like it's like scratching an itch. Like, come on, surely we need to do something. We need to get involved with this hype, especially when you do see some success from other teams making roster moves. But I agree with you. I love it. I think these guys have, you know, the sky's the limit for this team. And, well, they are Liquid as well. They are H2O. So really anything's a limit. You can get through anything with that element, can't you?
I don't think so. I think you're thinking of like probably hydrogen. You probably can, because that's just one. That's just a little itty bitty atom.
Oh.
But H2O, that's a lot. Oxygen's got 16 little fellas hanging off him, or 12. I don't know anymore. I did chemistry at school.
We get into some chemistry.
It was such a long time ago.
I didn't want to go back to school, Stumpy. Thanks, everyone. Twitch, I'm sorry. I know you guys wanted to get a release. You didn't want to have to learn, but apparently now we're back at school learning about how many atoms are in liquid. Wicked.
Well, in liquid? No. Anyway, minute 45, and Oscar with a shocking own pass towards his own net. Does manage to clear it away after Cash removes Atto from the pitch. Now Cash, although back in his own half, confidently clears it towards the right wing where Juicy is waiting. A player that had some confidence issues after the previous split where he did not feel that maybe he was the player that Moist needed. But very thankfully, he's also stayed on that roster.
Yeah, he's got all the mechanics in the world. He speaks about...
What?
Hang on a minute! Hang on a minute! I mean, look at the replay here.
Where's he
what has just happened with Atto?
What are you doing?
Oh, it's just... Ladies and gentlemen, he has slaughtered that left-hand side. It was Joyo down one end, it's Atto down the other. I tell you what, sometimes it's confusing when you've got two, you know, water types going in against each other, and they just have forgotten whose team they're on.
You numpty. Atto also giving himself a nice one in the chat, which is very good. Clearly not taking it seriously. Acronic going for a lovely carry. Can't quite get that chance, though. Juicy with a long shot.
Wait a minute.
Actually passes towards Cash, who shanks it far into the opposite corner instead. 2 own goals in this series, and Atto's is much more embarrassing.
I can't stop thinking about what just happened. He did not need to hit that at all.
That was just like, oh, go on.
That was harder to put in than not. That was ridiculous. Like, Joyo's fair enough. He was trying to make the save. Acronic,
what team are you on?
What team is on?
What team are you on?
Ridiculous. Asking low 50. That goes in. Can someone check Atto's bank account? What's happening here, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank God large Oscar exists just to bully that ball in the back of the net. I'm about to lose my mind. Atto, get your head in the game, man. Stop shooting and saving the wrong net.
He's own goal and then saved a certain goal down the other end. And what a start to the El Splashy. This is what we love. It's one of the greatest rivalries in Rocket League history, just purely on namesake. And it has turned into a bit of a battle as well. 1-1 this season. But Joyo does get the late equaliser. It is Moist Esports, Stumpy, with the 3-2 overall record in El Splashico history, ladies and gents.
Obviously, we're seeing slightly different rosters coming through that time, especially, you know, with Moist obviously changing, Liquid not making any changes through that entire through that entire El Splashico run, I suppose. The final 10 seconds before overtime is now we're currently 2-all in game number 1. Cash removed from the pitch. Chronic now to receive. Joyo going along with that ball, along with Juicy. The bump can't come in. Chronic losing a little bit of motivation towards the end of that play. The ball to the floor. And overtime bought by Moist. Get another kick.
It's very fitting we've got overtime here. A couple of own goals, a couple of own saves. There's a fair bit happening, and I think that it's only fair to just everyone reset here and let's see who can win this OT. Atto, well, I think he's scared of putting the ball in, so I wasn't too worried about that one, but Cash does get the flick over the top. Atto does clear the ball, or maybe he was hitting it backwards, depending on... I still don't know what team he's on.
I hope he does. Oski knows what team he is on as he attacks that orange side. Chronic back flipping it into his own midfield, so Atto has to be picking up from that. And Liquid have got a good couple of own passes in them where they will confidently pass back, and I think that's one of those things that comes a lot with the tenure that these players have together. Cash, though, the brand new player, tries to put Oski out the way, but Juicy shot does end up flying high with the crossbar. Chronic now to 50, caught out by Joyo, who from that 50 continues on his flight.
He's airborne for a while there, and that was a perfect opportunity. Cash had the demo, but Juicy just couldn't find the shot. It just had to be on target, had to put a bit of pressure on the defense, couldn't do it. That was a perfect opportunity for Moist. Maybe now Liquid. Chronic does get 50'd out. Joyo. We've got the Karmies there, the Cash Karmie and the Joyo Karmie. I feel like I'm playing with my teammate twice on the pitch. As a Chronic does get the ball. Nice 50-50, does get the boost as well. Liquid might be able to go to work here. That's over Juicy. 2 up, a Chronic double touch. Doesn't quite get it. Joyo's there. Juicy downfield. It's end-to-end stuff here off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? Oski's ready.
But immediately on that attack, though, doesn't even bother trying to get any light touch on it. Sends it straight back towards the orange net and wants to continue with some aggression. Atto now to the floor. Juicy challenges, and the Chronic has to fly straight up. Those are very awkward. But he deals with that ball wonderfully, maintains that close control, but a chance for Cash here to shoot. Instead, pass to Joyo, back to Juicy, back towards Cash, on target, and Atto, he knows what side he's playing for this time round.
Oh, that would have been just goal of the day, goal of the tournament. The 4-man pass play, Moist pulling out all stops. They're a new lineup, but they're showing their chemistry here on the offenses. Cash again finds Juicy. They're picking up the pass plays. Joyo's waiting in the wings, off the ceiling. Juicy fakes it out for Joyo, blocked off by Atto, and a counter-attack almost Liquid. But they're defending for their lives, but they're so dangerous. They can just get it down the other end so fast here.
That was a vital touch by Atto as well. Just even making any contact means that that very easy shot does not find its way in. 2.5 minutes into game 1 overtime, and Joyo in the back left corner sees Oski on the floor, so wants to take it high. Ends up going low, resets over the top of Atto, and now Cash trying to challenge along with the Chronic onto that ball. Takes the shot, Joyo to the ceiling, nobody to follow apart from Oski. Low on boost though, and it's going to fall to Atto just to leave back and let that ball fall back to Cash.
Oski having to trail back here as Juicy's on the corner. Can he get a middle blocked out by a Chronic there? Low boost here, Liquid in a little bit of trouble. The demo coming out as well will help this offense. Oski though does huge and gets a double down the line. That'll help out his teammates, allow them to spawn into the map here. Team Liquid, well, they're just trying to regain a little bit of composure because Moist are the ones that are just really forcing the issue, but a Chronic might have other ideas. Does get the bump out into the shot. The backboard bump. He blocked his own ball. Someone help Team Liquid out. They just do not want to score.
A Chronic did all the work there. Neither of his teammates realizing just how good that was. All of the work was done for them, and yet nobody comes in for that final touch. A Chronic again passing towards the center. And normally with Liquid, it really hinges on a Chronic to be pulling his weight at the back. When he does, they win almost every time, and it only falls to one of the top dogs in the region to be able to take them out. Juicy up for that double, but Oski from the backboard can clear it away with Twins boost. Leads it to a Chronic, and the mid boost taken. That pass back, very confident. Cash to pick up, but Oski to intercept in the sky. No reset, just go for the 50, and Joyo intelligently takes it to the side. Gets a wonderful touch towards Cash. It rockets off his underside. Moist with the lead.
There's just no way he's got the touch. The skimmy dips there. Cash Karmie goes bang top corner redirect. The trust in Moist Esports. They're only a new lineup. But boy, oh boy, we haven't seen that kind of magic from Moist for a long time. What a way to end OT game number 1. Moist Esports. That is just... I'm sorry, but that is ridiculous. What just happened?
That's one of the best goals we've seen today. That is exactly what that is. The psycho pass off the sidewall, immediately into the redirect from Cash. Perfectly top bins too. People wondering, would Cash be able to fit on this roster? Would he be able to take over that role of a high level, a high pressure mechanical player. That's what he's been doing for years now. And I feel like Moist are the perfect team for him to show off those skills.
That was disgusting. And Cash just knew he was going to get that skin, but the power that he got off the wheels as well was ridiculous. What a way to end the OT. What a game. Like Atto, if he can figure out what team he's on, that could be the catalyst for Liquid to come back. But Moist Esports,
as we goals in that one.
I mean, you know, as we said, Moist, they had to take down, you know, the Hogan boys. So clearly we knew that they were coming to play here so far this tournament, and what a statement to make game one. That is, they're on.
It was a scary overtime, I think, for both teams there. Neither of them committing as much as I think they would have liked, because Team Liquid really like to throw the kitchen sink and everything that goes in the cupboard underneath. And in 3 seconds, that tactic really does play dividends. Liquid taking the first goal.
I've seen a reset here. Joyo just creeps too hard and
cheat.
Well, there's probably a man in the green room called Johnny Boy that won't be happy with that kickoff. The fast cheat and the turn up field. No one protecting the net. The 50-50, if it just goes a little bit behind Joyo, it is a goal every day of the week. You can't do that, Moist, but maybe it is a sign, Stumpy, you know, they're still a new team.
Still very fresh, still going to be issues like that. That pass now coming down towards Central into the net with a Chronic sending it on and then not getting that second touch. Now Joyo to get a perfect flip over the top and the 50 saved away in the end by a Liquid defender, but that was hairy for a second.
Close one there as Chronic almost just tried to go for the psycho. The first touch wasn't fantastic and his teammates trusted him on it, but they do get out of danger here. Liquid, they keep this 1-goal lead. A Chronic with a bit of space as well. The bump coming through Juicy. Oh, he just clean misses it. He has clean blown straight past that one as a Chronic does get a second goal on the board for Liquid. The bump came through and he just could not reach it.
Juicy not able to make contact on that play, and the Liquid boys, they're laughing it off now. They had a giggle on that one, at least Oski did, realising that, okay, good, that one sneaks its way just about past. 45 seconds, Liquid already looking better than, to be completely honest, they looked in the entirety of game one.
They're on right now, and the bumps, we didn't see the physicality in game number one, but it just shows that Liquid are growing in confidence, and Atto is figuring out that he's on the blue team, ladies and gentlemen, so this could be huge for Liquid confidence here in game number two, Stumpy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Liquid getting a couple of early goals are going to think, right, we've put those demons to bed. We can stop thinking about the own goal, the own save, whatever it ended up being. They basically let 2 goals go differently. But Atto is going to be progressing down the pitch on this play. With one, he goes to the bump on Juicy, gets a touch over the top. That's going to leave Cash on the floor. Put the trousers down, but the ball finds him. In the end, a Chronic can challenge him in the midfield. And in 90 seconds, Liquid still with this lead, but Cash with this push towards the net, not the 50 coming his way. Joyo to shoot, top corner. Chronic clears it wide, but only finding Juicy. A wonderful demo, and Atto, he really could have found the net there, I feel.
I think Team Liquid, they're the best team in the world at just always being able to score, even when it looks like they're about to concede. It just, the way they transition the ball down the other end, didn't quite come off there, but there was another opportunity here. Team Liquid keep this 2-goal lead. This could be a late equaliser there as a huge read out. Cash was lurking. Atto now solo play, gets the flip, breaks out, fakes it underneath. Forces 2 Moist members to jump. Cash tries to get the dribble. Chronic buys his time, just gets a little 50-50 in there. Allows Oski here with boost. Juicy's on an island, but the 50-50 doesn't come in.
Joyo and Juicy were thinking up in the midfield, but neither of them take control of that ball until it falls to a Chronic in the mid. Oski going for a bump on Joyo. Joyo stays intelligently grounded just to allow time for Juicy to come back in. I love that Joyo didn't leave the ground there to try and go for a pre-jump save. Instead, stays on the floor. He can't go nearly as far if he's not in the air.
Good dunk there. Juicy now does get the infield pass, but a Chronic very awkward.
Hello.
Does make an interesting touch. Cash could be able to get the 50-50. That just got put on there. Goes wide. Oski parries it to the side. There was a pass option. There was a shot. In the end, it just went a little bit wide. Didn't help anyone there. A Chronic going for the fake underneath. Gets bumped off. What can Cash do? The cannon off the ceiling. Does he get the... It's the cannon goes bang!
To the ceiling with the reset over Atto. Bangs it in the net. The cannon blasts through the entirety of Liquid's defense. And now just 1 goal separating them from the equaliser.
Just ripped a hole straight through there. The pace was electrifying there from Cash. This might be what Moist need. Just the 3-man offense. We know what Cash could do. We saw it on Quadrant multiple times, and Oh, he's bringing it out again for Moist. This is a sensational comeback here, but they still need one more, Stumpy.
Yeah, that one more is going to be a lot hard to come by, especially if Chronic's going to be demoing for those players in the backfield, meaning that they can't work out of defense as quick as they would like to. Atto challenging with Joyo in the top corner until it falls back down towards Cash. That's central, but so is Juicy. And he takes to the ceiling. It's done well for Moist so far, and it's going to work well for Moist again, but just shot wide of the target.
Oh, there was another opportunity off the ceiling. They're just showing the flare right now. Joyo gets 50-50'd out. Here goes Cash. He's got the solo play one-on-one. He goes for the fake and the dunk, but doesn't quite get it off. Juicy there. Moist controlling the midfield. The bumps are going to help pass. He's just going to be outspotted himself. Juicy off the corner. The demo came through and he did the rest.
The equalizer from Juicy comes from that back corner, and the demo opening up the entire backfield too. With a minute left, Moist rather have really turned this on. And it feels like Liquid, although they had those really early goals in the first 30, 40 seconds, they haven't been able to continue any of that pressure. Joy with wrong reset. Round the side, Juicy to shoot, but Atto, again, grounded on the floor, making sure that he doesn't give any opening or give any idea of where his passing is going to take him.
I love this midfield game from Moist. They're just challenging whenever they can. That's a huge flip reset, though. Is there a follow-up? Chronic's just not there in time, gets dunked out. Oski now tries to control it. Maybe a pop over the top. Juicy's in trouble, but again, Liquid backing off, seemingly just trying to set up an easier goal. A Chronic off the ceiling, it's open! Perfect placement, Joyo! Just finds a way, dives, it's still an offense here, the shot over the top, again parried out. It's Juicy this time. Moist Esports putting on a defensive clinic right now, but it's not over yet.
40 seconds of sheer defense for Moist, and they are looking so strong. They are galvanized until that deadly shot saved away again by Cash. 50 in the corner now leaves this towards Oski to do an awkward three-point turn. Now suddenly, Juicy's on the offensive. A Chronic, central, awkward, shot from Cash, but saved away by Oski. That right wing is going to see him challenge versus Juicy. Juicy with the ceiling reset. That's
one more.
Cash is there to shoot instead. Blocked out, ground found, overtime, game 2.
Oh, Moist have found a way. Liquid 2-0 up at the start of this game, but it's been Moist ever since. Kevin, the offense is kick-off, Charlie, it is! Moist Esports have dead set stolen game number 2.
5 seconds is all it took. And those double, utterly even 50s benefiting Moist entirely. The comeback from them to be 2 goals down and win it in OT. Brilliant work from the boys in Moist. That newer roster having the advantage over the now, I suppose you could call them, RLCS veterans.
Yeah, Liquid calling the timeout straight away as well. So
yep, good.
We'll see what they can change up. But 2 kickoff goals, Stumpy, both sides. It obviously cost Liquid in the end there. It could have cost Moist at the start, but it was Moist who do get the win. There are a couple of costly moments there, but I love how Moist just brought that offense, brought that midfield game. They were showing up with the bumps and the demos, and the team Liquid almost, it felt like they were playing a little bit reserved. Like they didn't want to throw that second man in and got stuck deep. They didn't have that fast-paced follow-up they usually have.
I mean, the amount of passes that we were saying, it's central, like it's there just to take that quick shot, and then it'd be a Chronic there a little bit late, or it'd be Atto there a little bit late, and then it's just an easy 50 into the corner then for the defense. You can't be doing that. You need to be pre-reading any of these passes coming in. If they're not successful, then you can turn around. Just make sure you have that third man behind you. But I appreciate with Liquid, they've fallen prey to those long shots over and over again, and they don't want that to be their downfall. On the other side, on Moist, Cash, what a pickup. Double over 700-point games. 2 in a row where he has been the top point scorer. He's been on top for shots, saves, whatever you look at. He has been leading. And Cash is a player that's not been overlooked. I think he's had a lot of respect, especially on Quadrant. But he's a player that now is really getting to shine. And that man, the cannon, screaming the houses down.
I mean, he's been absolutely electric, which usually isn't good around water, I've heard. But, well, it's working here for Moist Esports. They have just found something here off the ceiling. That just set up the comeback there for Moist. And since then, they just rolled through, found the kickoff goal in the overtime as well. They'll be thanking their lucky stars for that one. But they did give Liquid a cheapie as well. So everything, swings and roundabouts, they say. Everything comes back round, and it was Moist Esports. Get the 2-0 lead, and well, you'd have to consider this right now a bit of an upset so far. Team Liquid, top 4 at a major. And
top 2 in Europe right now. The only other team above 100 points, bear in mind.
Yeah, good on them. Thanks for that,
they're
Sonny.
good. That's all right. I thought I'd give you a stat to support your argument. Don't worry.
Oh, well, I was sort of happy with what I was doing just to lead into it.
I thought I'd give you more to help.
Well, no, I think that I was pretty happy with where I was going with
Right.
it. But, if you want to just, chime in on my points, you can feel free. Just don't.
On me, sorry.
So anyway, as we're saying, Moist Esports, new lineup, but they're really taking it to the number 2 team in Europe. They're the only other team with over 100 points right now.
What a boring stat. 15 seconds without any incidents so far until Atto into this midfield. It's a challenge versus Juicy Work. Joyo taking it into the sky. The man who seems to think for some reason that people did not want him on Moist, so he was the last person they wanted on there. The love and outpouring that he has received and taking that shot from Cash's brand new teammate is going to be giving them a little bit more brand new life. Joyo bouncing off the demo on Oski and still managing to get that block.
Yeah, confidence is a massive thing for Joyo. It was the talking point of this first, queso roster back in the day when Joyo on land, when he is confident, because it is sort of night and day when he is starting to feel those nerves and not backing himself. But perhaps this new roster is all he needs to regain that confidence. We know he's got all the mechanics in the world, the freestyle background, everything in between. Starting to see it again, and the cannon is taking a leaf out of his book as well.
Juicy onto that back. Finds Joyo, but he unfortunately finds the post over a beautiful goal. Going from the backboard and tapping in with his roof. Cash now fakes out one touch. Instead, it pulls it back down towards Oski. And Moist, they maintain control of this game still. 90 seconds. And with a double demo coming out, it's actually briefly a 2v2 on both sides. That's central. It's also open. Atto to shoot with just an utterly unremarkable flop of a shot.
Yeah, he just put it on the ground. He was too concerned about getting it on target there, but Joyo's going to save that every day of the week unless he pre-jumped, but he had the composure. It was Juicy. He threw it off the corner, and it was a dangerous time there for Moist, but they find a way out. Chronic's got a bit of time to work with. Juicy with boost. Should be able to carry this one and get the 50-50 or perhaps the beat and the 50. Now it opens up. Joyo side flips out of the way. Just gives himself a little bit more space, but that allows Team Liquid to get back.
Midfield again, found by Cash, who gets a brilliant 50 back into that blue half. Chronic to the floor, then underneath a couple, but read by Joyo. Now, that left wing's going to see him go up for one, but the butt of his car ends up hitting the ball instead of the front, so can't get too much power. Cash with little boost, but a ground pinch to his name. Oski to save it away, but look at all this pressure continuing for Moist.
Liquid just giving them space in the midfield to go to work, but I think it's just letting Moist Esports grow in confidence here. They're able to just get their mechanics on point and set up some solo play attempts. Oski perhaps with a skim off the ceiling, can't quite get it, or off the corner rather. Atto follows up, looks for a bump, but Chronic playing the slow play. This could work here. Joyo just parries it to the side. Now it's Moist's turn to play some defense. Well, they held on so well last game, but it was by the skin of their teeth at the same time, having to make some incredible saves. You don't want to do that against Liquid. A Chronic off the ceiling, Joyo just gets there.
That backboard is just completely and utterly defended. That is locked down. You will not be finding too many goals coming from their Liquid unless you go for a rapid attack. I think right now they're going for a couple of backboard plays, sure, but they're not that fast. They can just be red. They're quite floaty. If you do what Zen does and fling the ball to that backboard, then get a double tap before your opponent's even left the ground, then you're talking. But until that point, they're just going to keep being punted back.
I don't know if they've thought about just being Zen either, which is a huge point that any coach should maybe suggest to their Bronze 2 teams. It is massive, and well, that was a massive plea coming out from a Chronic. The game just losing a bit of the midfield control, and the demo's coming out. Cash has to make an epic double save. Atto just backs off, respecting Cash's efforts there, and that was huge. The bumps are coming through from both sides, but whoever's left back on that island is just showing up, clutching up time and time again. Juicy, that's not what you want. That is not what you want at all. Joyo bails him out. He goes for the skim off the corner and nearly own goals it. Joyo with a must, just no power.
I love when we see Joyo go for musties, though. It means he's confident. Yep. It means that that's probably going to be a game-winning goal as well. He doesn't do them lightly. He uses power only to win those games. Joyo now onto that backboard, finds a Chronic with a long clear. Cash, though, to find it in the midfield with such a light touch. He actually works way past the ball. One reset, but loses control entirely, unfortunately for him. Juice with 100 boost, bumped out the way. Atto knew he was a threat and knew he had to leave.
Oh, here we go.
Cash on the backboard, but can't get to that touch because of the light bump in the air.
Bump, it would have been a goal if that didn't come through. A Chronic now infield pass blocked out by Joyo. Cash is there. Moist Esports have to find a way here. 20 seconds left, 15 now on the clock. Joyo with a bit of time. Is it going to be Moist Esports to get this late winner? They got the OT last game. Where's Oski? Gets the 50-50. Cash keeps it in. 5 seconds left. Can we have overtime or is it going to be a late pass? Atto parries it to the side. Ball still in the air. 100 boost. Joyo's waiting for the pass. 50-50. We got OT.
OT again for the third time in a row, and Liquid are yet to win a single one this entire event so far, not just versus Moist. Moist, however, they are 3-1 in these overtimes, so if you're a betting man or woman, you would go on Moist here, but immediately not going to be a kickoff goal as we saw in that first one. Looking more elongated with a blue trail on that ball. Atto has to be saving it away from his own net. Great pass central, finds Cash. Top corner found. Oski is there to block.
He surprised Oski a little bit with his shot, the power coming out, the precision, and now Joyo gets to go to work. He's got boost, the fit reset, but Oski just challenges from the side. Double commit from Liquid could be dangerous, but the 50-50 lands Atto behind it, flicks it to absolutely nowhere. Zero boost as well. Oski has to challenge now. Does so well. Joyo with boost. Moist Esports is setting up behind the ball sublimely at the moment. The flip reset from Joyo and the dunk. He's still on the ball. Dangerous now. Oski last man, but just buys enough time for his team.
Atto removing that threat of Joyo out away from the pitch. And Cash ensures that we move to another pitch. 1 minute in game 3. And we see the Juicy Cash Karmine link up and be devastating yet again.
Juicy off the ceiling with the fake double backboard, and it's Cash already in the air for the follow-up. Moist Esports. Liquid called a timeout at 2-0. Moist say, nah, you're not having this one. And they 10 shots to 5, double the shots, 1 goal to none. Moist Esports on the brink of sweeping Team Liquid. Last time, Stumpy, it was a sweep for Team Liquid in their favour. Now it might be time for Moist's turn to return serve.
We are seeing such an exciting time in Europe right now. Because this is a brand new Moist team that are going up against Liquid and have taken 3 overtimes in a row. Yes, it's been close, but they have taken those 3 overtimes in a row. We've also seen this brand new Vitality come out in their first event and 4-1 Karmine Corp. We've got Hogan mode in the lower bracket quarterfinals as well, and BDS, who are another astonishing team.
Oh, I haven't heard of BDS since 2019. Where have they come from? I'm looking forward to that one.
Europe is just bonkers. We have so many teams here that can go to majors and truly threaten for the title, and yet it falls down to how well each of them do with just 2 lives. Joyo has got all of the power coming from that incredibly nerdy headband.
Oh, Liquid still have it in them, though. The reverse sweeps on the cards here. As we said, both teams have an extra life. This is the upper bracket. So we love a double elim, but both teams would be wanting to move on into that upper final. And, well, it might be Moist Esports here in a sweep. They're starting off well. Juicy, he's got all the time to work with Atto off the sidewall of his own goal. Does help the team out. But Liquid, they're just so awkward. The bumps are coming through, and well, Moist, they're more physical. The touch isn't great, however. Iconic might be get a free shot. Moist deal with it for now.
The nice boost still, though. Chronic's going to be continuing this attack. Sends it too far. I feel like everybody on Liquid is just doing that one step too many, then their teammates can't read it, whether it's successful or not. Oski there was waiting in the center. He had nobody really to challenge that ball against him, and yet Chronic thought, I need to get another one. I need to go for another touch on this. He doesn't need to. The communication really, I feel, lacking for Liquid here. Atto to shoot low, and with Joyo and Juicy trying to save it together, they do manage to get it away, and with 1 minute gone, it feels like Moist madness is upon us.
I just want to see Liquid start cutting more in the midfield and just stopping this sort of play from happening here. Joyo, with so much time, he's just feeling himself. This feels like the Moist Esports, the queso we saw on LAN last season, and it's starting to come through here. The beautiful pass across off the ceiling, just drops it down to a Chronic and just finds a massive gap in the defense. Atto, that is sensational.
From Watto to Wakronic, we have seen a ground pinch pass for the ages. Brilliant start for Team Liquid here, but we've seen them lose a 2-0 lead when they scored them much more earlier as well. They need to hold on and make sure that they don't fumble the bag.
Howie, that was unbelievable.
I don't want to speak to you right now.
Here we go, Juicy off the ceiling, does get a touchdown. A Chronic's awkward 50-50'd out. Moist Esports almost getting the comeback here. Oski, though, has got time to work with 50-50. He had the demo coming through on Juicy as well. Be in trouble here now, but Liquid find a way out. A Chronic downfield. Oski's there, but doesn't read it off the ceiling. Moist Esports, well, they were 2-0 down in game number 2. Stumpy, they found a way back in. They're only 1 goal down now. They could be 2. The 50-50 off the side. Oski follows up. Liquid get their second.
An infinite number of touches, and Atto does all of them. 1, 2, 3, then bumps onto Joyo to get another. Finds large Oscar lurking and waiting on the left. 2 goals for Liquid, but if they aren't thinking of the loss that they had previously at this point when it went to the overtime, and then 5 seconds in the overtime, Moist took it, then they're better than me, because that's all I could be focusing on right now. It comes down to a Chronic passing to Oski now, passing back around the side of Cash. Goal line defense staying strong though, and the pass out leads Juicy to a counter-attack. One Musty doesn't lead anywhere as a Chronic is going to be standing firm.
Let's see if Moist can do what we saw in game number 2. Build up the pressure, try and work that midfield game and work these bumps in. And, well, they're starting to do just that. Oski, though, gets a great beat out. The 50-50, the double bump, the double demo comes through as well. Means Team Liquid, they're still on offense here. Atto, he's lurking on the backboard. I like this. He's got a flip to work with. Oh, what? He just finds a way into the top right. Bennies!
Atto is back! He had a couple of shockers earlier on, but with that wraparound air dribble opposite top right, this kid is unstoppable.
That is disgusting. To redirect the ball from the other side of the net and still find a way into the top corner is fantastic. Just like Juicy, completely missing an open net. Joyo gets dunked out as well. Well, if there was ever a chance for Moist Esports to come back into this game number 4, it was right there, but Juicy couldn't get it again. What a shot from Atto.
Bear in mind, there's going to be Liquid on that best of 7 reverse sweep if they can get a few more, assuming that they also win this game, which is absolutely not locked in so far. It is a terrifying prospect as Oski goes to that backboard. Flip, reset, double. Can't quite receive it, however. Now Atto in the corner, just trying to get as many touches as possible. Final 90 seconds, kicked in, and it must be panic stations right now for Moist.
It might have taken 3 games, Stumpy, but I can confirm the Team Liquid are heating up. It is steaming here on Utopia. Catch gets it to the side, but Team Liquid, they've got 3, they want 4, they want more. The bump's coming in. Atto gets cut out by Juicy. Team Liquid still on offense. Joy having to parry it to the side. Cash has room to work with. Flip reset in the corner. It's Atto again, the hero for Liquid.
The sentence, it's Atto again, is going to be ringing true this entire game. A wonderful turnaround that he has seen. The confidence is clearly back. His mechanics are no longer betraying him, getting own saves, own goals. He's been wonderful in this third match with 1 goal apiece, though everybody has been contributing. 45 seconds and a Chronic passing that one central yet again. Every second that ticks down leaves more question marks on Moist. Juicy cannot go anywhere with that ball, and a monstrous save from the backboard gives it the final 30 seconds towards Liquid into the own orange half.
Pack it up. We're going to game 5 here. Joyo takes it to the side. Maybe a consolation goal late here for Moist, but well, Atto's got other ideas. Cash is in trouble. The pop-up. Juicy gets a touch of the backboard. We'll be able to follow it. 15 on the clock. Maybe a counter-attack late, but, well, guess who?
What a turnaround. What a turnaround Atto has been the man in this individual game. Taken away the title for the most points in the games by previously owned by Cash in all of the previous ones. I think he was MVP in all 3 of them. And this time Atto standing firm at the front of that Liquid charge.
He turned on heat seeker mode that game, Atto, but this time he joined the right team, which is huge. The blue team gets the win. He knows which goal to shoot in. It took him 3 games, but he's found a way there. 1 goal, 5 saves, 7 shots. The pressure from Atto was immense. Team Liquid, what a comeback here. Well, they had to do it. It was now or never, Stumpy, and they found a way. Still a massive task. This is a best of 7. Reverse sweeps don't happen too often, except against me one time. But, you know, we'll forget about that. That's why I'm talking to you guys now. Team Liquid, they can do it, though. They've got the mindset, the mentality, well coached.
Yeah, I feel like as well, when you look at how Liquid have been approaching this series, this game looked completely different to how they were approaching the previous few. You know, they had problems where they weren't shooting quite confidently enough, where they weren't moving up as a second man confidently enough either. But look at Large Oscar on your screens right now. He is happy, he is excited, he is ready and prepared and making sure that he is going to be the man that will be alongside Atto and Acronic in this potentially historic best of 7 reverse sweep.
Let's see now, Game 5. Is this a return of form for Liquid, or was it just a consolation game from Moist Esports? Just giving them one in the El Splashy to perhaps make it interesting. Oski's got other ideas. Flip reset, goes low, gets the 50-50, can't quite make it work. Atto now, it's just a Team Liquid show. Gets the bump out, but Cash is ready. I was going to say Karmine, I just keep reading the name. Running off the ceiling, dunked out, free shot. Joyo gets faked out, Atto gets faked out. Team Liquid could have scored 8 times. Instead, they scored none.
A couple of boost advantages on the side of Liquid. It falls down to Moist to burn quite a lot to get this ball away, but well worth it to alleviate any of that pressure. And teams, by the way, all time in the RLCS in best of 7s, out of 1,557 best of 7s we've had, only 18 have been reverse sweeps. That's just over 1.1%. It's so astronomically low, and yet Liquid are here attempting to do it in El Splashico.
That'd just be, there'd be something else, but it probably sums up the regional we've had so far, Stumpy. Anything's possible. We've got Scrub Killer. It's his 106th birthday, and he's in the lower final.
Happy birthday, bear in mind everybody in chat, Scrub Killer. Happy birthday, Scrub.
Happy birthday, Scrub Killer. It's great to see you. Right now, it's the Acronic show. Team Liquid open it up here. This could be the biggest turnaround we've seen in, well, 1% of the time.
One pass from Oscar and one tap in from Acronic around 2 defenders of Moist on this brand new Deadeye Canyon as well. A minute 15 gone, and Liquid continue their rampant tsunami against Moist.
You just feel like there's no way they can do it, but every goal, every moment, the confidence growing here, it just feels more and more possible for Team Liquid to perhaps mount what some would say an insurmountable comeback here. Cash does get 50-50 out. Could be another shot. Oski, free, top bins. Joyo saves it out. Atto works the round. Moist Esports are just flailing in defense. They've got no answers. Joyo low boost works the round. It's Acronic again, second for Liquid. Let's just skip Game 6 and go to Champ Field, Stumpy.
I feel like Moist wouldn't be too happy with that brand new ruling of when the casters fancy at Game 7, it just sort of happens.
Group in. Why not? I think we should. It should be a mercy rule. If they don't score this game, they're not going to win the next one. But as we said, we did see it before. Team Moisty come back from 2-0 in game number 2. Didn't quite work out in the previous game number 4.
But look at this brand new Liquid that we're seeing, though. They're playing confidently. They're playing further up. They're passing a lot more. They seem more aware of where their teammates are and their opposition. They're not just taking silly chances and just assuming where everybody else is on the pitch. They're actively looking and using their eyes to make these informed decisions.
Yeah, the first few games just felt like, you know, it was the Moist Esports freestyle show. They just had so much time to work with, but now they're getting none at all. Looking defense, even just throwing themselves at the ball. They're backing their rotations in. Just think they're going to be quick up. That's a huge whiff coming out. Save out, but Joyo gets the follow-up. The speed got Atto. He tried to read it off the wall, but it was too much.
That was heart attack central on that one for Atto, I'm sure. Gets one miss, one save, and then sees it float past him with the gorgeous Moist goal explosion flourishing behind him. That's one goal brought back by the orange side.
It's hard to differentiate these two Liquid forms. I'm with you. We'll just call them blue and orange from now on. Atto now gets a touch. Team Liquid, they had the 2-goal lead. It's back to 1 now. Plenty of time on the clock if Moist Esports want to lock out this series and maybe have a crack of vitality there in the upper bracket. But for now, the double whip coming out. Just a huge misplay. Dunked out. Cash finds a way. That should have been a goal, but Oski just went for the easy shot instead of putting it in. That's gotta be him again. He is him. It's Atto. How many times, Stumpy?
He's not just Atto, he's the whole damn foot. Goes off the ceiling, taps it off the ground, top corner found. My word, man! What a different player to who we saw earlier in this series. That's 3 for Liquid, and it's Moist yet again at the mercy of a wonder goal.
He's just grown legs after the first few games there, Atto, and wow. Team Liquid, this is the team that we see, you know, top 4 team in the world, a major contender every time they head over there, and well, we're seeing it here right now. They've come alive. Moist Esports, they're a brand new lineup. This is where they're going to be tested. Do they have the consistency to deal with a player like Atto, and Chronic as well coming online? Oski has been probably say the quietest one so far. Double save for Chronic. There he is. 2 goals of his own, 2 sausages, and he's done a nice save down the other end as well. Team Liquid, 1 minute 20 on the clock, Stumpy. Oh, I'm thinking game 6 is just, it's nearly here. It's nearly upon us.
I mean, that was also 90% of the way in, and yet it was just about squoze out of the net. Oski now fancies a little bit of ceiling play. Manages to get it quite threateningly on net, but saved away by Moist this time. They've learned from those tricks. Atto, 1 ground pinch, but with 1 Joyo standing in the way, it won't find its way in. 2 goals need to be found by Moist in this final minute that is ticking down. That may be a chance for 1. Oski can get 1 clear, but blocked out, and then a bump on a Chronic in the back corner by the same player. Oski should have really gone for a bump there, I feel, and that's just another goal, but instead goes to the more challenging redirect.
I don't mind it though. He's feeling it. He's trying to get online. We saw a Chronic and Atto in the game here. 30 seconds left. Can Moist do something, or is this just going to be the Team Liquid show once again here? Team Liquid, what a comeback. 3-0 down and out really in this series. It just felt like it was Moist to take, but well, heading into game 6, you nearly have to back Liquid as the favourites from here on.
I mean, the momentum. You see that shift. We've seen how Moist was so confidently attacking their games, and yes, they won all 3 of them in overtimes. They were so close to being those chances, instead falling for Liquid. However, Moist managed to have those moments. They differentiated themselves earlier on, but Liquid have really stolen the show, especially in these latter matches. A garbage time goal for Joyo leaves it as 3-2. Don't be celebrating that one too much though, as game 6 is suddenly upon us. And a fun fact, not only are Moist taking a timeout here and now, the last best of 7 reverse sweep in Europe happened almost a year ago to the day. All right, it was May 21st, 2022. So literally a year minus 1 week ago. And that was Moist Esports reverse sweeping endpoint in the second spring regional last year. And they may well be at the hands of Liquid for another.
Wow, you're really hitting us with. There's some things happening here. Where you're giving us reverse sweep stats. D-Rec, shout out to him as well.
Thank you, D-Rec.
You're giving us historical stats. 1 year ago, we'll say to the day. You know, we could say it was a week from today, but let's go with 1 year ago to the day, ladies and gentlemen. Moist Esports got a best of 7 reverse sweep, and now perhaps we could see it going the other way. Wow,
incredible.
Team Liquid, they have just found a way to turn it around. Moist Esports do take the timeout. I wouldn't have minded seeing the timeout after that game 4 just to stem the momentum, because well, now it just feels like Liquid are online.
I'm torn on this. I understand where you're coming from, but I like it after 2 losses. Generally, like this has been the second loss. Obviously, now we're going into game 6. We're going to be seeing them on Neo Tokyo. But I don't know, I don't hate that they didn't just count the last one up to a fluky win and then thought they can win it. But equally, you've got that to use. You may as well use it to your advantage. I'm happy that they're using it now and not right before Game 7, though.
I'm with you. You can't call it a Game 7. It's too late here. The Liquid train is rolling on. And for me, Stumpy, I just feel like if I'm looking at the Moist Esports lineup, has the cannon, has he run out of firepower? I just haven't quite seen him as online as
that
he
was more than
90%
in. Did you see that shot?
It was ridiculous. That was like found a way.
That was at 95 maybe. That was unreal how close that was. Okay, 2 more for Liquid and they get this best 7 reverse sweep. The 19th that will have happened ever in the RLCS. Not just in this new open format, not just in this season, whatever it is, not just in Europe, in the entirety of the RLCS ever. This would be number 19. Neo Tokyo is another stepping stone on that journey.
As we said, every game as well just feels like it's more and more Liquid series to lose almost. I know they're still down in the series here 3-2, but unless this timeout can seriously change it up here for Moist, they just haven't found a way to deal with Liquid's pressure, and they're just bringing that heat in the midfield, in the offense. I talked about it earlier. When you give Moist room, they're going to go to work. They're going to turn it into a freestyle show. But if you don't give them room, they're panicking here. And Team Liquid, they're starting to bring their own mechanics. And that could just be off the kickoff. The worst start for Moist Esports. Oski wants to dance his way to Champions Field.
That's one way to crush a team's mentality, and it's Oski to do it. Bounces the ball off Joyo, and then has the wherewithal to follow it up. In 9 seconds, Liquid establish another devastating early lead.
Boy, oh boy, Team Liquid. That timeout must have worked wonders for them here. They found a way back in. Cash has other ideas. The cannon fires one into the top left corner.
He's found a new barrel of Kunbauder, and he is fully loaded. Atto does tap that one in, but that was going barred down regardless. 16 seconds, only 5 after we saw Liquid get their first goal. Moist, they're back in it.
You just see a shootout all of a sudden. This is a game on here for young and old. Well, mainly young, actually only young, looking at the players on this lineup. It is game on for young and young here for both sides. And well, Moist Esports have found a way back in. It just looked like maybe it was going to be Liquid's game to take after that first goal. But Juicy does get flip reset, no boost to work with. The Chronic works it downfield. He has no boost as well. Joya gets a 50-50. Moist Esports trying to set up. Oski setting up a double touch. Cash is ready on the sidewall.
In terms of timeouts, when you look at Moist, they have called 2 timeouts while 3-2 up in a series, which is the exact situation here, and they have won both of them so far. The precedent is set that Moist will be able to take it here, and we won't even see that Champions Field, but Liquid have got the momentum in the series for sure.
Cash now gets a 50-50. Chronic gets bumped on the sidewall. Juicy pushing it forward here. Minute 15 gone, 1-1. Liquid trying to get something to work, but now we're starting to see Moist Esports clicking up that offense, building that pressure.
1 minute 30 gone. Atto with a reset. The second pass coming in, but now it just leaves Joyo to challenge with Oski in the midfield. Isn't able to get anywhere. Instead, Atto to pass it central. One fake away, one shot on target. Atto comes off that shot with 1 goal.
Oh, it just feels destined now that we're going to see that go the distance this series. Joyo tries to read it, a shot coming in, but he just finds it underneath there. Atto, he has been him all series long, as you said. He's been a whole foot, a whole leg, not just the toe.
I mean,
and now he's turning into just an enormous giant.
And then there's another one. Oski finding him. He's building up a torso on top of that leg. What a pass towards the middle. Backboard is found, and Atto is there to shoot.
Man, oh man, this is Team Liquid here, just like finding some cheapies.
We've gone from the toe, and we're going all the way up the body.
I feel like Moist have just given them so many cheapies here. I said it's a new lineup, and maybe we're just seeing the experience of Liquid in these pressure situations as a cohesive unit, as a team, because structurally right now Moist just feels like there's so many gaps.
2 minutes gone and 3 goals sitting pretty on that blue side. Oski bangs it to Atto. Oh, go on! The double down for the second! The man is on fire!
Oh, what a perfect touch off the corner, off the sidewall, and he just finds it brilliantly at top bids, or bottom corner, should I say. Atto is stepping up big time. He's been the catalyst for Team Liquid since game number 4. He's gone from a torso stump here. He's added a couple of shoulders, and he's chucked his teammates on his back.
He is unbelievable at the moment. Gets that save away. It's a little bit hairy, but does manage to do so. And a Chronic so cleverly calling Atto off that save as well. Knows he has more momentum, knows he can send it further. And look at the counter-attack that it's managed to grow.
It's just disgusting. Honestly, it's disgusting what Atto's doing right now. I've never seen a player, well, I have. I can't say I've never seen, but he is seriously locked in right now for Team Liquid. They want Game 7. They want Champions Field. And Stumpy, they want that 19th reverse sweep in a best of 7.
We're approaching that 2-minute mark left, and it all just feels a little bit like Moist are they need to hold on. This is, bear in mind, whoever loses this will not be going home, but it sets them up for a harder run down in that lowers, especially when you've got Karmine Corp in that lower bracket as well. We now find ourselves underneath that 2-minute mark. Atto off the backboard with one retake. Gets double to go from the ball. Juicy to shoot, but it does go really quite far wide. And just seems like any touch that Moist get on the ball right now, they're not thinking of what they can do with it. They're just thinking, oh, we got a touch. That's nice. Atto with another touch, another goal.
What is he? He's just a full human being now. That's it. He scored 4 this game into perhaps the most pressure they've been in right now to try and force Champions Field, try and find a way to, well, I guess, make that reverse sweep possible, and it has been Atto. 4 goals on the board from 6 shots. The shooting accuracy has been ridiculous. The double touches have been insane. He has been centimetre, millimetre perfect this game.
I mean, we've got 90 seconds left, and Atto is on over 700 points. One that I was praising both him and Cash for reaching at the end of a game. If he can break 1,000, this has been the Atto show. A shot on target. He sets up Oski this time, and it's a 6-1 in favour of Liquid. The torrential downpour is running away with this series. Champions Field looks so devastatingly likely.
Chronic just had to sit back and enjoy the show this game. It has been Oski and Atto combining 4 goals, 2 assists, 2 goals, 4 assists for both of them. And, well, the boys, we know the mechanics can come out from this young squad, and we are just seeing it on full display here. 5-goal lead, 1 minute left. Man, Mr. Shogun on Champions Field, Stumpy. He's just starting to stay a few dustle tones, if you will.
Wanting to make sure that he's all warmed up just as these players are for that final match. Atto getting 1 demo on Cash and a bump from Oski on that back line as well. Chronic sees Atto pre-jumping. Will he flick it high? Instead he just flicks it on target. Instead he just gets that fated Brazil. 40 seconds left. Liquid, you are monstrous.
What a way to head into Game 7. Potential reverse sweep on the line. By Braziling in Game 6, Stumpy, the momentum is ridiculous right now for Liquid. I don't know what Moist can do. It just feels like everything that Liquid touches turns to gold, or it, I guess, turns into a bit of a tsunami here for this team.
30 seconds. I'm still pulling for Atto to be getting over 1,000 points in this game. Juicy manages to get that second goal for Moist. He's going to be buying us a little bit more time, I suppose. He can get a couple of kickoff points. But with 7 shots and 4 goals, Atto has been on fire, supported entirely by Oski and Chronic in his endeavour to have turned around from a player at the start of the series that I literally screamed at for scoring an own goal and getting an own save.
It just feels like, I don't know how Moist get back into this game. Ever since that game number 4 where Liquid just brought the heat, there's just been no response at all. And even after the timeout, nothing here. We're going into Game 7, a 5-goal win potentially, maybe more here for Team Liquid. Wow, if they continue this is going to be one-way traffic. But those Game 7, Stumpy, there's something about them. It feels like everyone resets. Cash does get one back, but maybe a little bit of momentum. Maybe this evens the tides going into Game 7.
Just a couple of goals. With Liquid, in fairness, just sort of messing around a little bit. Oski flying his way past that ball. They still look very confident and happy. Chronic taking a quick sip before this kickoff. But Moist and Liquid going to the first ever Game 7 in El Splashico that they have ever faced. We have never gone to that best of 7 final 7th game in any iteration of rosters we've seen between these two teams. This is an historic day.
Usually they just drown each other out by 5 or 6 games, Stumpy, but wow. Game on here. Team Liquid, this team is fully online. This is the best you can see them play. 843 points, 676 for Oski. Iconic, as we said, just chipped in a little bit late, but it really was the Atto show. That double touch off the corner was just absolutely ridiculous there. And
we'll see that tomorrow on Top Goals. We'll see that tomorrow on Top Goals.
Oh, yeah.
Like, realistically, we'll see that again, guys.
I mean, this is just... It was just perfect. It was perfect. He didn't have to adjust his car at all there.
Mm-hmm.
And
so, CJ,
I don't know what to say if I'm Moist. I'll give it up. I'll take the game.
If we look at the landscape of this series so far, it was the first 3 wins going in favour of Moist, but they were 3 overtimes. Since then, we've seen 3 regulation wins for Team Liquid, with that gigantic momentum that we saw in that final match. Champions Field is upon us. A debut for El Splashico. Who is going to be taking home that wet trophy?
This is it, baby. What a series. Potential reverse sweep on the line for Team Liquid. If you're watching at home, if you're watching from your computer, maybe a couch, just edge a little bit further down the edge of your seat. Just edge a little bit closer. Get ready to stand up because I think we're about to see something special here. El Clasico, everything on the line, a chance in that upper final against Vitality. And boy, oh boy, if there's two teams that are absolutely online, well, it's definitely Team Liquid, and maybe just late in that Game 6, Stumpy, we saw Moist Esports just starting to get to work.
Been pretty uneventful so far at the start of this game. In the first 45 seconds, it's been Liquid pressure, but nothing coming from it thus far. Now, chance for Cash to go for one touch, but does get a backflip. It's not going to impact him too much as he manages to get from the clear off the backboard regardless. Trying to pinch it central, Atto. And working his way around the side of one, around the side of two. Continues down the pitch, but the boost stolen out completely from underneath him. It leaves Moist a little bit vulnerable. Nothing happening yet. Both teams just trying to fall into that, not wanting the momentum to fall against them too hard.
Chronic does get a pitch out middle. Oski's there, but Juicy does get the cut out. Atto now has to go to work. Boost to work with as well. Does get the beat out over the top of Joyo. Follow up. And Chronic double touch. That's ridiculous. Atto, he gets the follow up. It's Team Liquid to kick us off here on Champfield.
The flow continues down the side of that mountain, and a Chronic to the backboard finds Atto above that final defender. It is a continuation of what Liquid established in the previous 3 games. This series very much going in the favor of Liquid so far.
Yeah, the Liquid wave is just surging right now. Juicy has got other ideas over to Cash, or Joyo that was, but again blocked out. Juicy off the ceiling, doesn't get the touch he wants. Maybe a demo coming through. Cash goes to spawn at top mids, but he misses. It goes wide. Team Liquid, well, they might have just got away with one there. Moist Esports couldn't find the opening. Oski finds himself in front of that ball, and Moist Esports can't quite get the equalizer.
Back on offense now. Liquid find themselves comfortable as one flick goes into the corner. Juicy can clear it away. Atto continuing to be that nuisance. Place it out! You filthy young man!
He's just locked in right now, Atto, and he has sent Moist Esports packing. Cash, where you going, son? Atto puts it away. Team Liquid get their second here. Game number 7. Everything on the line, and they are stepping up.
That is confidence, that is class, that is Atto at his absolute core. And on the camera, he popped off, he fist bumped, he screamed. He did everything to wake up his neighbors. A brilliant movement down the pitch for him, but now it's Juicy to be finding Joyo. That's on target, but it's of course Atto to save.
This is one of the most incredible individual performances I've seen so far. This comeback, Oski, it's an own goal! Oski redirects it down, and Moist Esports, they do the rest.
A devastating own goal. We're bookending this series with a couple, and it's Juicy this time. The other player starting with Jay to get that OG. We're halfway through the game. It's 3-0 for Liquid. It is pressure on Moist to get this done.
Moist Esports, they've just capitulated. There's no other word here to describe what we're seeing here. The reverse sweep, we said is impossible after Game 4. Game 5, we thought maybe not. After Game 6, we could just about put it in the books, and they haven't let us down here in Game 7, Team Liquid.
The right wall is going to be seeing Juicy take it round the side, gets it central, but benches a bit too high over that crossbar. Oscar with 100 boost, can't do too much if Joyo charges him down. And this needs to be what Moist do. They need to push, they need to be quick, they need to be savage, they need to be rude, quite frankly. Cash with one shot. Juicy back on target, one bump out of the goal, and one goal brought back.
Oh, there's life yet left in this one. Cash gets saved out, but Juicy with the follow-up just finds the angle. Had the infield pass on, but the bump coming through was everything they needed. Minute 50 on the clock, 2 goals. Game on.
Utterly doable. Juicy here. To take one shot, but just goes wide of that target. Joy to remove Oski. And Cash shies away from it because he missed that side boost.
No, you can't be missing boost in these sort of situations. Game number 7, Moist had an opportunity off the kickoff. Couldn't make it work though, Stumpy.
Eventually, as 9 seconds tick down, Joyo can take one shot, but O'Connor to clear it away with one more save added to his tally. It falls to Cash to shoot. That's on target. It's just wide. It's an own goal.
Juicy pitches it in as well. Cash off the sidewall, finds the angle, double touch pre-flip off the ground. Oski helps the ball go in. Juicy pinches it, does the rest of the work. 1 goal game, ladies and gents. As I said, just get on the edge of your seat because I think there's a bit of life in this one.
Oh, there's so much life. This is an entire stadium of people cheering for it to happen. A demo from a Chronic, but Juicy into the sky. Atto to block him out this time. 70 seconds and 1 miss on that side wall. 2 players commit from Moist. Onto the backboard now we find a Chronic. 1 minute to remain. 1 shot, 1 on target, and Oski the saviour for Liquid.
Finds a way and gets the clear as well. Juicy's got boost to work with, goes for the air dribble, fakes it out. Maybe Joyo can come in. The bump's coming through as well, but he does just enough to get out. A Chronic's having to backtrack. Oski gets the pinch out.
This is so nervous. Cash now goes to the ceiling with 1 reset, goes central. Nobody there though, and Atto to collect. When a team scores 3 goals in 1 game, they've got a 90% win rate, and Liquid, they are on the verge of letting that stat just drop a little bit.
Oh, Juicy gets the touch inside. A Chronic's there. Cash is backflipped. He's awkward. They're out of position. Moist Esports, 20 seconds left. They have to get it down the other end.
20 seconds with Atto now challenging Joyo with control of this ball. Goes central to Cash, who does backflip. Can't get anything from it. Juicy over the top of a Chronic. Joyo tries for 1 bump. Atto to clear it wide. Cash now goes high, but with Oski sending it back long, it's going to fall to Moist to get anything they can from their own half. What plays it over 1. A Chronic and Oski teaming up for that. It falls back in the corner. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The 19th best of 7 reverse sweep in the RLCS ever.
In the El Splashico as well. Boy, if this wasn't a rivalry already, if this wasn't a game that got you pumped up, well, there's just another chapter added to this story here. It's Team Liquid's time in the sun. 4-3 reverse sweep out of nowhere. Moist dominated the start of that series, Stumpy. But then it was the Atto show, 1-man army. His boys got on his back. Then they kicked in as well, helped him out. But Team Liquid get the job done. All the pressure on them. They'll move on in that upper bracket with Vitality waiting in the wings.
Unbelievable. Today just keeps getting better for these fun results, for just the sheer bonkersness of what we keep experiencing over and over again here in the Spring European Open. It has been a pleasure so far, and Liquid, they continue their ever so stressful run through this bracket. And CJ, we had some incredible goals here in this replay.
Oh, there's something special about this team. They've had a top 8 at a major. They got the top 4 in San Diego. You can tell me they're number 2 in points. I don't care about it. They want to be number 1 in the world, Stumpy. And they are on their way to do that. They've just got the ability, the mentality to find a way at any moment.
And Team Liquid, they get the 19th best of 7 reverse sweep in the RLCS ever that we have seen. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back on your seats fully, take a breather, and come back after this break.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a nick. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series here, and the Spring Split as European Open carries onward in this double elimination bracket. We see an incredible matchup. El Splashico finalizing in Team Liquid, making that completion of a reverse sweep. What an intense match that was, DJ. I think everyone was on the edge of their seats for that.
It was incredible. As we said, the Liquid, James, was like the tsunami. Once they started to get going, how do you stop them? Moist just, we talk about the collapse to class, the capitulation. Moist had no response.
Well, to be fair, those first 3 games were all overtime games, and Moist ended up winning all of those overtime games, so they were close. And then, I think Team Liquid just... specifically Atto, he was just remarkable. The plays that he was making, the mechanics... we were talking about it in the green room when we were watching it. All of the top plays could have come from this series.
Yeah, it was just a highlight. It was a show reel there from Team Liquid. And as you said, Moist started well, but then it just, I think the experience, this roster that's been together for a while, they've been in huge series, they've played at LANs together, as, compared to the Moist lineup with Cash first time this split, they just got found out a little bit.
And this is fun. This just in from Direct. Team Liquid, and by extension, the 3 players become the first European team to achieve both a best-of-7 reverse sweep and a best-of-7 perfect sweep in the RLCS. And both of those were against Moist.
No way. Are you?
Wow.
That is honestly,
they got their number.
El Splashico, it might be pretty one-sided then when you look back on it.
Well, it's 3-3 now, I think, historically, after that win from Liquid. So they've tied it up. But
to be perfect swept and reverse swept,
give them the win.
Those ones have a little more weight, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. But it does move Team Liquid into the upper bracket final, which, of course, we'll see later on. For now, we have to move down into the lower bracket. We do send a couple more teams home. Let's take a look at that first match there. It's going to be Karmine Corp facing off against Brogan Mode. We see Scrubkilla continue to make his journey through that lower bracket. It's been really fun watching them, but I really wonder right now, CJ, if this might be the end of their journey.
I don't know. I know there's a couple of casters that are very excited for this matchup, just seeing Scrubkilla back. This team, James, it was almost, I want to say we were poking fun at them, but just the fact that this team, Scrubkilla, coming back and they're actually looking like, a fantastic team. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, it honestly felt like we were watching a movie. Scrubkilla, the old pro who fell off, who still believes in himself, who's hoards gold bars underneath his bed, trying to make a comeback so that he can buy a castle. I don't know. But anyway, they played with a lot of, I would say, entertainment factor. The entertainment factor was certainly there. We had a lot of fakes from Rezi, Growly, really good mechanics. Scrubkilla was solid. I mean, you could even just see on the cams that they're having a good time. They're enjoying the experience. So, I mean, this is about as... Like the dichotomy here, you just have to take a moment and just soak it in. You have Karmine Corp, who has a massive org, who has hundreds of thousands of people watching. They have the major title, Vatira. Everyone says he's the best player in the world. This is the best team in the world, going up against Hogan Mode. This is pretty, pretty one-sided.
This is a team that Karmine Corp wouldn't even want to scrim, just for the fact that they felt like they wouldn't be able to get good practice. And now we're seeing them, in the lower bracket here, in the top 6. I mean, I just don't know what is going on right now. As I said, I think I can't wait for this series. It seems like such the most David versus Goliath, series we've seen in a while.
Yeah. Well, again, I think what's important about this is that we know we're going to have fun. We're going to have good entertainment. If you just see Hogan Mode get a win on there, it's better win rate.
Definitely in favor of Hogan. I mean, if you just look at the numbers here, Hogan Mode has the advantage on goals. They have the advantage on demos by a factor of 2. They have more saves per game, which generally isn't that good. But the win rate, 73%, just looking at the numbers.
They're just a better team.
Clearly, Hogan Mode's the
simply
favorite.
That's what it comes down to. I think we're going to get entertaining mode, or entertaining game regardless. Let us know, hashtags in the chat. If you're behind KC or HM. I hope you're behind Hogan Mode on this one, because it's going to be fun. Let's get your predictions. Anybody gonna just have fun with this one?
No, look, you'd be silly to predict Hogan Mode.
Hogan Mode. No.
Listen,
I called it from the beginning.
Let him speak.
It's better if we say there's no way that there's no possible chance they can win, and they do it. So I'm going K-Corp all the way. They should 4-0, but I can't wait to see what Hogan Mode can do here.
Yeah, this would be the biggest upset that I can think of at the moment right now, with Hogan Mode taking down the Karmine Corp, who just won the stinking major. I just don't see it happening. The Cinderella run, it has to come to an end here.
Okay, you know what? I understand the logic behind CJ. I'm not going to let you push me around, though. I'm not going to let you push me around. See, chat. No.
Oh, Hogan Mode
standing with you.
It's the numbers.
I'm standing with you, chat. I'm staying right here. Hogan Mode going the whole way. Scrub Kill is going to carry it. They're going to have fun. It's going to be amazing. And I'm excited to see this best of 7. Karmine Corp, the blue wall, facing off against Hogan Mode. It's going to be entertaining. Let's get into this best of 7.
He's devastated. Shogun, you guys need to go easy on Shogun. He's a bit disappointed about that reverse sweep earlier going against his predictions. But forget about that. We've got Brogan Broad against Karmine Corp. This is an incredible matchup on paper, and we're not just saying this because Scrubkill has made his debut. Genuinely, they've had a great tournament so far. If you've been watching these guys, you'll know that they are the real deal. They've been making great team plays. They've been trusting each other in offense, and that is exactly how they open the scoring. Scrubkiller, bro, he's on the board already. I've got to be careful not to go overboard with the bro spam, because I know Shogun isn't a massive fan of that. But actually, I think his microphone's having problems right now. So I can say what I want. Scrubkiller leading the comms, leading the team into a 1-goal advantage against Karmine Corp, the best team in the world. There's just no way, you've got to think, there's just surely no way that they take it one step further. Scrubkiller said in the interview after their last win that this was, already a massive victory for them, top 6. And that's all anything after here is a bonus. But that's not what he's really telling his team right now. Right now, he's saying, let's go and get that bonus, boys. We've got a 1-0 lead, bro. We can do this. We can do this against Karmine Corp. Like, he's going to be hyping up the squad of young guns who really are very mechanical players. But look at Karmine Corp. They're actually all over the place right now, trying to handle Hogan Mode, who are playing with full confidence. They don't have anything to prove here. They've made top 6 after only playing together for 2 weeks. And this is already, I think, a perfect start for them. Scrubkiller almost dusts Vatira, but Vatira going to be a bit too difficult to get past here. Shogun, are you back with us yet? And I know you're.
My goodness, I'm so happy that Hogan Mode's defense is less fickle than the wire I use for my audio. Oh my goodness. Livid. That's how much I'm in the bin at the moment. But thankfully, I've got the feet out. I'm back on the floor and I'm ready to go.
If you weren't able to pay attention to the minute and 30 while you're trying to plug your microphone back in, what you missed was utter domination from Hogan Mode. But now Vatira's decided he's the best player in the world again.
Go away again.
He's tied it up.
Go away.
Yeah, we might need you to unplug that cable again if it's anything to go by. Any of the skeptics in chat will be thinking. I know. Realistically, Karmine Corp should win this. Like CJ said on the desk, they should be winning this, and they should be winning it easily. Hogan Mode, despite the resurgence they're having in their careers, this has to be a step too big for them.
Surely. I don't want to hear what the takes would be, depending on if Hogan Mode win this. If they do, this could be wild. It's going to be everything from Europe depth to Europe in the bin. They can replace Marios.
Yeah,
there will be no in between.
Depending you ask, you're going to get a range of answers on that whole age-old topic.
Where are you from? And you'll know the answer to that one.
But no, truth be told, Rezi and Growly are 2 players who could have achieved more if they landed on the right team. These are talented young players, and I think that they've got the mechanical ability. If this really is just a perfect fit for them, I could see them being consistently successful. Scrubkilla, of course, hasn't had the longest term success with any of the teams he's landed on ever since his world champion winning and runner-up Vitality. But initially, they can finish off the season at least the way that they're starting.
I think there's just an air of inevitability when it comes to European teams and being the leftover squad, the team that was put together of just the scraps of what was left. And ever since season 3, we've always had that team that always seems to make a run as well. So maybe we're going to start having teams just actively not searching until the very last moment to try and get a hold of that buff. But it is 1-1 here. And so far, defensively, it's been good off the demo. Let's see if anybody can get around. Instead, all continues to be controlled. And we do have another one. Growly, pass off to Rezi. Backboard. Can he finish it? Oh, crossbar overpowered.
I mean, still a beautiful play from Hogan Mode out of the midfield. They set up the team play, and they've got Karmine Corp scrambling, trying to figure out where are they supposed to be defending. They're looking to the backboard, looking in field, looking for the teammates. I mean, that was a great effort. Tough angle rebound for Rezi. Very nearly had that. I mean, so far it's been Hogan Mode's game.
And they convert it. Right now, we've a lot of times, Johnny, where we say, yeah, this team that is coming against the underdogs, playing well in the opening too, but we also have a lot of those teams not take the win in those, and you regret them later on. Because KC are going to figure something out at some point, and you need as much of a cushion as you can possibly get, especially in this best of 7, especially when they have access to timeouts, more losses that they can take. A clear to Rezi, tries for redirect. That one looked a bit familiar, Johnny.
I love this from both teams, to be honest, just prioritizing the demos. They don't want to dodge into those challenges, take themselves out of the game. You know, if you're going to play, if you're going to avoid any aspect of Karmine Corp's game, it's going to be the 50-50s. You do not want to take them on in that element. It's a free shot for Itachi. He decides to pass instead. Karmine Corp put together a team play. Vatira slots it. And, you know, based on Itachi's boost total here, I think he's made the correct choice.
Yeah. What I love as well is there was a little stutter at it as well, which meant that as Growly was coming in, he can't time that the way he wants to. Growly wants to get to that back post at the point of contact from Itachi. Since he's got there earlier, he has to slow down. He's got to be able to protect the entire net. And that just completely wipes him out from the play. So fantastic there from KC. Just have to hold on to this for 30 seconds. Coming back from 1 goal down. Is that about to be another one? No, long clear. Should have the option. They've taken it. What a save from Exotic.
The attack's not yet done, but Itachi does have control now. Great touch from Itachi. Again, he's not in any boost here, so he's just keeping the ball close. He's trying to get someone out of the game, and that's exactly what he does. This is valuable time wasted. Hogan Mode need this badly. They're not going to have any time left now to hunt for the 0-second goal. Karmine Corp are all over them. First game does go to the best team in the world.
It's a team that needs to bounce back. If you were to turn around to Hogan Mode and say, all right, you have to beat KC, when do you think you can do it? Coming off a loss on the day, that is when you would try and take your chance.
Yeah.
But Karmine Corp, they've had a bit of time to try and just reset themselves. You can only do that so much, though, until you're back on the field. Then you need to get a game win. Done exactly that. And now, Hogan Mode, it's all up to you. You're not just going to roll over a KC that are slumping. They are going to step up, and you need to step up much more than they can.
Yeah, I think looking at the potential matchups here, Hogan Mode would have probably wanted to play Vitality in this round, but Vitality have beaten Karmine Corp soundly, and that, I think, makes it a bit harder for Hogan Mode. If Vitality were in the lower bracket here, I could see them being more nervous with Zen on the roster in his first event ever in RLCS. Karmine Corp have just proven time and time again, they know exactly what to do in these high-pressure scenarios, so it's difficult to see Hogan Mode coming back from, I think, more than a game down. This is a must-win game too if they're going to keep Karmine Corp on it.
Yeah, and in a best of 7, this will be one of the biggest upsets that we have seen in the RLCS. That they can do it! And, well, they believe. Why can't they make us believe?
Curly just fakes out the first challenge. Exotic made to look pretty silly there. And a huge dunk from Rezi on the goal line. Takes Vatira out the play as well. Rezi and Growly teaming together so brilliantly in offense today. The synergy's been there to see. Here comes the back corner kickoff for Karmine Corp, but the bump will actually make it Hogan Mode's ball. Back pass doesn't land. Here comes Vatira, 1v1.
Not for the first time. Hogan Mode taking the lead in the game. Well, they have landed on each other. That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, it's just hit the ball long and hope that you can try and follow up. Rally midfield. It's a player I'm so happy to see doing well, Johnny. Been on the radar ever since we started doing online tournaments. Felt like there was potential there. Oh, okay, Vatira, that was different. Seems to be realizing it. More often. Although I think he's been a bit caught out this time.
I think the bump call came in there. Vatira got bumped into the ball. Growly didn't expect that. The acceleration that he got there doesn't look like it would have been possible without that bump from Rezi. So Growly not able to calculate what Vatira was going to pull off in that position. Still though, difficult position to be defending from. Definitely an awkward place to be defending from, Growly. They're, still in a tight position here. I think overall in these first 2 games, Hogan Mode have been competitive. It's looking a bit ropey here in defense. Can they hold on? For now they can. Here comes Vatira. Yes, the slow play. Yeah, so far decent for Hogan Mode. Still, they've had good looks, and I think they'll be very sad if they don't get a win in the first 2 games, based on how well they've played.
The only thing that we need to get rid of is that little scramble that we had previously. You can't get those. You can't invite KC in. And now off the backboard, that'll be unchallenged. Oh, Dave. Rezi keeps us at 1 each, but for how long can that last? What another important touch.
Here comes Growly again. He stopped short at the midfield. This is what Karmine Corp do. They just set up that midfield defense. They move their defensive line forwards. They only go all the way back if they're forced to, which is what has happened here. Hogan Mode forcing KC back. That's promising for Hogan Mode, that they're not getting stuck in defense against KC like many of the best teams in the world do.
I'm loving this bump first approach though from Hogan Mode. I think they are going to struggle to outplay a neutral game against KC. So make it a bit dirty on the field. Oh, Growly! Oh, it's gonna go in. Thank goodness for that. It looked like he deserved it and just got it wrong at the last moment. Still, well deserved. And Growly is everywhere in this series.
Just such a convincing mind game by Growly. Fakes high at the last second, dives under the ball for the reset. And Vatira did not see it coming. So Growly's faked out Exotic for the first goal, where he was the playmaker. Now he's scored 1v1 against Vatira. He's doing it all in offense here, Growly, but now they need some defensive work.
That's something that goes in a Twitter profile. That's a bio right there.
Yeah, it would be for, many players worldwide, but these guys are shooting high. They don't settle, do they? They're not stopping their momentum that they've clearly got in this tournament. Their only series lost, Hogan Mode, coming in Game 5 against Moist, who just put up a phenomenal fight against Team Liquid in the upper bracket. So that's the level Hogan Mode are at right now. They're clearly a top 6 team in this tournament.
They've been a team throughout this tournament that it's almost funny that they're doing well, and then you watch them play. You go, oh no, they are legit. Like, they are a very deserving team of being in this position.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can't wait to see moving forward if this can be a consistent thing. I believe they've got the players in the squad to do it. That one goes off the backboard. Risky to allow the play just to happen. Not often you're going to want to do that against KC. But we stay at 2-1, and that timer is ticking away.
I was lucky enough to catch some of their qualifier run. Shout out Joyo for some phenomenal casting on that. Rezi streamed Hogan Mode's qualifier.
I'm not putting up with it.
You're going to want to go back and watch it if you haven't seen any of that already. I was really impressed with the play, though. They swept the closed qualifier, Hogan Mode did. And they didn't just do it by picking up wins against teams on off days. They went and they got the wins for themselves. They really played for goals, played for victories, and played for each other in offense. Which is such a positive way to play, such an exciting way to play, to go for yet another push at the closing minute here. This is against Karmine Corp. Well, they lead by 1. They're still hunting. They're not happy to sit back. This is how they play. It's working so far this week.
Another a minute left. It's time to see whether or not they can hold it. And KC are caught. They are punished, and a brace for Growly.
Growly is doing everything this game. I mean, actually,
he's a monster.
To be fair, Rezi's also doing a lot. We do need to see maybe a little bit more from Scrub Killer there. Bottom of the scoreboard with this 26 points. It's fine though. He's dominating off the ball. He has been an impact player. You don't get points for demos. That's what he's done. There he is again, landing the demos. Still at 26 points, but like I said, he's contributed more than that.
Scrub does take over. 30 seconds. You're now in a spot where Hogan Mode are expected to win this game. They should not be throwing.
You know what?
Lead. KC are going to rip it from them if they can.
Shogun, you know what they should have done here is try to keep Scrubkill on 26 points, because can you imagine how demoralizing that would be for Karmine Corp to lose a game 3-1? Now you look at the scoreboard, Scrub's got 26 points. I think they've really made a mistake here. He's, in fact, almost tripled his points now to 76. That's nowhere near as embarrassing for Karmine Corp. Oh, they almost get one back. But yeah, I think that's probably the only mistake that Hogan would have made this game. If this is me, in a ranked game, I'm not touching the ball again. I'm just driving around getting demos to try and really put some salt in the wound. Yeah, 76 points for Scrub. Not really going to stand out, I think, as much. What do you think? Do you think Karmine Corp are going to be bothered by that? They've just been 3-1 and Scrubkill is not even trying.
If they really want to get under the skin of KC, they've got to do that old school thing where if you play against somebody high rated and ranked and you beat them, you take the screenshot and you tweet it at them. Scrub needs to start taking screenshots, and after every game, hey, just beat KC on the RLCS mainstream.
Yeah, I think, try and at Vatira right now. He's been very active on Twitter recently. He's been beefing with everybody on Twitter in the past day. I mean, so is everyone in the European region, to be fair. Hogan Mode just kind of sneaking on through, avoiding all the controversy. But this is absolutely a winnable series. Game 1 was competitive. Game 2, they take it 3-1. And Scrubkilla, I think he's starting to, I could see some reflection there. His monitor's on now. He's ready to go, get more than 76 points. They can absolutely do this. This is winnable.
Listen, if there's anything that Scrubkilla would rather look at than Rocket League, it is his reflection in the monitor. Oh my goodness, he scored! World champion Scrubkilla has got the first.
112 points, bro. I'm on the board already, bro. 5 seconds in. I'm doing more than last game. They can win this. We need to start realizing the reality. They can actually win this. Karmine Corp are in trouble.
Please don't do that again. Please.
I can't make any promises, Shogun.
You don't want me to start getting biased for KC, do you?
Oh.
This is how you get me biased for KC.
Oh, it's such a good play there by Vatira. He actually just 1-2 passes to himself, centers it, and then bumps the goalie. Vatira's, I think out of anyone in the world, it's no surprise that Vatira is the guy who's like, come on, guys, we cannot lose the Hogan Mode. Give me the ball. I'll do the rest.
He's just saw the notification on Twitter. He's not having any of it. Oh, Itachi, backboard! Oh, what a save! He's not going to get a second one. Needs the support by then. It was good to keep it out originally, but I think KC are a little bit tired of the fun and games.
That was a fantastic save by Scrub, reading where the shot's gone, but the clear did not come through. He's yelling at comms right now that he needs more from Resi. 0 points, Resi. But, we've got 2-1. He's saying, Resi, touch the ball, bro. You've got to do something. There we go. Oh, he didn't get any points for that.
He didn't get out.
To be fair. That should be 2 points for Resi right there.
Right, well, opportunity here for Growly, who has been the standout player for me in this series. What a few matches he has had, and he's going to have to keep that going. Let's take over. Vatira ready and waiting for it. That's exactly where he would like to play that sort of ball, although Growly's decided to go meet him. No sitting around and waiting. I do like that.
Oh.
They are great at just securing their 1-goal leads. Backboard again, and another awkward one to try and play offensively. Itachi off the backboard. Awkward for who? They've kept it going. Who's first to it? Scrub hooks it away to the corner, and they've got out.
And this is Scrub's game. I mean, if last game he's getting carried to a victory, he's doing it all this game. And they're actually the team losing. And that was a save that he will absolutely be putting in a highlight reel later on. Actually, a couple he's had this game. Karmine Corp have woken up here. They look like they really mean business all of a sudden. A second though, Vatira's out of the game. Here goes Scrubkilla with the air dribble. He leans forward to the demo. Scrub almost scores again.
Just that close. Almost found a way past the last player. If they had some expectancy, if they had some support, they might have been able to turn that in. Scrubs back in, off the backboard. Nobody there to originally meet it, and Itachi narrowly avoids being demoed. Keep an eye now on those back corner boosts. Scrub did steal one, and he's got rid of Exotic, so Vatira has to keep a hold of this ball. Instead, Growly takes over. He's being swarmed by orange cars. Up goes Rezi. Growly on the backboard if he needs it. Ends up leaving it. Scrub comes in. It's just inching closer and closer, but Hogan Mode are in the driver's seat.
It's extended pressure like they've not seen for a while. Rezi pounces on the half clear. Growly's up for it.
Oh,
Huge 50 by Growly. It's in.
Wow. Wow. Sorry, I'm having my moment here where I'm actually starting to believe.
What a 50, Hogan.
This is for realsies, Johnny.
Hogan,
this is for realsies.
It is unbelievable. What is the ceiling for this team? There isn't one. Scrub's up again. You know, he's just got full confidence right now. This really goes to show how important confidence is for Rocket League. Rezi's pre-jumping in defense. Growly loops around. Oh, he almost gets caught out there. Did miss the back wall clear. One from KC saw it. I mean, that's the respect they've got for Growly, even in a difficult position like that.
Growly has been incredible. He's been everywhere for them. Although I do think this has been the most complete performance from Hogan Mode. And they're going to need more of it because they're against Madeira. Backboard!
Oh!
Can't finish it off. Exotic looking for top pins. Rezi keeps it away. Rezi's also having a bit of an argument against the crossbar. Needs to try and win that one nice and soon. They have got back down. They've got Growly as the midfield option. Is beat to the ball. Have to find a way of working this out. Getting bullied a little bit. Growly just shadowed it the whole way.
Karmine Corp have got to be careful here. They don't have a ton of momentum in this position, so if this does turn the other way, they're going to be slow back, and they are slow back. It's Growly again. Rezi with assist of the day.
What on earth? Rezi snipes the bounce, gets it down. Growly just has to be there. Minute 18, one goal, and it might just be half the job done.
Just look at the face cam. Scrubkiller can't believe it. They are absolutely thrilled with what's happening. Vatira's got a free shot, though. That can't be good news. It's not good news for Hogan Mode. They've got to be more careful. A couple of misses starting to come through. This one's Rezi now. No touch. And even the goalkeeper, again, just having too much respect for Vatira's initial shot. That is all that they've got to say for themselves as regards leading this game.
That was just a whoops from Hogan Mode, and they can't afford them. Do feel like they've got away with a couple. Scrubkiller happy just to play that one in front of his own net. AC holding off for the time being. Rezi looking to try and hit and chase. Exotic full control from him. Scrubkiller off the backboard! He was not far off.
What an effort, but now Itachi's got a banger of a shot. Oh my goodness! Wow, counter-attack by Karmine Corp. The 50 goes middle. Exotic smashes it to Itachi, who gets a 131 kph shot underneath the bar. Brilliant by Itachi and Exotic.
We've had 7 goals in this one. 3 of them were scored in the opening minute. And we're going to need more. Vatira will provide 2 goal leads. Surely this one is done.
Oh, it's just too good for Vatira. Just that first touch pass Rezi is all he needed. The rest was history. As soon as we saw him in a 1v1 position with a reset available, we knew it was going to happen. Still, though, do Hogan Mode have anything left? Kickoff does go towards Growly here, but Vatira stays on the ball. Expertly done by Vatira there. You know, many players in the world would have just left and gone for boost. But here comes Growly again. Exotic bumps him off the play. Still, might have a shot off this. Exotic again there for it. Hogan Mode has some half chances at the end of the game.
Oh, Scrubkiller looking for the backboard. Goes for the follow. Attaching goal.
Oh my!
I don't know if that was low boost or high confidence. Either way.
Yeah, no boost there. That was
secure it.
That was a ridiculous save. I'm not sure. I mean, Itachi did get a save on it, but I think it might have actually been a bit of a team save as well. But Itachi did all that he could, and everything that was required of him with, I think, 4 boosts as he jumped for that save at the end of the game. And they close out a critical Game 3 win. I mean, if Karmine Corp had lost this, that would have been 2 in a row. Hogan Mode's confidence would have been through the ceiling. So that's actually massive for Karmine Corp to win this one and get these young upstarts, back to where they belong. I mean, it's not over yet, though. It looks like such a good series. Very, very evenly matched. Just a couple of defensive mistakes in that game for Hogan Mode that Karmine Corp were able to punish.
Yeah, I do like the individual creativity that we are getting out from Hogan Mode, but they are up against just pure Rocket League engineering, as crisp and clean as you like when it comes to KC. If you make a mistake, you are losing a goal. That's just how it is when you play against this team. And, well, those mistakes cannot continue to come onwards. These teams do both have access to timeouts. I have not heard any shout about one coming through.
No.
So that does mean that we'll head into the second half of the series with it being available to both teams.
Yeah, no timeout required for Hogan Mode. Their confidence remains intact. I think a timeout would have been smart there, personally, but, we'll let them off. It's their first event together. They can silence any questions about timeout with an early goal here. Rezi, stealing double, air dribble into the back post, and looking at the dunk on Vatira there. Vatira guides it wide.
Rezi back into the midfield. Exotic can continue to follow up. Mr. Growly. I do like the clears that we've had from Hogan Mode. They're not just hitting and hoping a lot of the time. They are hitting it into spots that players aren't around. Vatira is causing problems. Oh, Rezi has won that very convincingly and then tried for the team pinch. Doesn't quite work. Itachi's that, I know for a fact you had boost on, was a little bit too casual.
Yeah, Rezi called Itachi's bluff there. Itachi faking to clear the ball across the net. Rezi just knew there's a likelihood that he's not, in fact, doing that. Played the ball, missed the shot, though. I think overall, Rezi played that sequence very well. Defending Vatira's air dribble, getting the counter-attack started, and even creating a chance out of nothing. I mean, they've been aggressive, Hogan Mode. I think they've surprised Karmine Corp with their aggression. Karmine Corp must have expected more respect from them. Most of their opponents, especially last split, that might be dipping a bit too soon. Not too soon. Scrub Killers there to deflect it clear. Yeah, no respect being shown to KC here. Hogan Mode are just playing as if it is a team of randoms in a qualifier that they're up against. It seems to be working very well. Scrub Killer in a 1v1 with Exotic. This is the best ones player to ever touch the game, showing he's still got it.
Off Exotic just respawning, so he has to move forward. He's on about mid-40 boost if he managed to pick up at least a pad on his way through. The Scrub Killer had the advantages, and if there's a spot that you want him in, that was going to be it. So 1-0 to Hogan Mode. I've taken leads previously, so I'm not going to sound surprised anymore. But here you go, Vatira. Is he going to outplay everybody? I wasn't going to sound surprised on that one either, but instead it has stayed out.
Well, he did it. He did the hard part there, but then he missed the shot. He missed it in the worst possible way as well. That's the much better shot by Itachi, and Scrub can't get it out of the net. That's a tough one to save there. Scrub hanging at the back post just in case he needed to defend the back wall. He realized too late that it was just going to be a shot directly on target. Exotic lobbing it brilliantly down there for Itachi. They've been combining very well in these past two games.
So back to 1-1. Rezi back down. Exotic takes over. Early jump there from Vatira. But now the pace is going in the way of KC.
Oh, wow.
Every single time, Hogan Mode seem to just have that magical touch when they're in defense. Just something to get it away from where KC want the ball to be.
Yeah, it's Rezi again, just disrupting the play in very difficult positions. Been difficult to play against as Rezi, very unpredictable. They're again in a great position, halfway through a game, 1-1 with Karmine Corp. That's the scoreline pretty much any team would be proud of. Maybe not Vitality after their performance earlier on today. That was maybe open, actually. Don't think Growly realized it was going to be. Pitches it middle. Vatira ready for it. Hogan Mode have to just try to remain consistent here. They cannot allow those mistakes from last game to creep back into their play. Look at the bumping play off the ball again. Scrub Killer looking to redirect the pass as well. They're always hunting for those bumps and demos.
I will say this game is tremendously important to Hogan Mode.
Oh, yeah.
As good as they have been 3 games in a row against KC, the major champions, that's where I suspend my disbelief.
Yeah, well, they've got a timeout available as well. I mean, it just doesn't seem possible. They've been one of the best teams after a timeout.
It has to get done here. They need to take this one. They got to get out of this spot. Scrub can't get to it. And Itachi gives KC the advantage.
At least Scrubs just failed to read the shot again. He was going to jump for the first one, and then he half flips into the net, but that left him in a bit of an awkward position there. He wasn't ready to advance and hit the ball. It went just slightly behind him. Those are the mistakes that Hogan Mode cannot afford to make. That's too easy for Karmine Corp. They need to force them to just try a little bit harder to score, or else they are going to be out of their depth here. 1v2, or 1-2 pass, I should say. Almost working there for Hogan Mode. Karmine Corp are absolutely in control at this point.
You get the feeling they would, as they always do, settle into the series as it goes. Like, that should be it. Oh my goodness. How have you kept that out? I thought Rezi got them.
I think Exotic must have just dodged the bump, but here comes Scrub Killer. Another unbelievable save. It's Vatira this time. The follow-up does not connect. Well, Karmine Corp can be proud of themselves for those saves. Exotic must have dodged the bump on the previous one. There's no way he would have got back if he got knocked out of position. These are good efforts though by Hogan Mode. Got another bump land. It doesn't need to. Scrub Killer puts in an equalizer.
Just the threat was enough. Vatira stared down Rezi and Vatira blinked.
Yeah.
Scrub Killer will get there. 2 each with 44 on the clock.
I mean, Vatira had two bad options there. Either stay in the line of fire, get demoed, or lean back and watch Scrub Killer score. I suppose the better option would be to just get demoed there on purpose and hope that the smoke screen causes a miss. But he's going to make up for it, isn't he? Not this time. Vatira, ever the main character in the story of Rocket League this season. Looking like he's going to answer back, as he has quite a few times this series. Well, that's not the best first touch from Vatira. He gets bumped for his trouble, and that invites Rowley into the play. Center ball comes through. Where's the free shot? Rezi late to the play.
Rezi can't be doing that. That was so unnecessary, because when you do that, not only are you not hitting the ball, you're late back, you're not landing on a wall. Now his team is up against it with so little time left. Just need to hang on, get that ball down to the floor. Although Scrub, never been one to just accept it overtime.
No way.
Stepped it up, and Rezi just tries to get rid. Exotic keeps it alive. He thinks, you know what? If you guys want to play this game, we'll happily give it a go.
Oh, look at this.
Both teams. Growly with Exotic stood around, though.
Both teams are having a go in 0 seconds. It's gone end to end twice. Rezi with the low finish, and he almost gets it through. Into overtime we go. It's a must-win for Hogan Mode to keep the series level.
They take this, it's all tied up. If they don't, it's triple match point to the champions of the last major. Such an important goal. Exotic over the top, off the backboard, leaves it. But Vatira, who sets up Itachi. Too many steps to the play. Nothing really all that threatening to Hogan Mode.
And it was Itachi just bailing out of that last shot. He decided there's no point shooting on target. It is defended. I'll just keep the pressure up by putting it in the corner. That way, Karmine Corp's attack can continue and eventually result in a goal. 3-2 win and 3-1 in the series.
Is that it? Is that it for Hogan Mode? They got to show us the biggest of all performances in these next 3 games. I'm expecting to hear timeout. Surely I hear timeout.
Did they know Johnny, they have a timeout?
I don't know. They've never made a Saturday before. They've never made a top 8, let alone a top 6. They know they've got a timeout. Apparently they do. They have used it.
That would have been a real surprise, a real twist if
they would have been a very Scrub Killer moment to not know he's got a timeout.
They're not that. He's not that old. He definitely played in the timeout era.
According
Scrub
to
Killer.
DJ and Stumpy's 100, so.
Yeah, that did increase a couple of times. They're trying to one-up each other in the Scrub Killer age estimation. Growly's room is also getting darker and darker. If there's any light seeping in there, now that the sun is set, it's no longer the case. He's it's a bit of a divide, isn't it, in the gaming world?
Yeah.
Playing in the dark or playing in the light. You can see that with a lot of the players who are playing from home, deciding to turn off the lights. Some of them like to leave them on. Growly, not one of them. What are they saying right now? I mean, I think they've made it this far in this tournament by just being positive, aggressive, trusting each other in offense. And one of the key moments for me in that game was Growly centering the ball late in the game, and Rezi wasn't there. He was at the halfway line with 100 boost. I think earlier in the tournament, he would have been there every single time as a center ball comes through, just thinking, why wouldn't I be here? My teammate's centering the ball. Of course, I'll be middle. But I think they're starting to, it's becoming a reality for them. And I think the nerves are starting to kick in for Hogan mode. But they can't have any of that now. They just have to full send it. If they just decide to sit back and wait for Karmine Corp mistakes, they're not going to happen. At least not enough to win a series here. Not 3 games in a row. Hogan mode have to go and do what they've been doing all weekend. And that is forcing mistakes, going and trying to win games, not just trying to not lose.
Yeah, well, if they came into this tournament with the entire thought process of being, well, we might as well give it a shot, you're now in the position in this series where you might as well just give it a shot, try and make history, and ruin the party of KC. I mean, this team came here to ruin somebody's day. It was supposed to maybe be Zen's debut. Instead, why not? We will just take down the best team in Europe. So they've come here to ruin something. They haven't maybe got what they were originally after. Just take down KC. And what a way to do it it would be. It's unlikely. But if it was easy, it wouldn't be as hype as it potentially might be. We've got the players back on the field. Let's see if that timeout has led to anything. Back in we go. KC against Hogan mode.
And I think keep an eye on Rezi this game. If he is diving in as second man, then I think his confidence is back intact. But if he's sitting back nervously, then that's a bad sign for Hogan mode. Vatira's already going to try and give them something to think about. What a save by Rezi with almost no boost. He manages to defend. Vatira air dribble. And now Scrub's got some 50 exotic. He does. The Karmine Corp with the first chances in this game. Hogan will defend both. And now Growly going to make it through an exotic mistake. Here is Rezi lunging into that near post position. He didn't really full send though. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the lack of commitment to that play.
So they just want it to fall into the laps at the moment. Now Rezi's going to go for the outplay. He did hit.
There we go.
Itachi midair.
That's what we want to see from Hogan mode. Minimum 2 players in front of the ball at all times. Maximum aggression. And plenty of let's go, bro, from Scrub in the comms. I really hope they're recording their comms for the record. I'd love to watch that back.
I don't think Scrub... I'm hoping that first game was Scrub just setting up the OBS equipment.
Yeah, probably the second game where he got 26 points in 4 minutes. Oh, it's not looking good. Vatira sniping on corners. The timeout buff is so far ineffective against Karmine Corp.
One bump on Growly, and that meant that Scrub was not going to be there in time. Getting a little bit of their own back. I think that's the one thing Vatira is upset by the way, in this one, is that he's tried a lot of individual plays. They've not quite managed to get through just yet. He really wants at least one, though, at least from the amount of times I've seen him go for it. Good demo. That's out into midfield. Vatira's going to have to try and chase back, and that was... I think Exotic would have been there. That looks more open than it was.
No, I love that Scrub's gone for that. If he got a different angle on that challenge, it could have just been in, because Karmine Corp did not see the challenge coming. This is what Hogan would have to do if they're going to have a chance. Oh, the shooting's just too good, though. Exotic sniping top ends is not good news for the underdogs.
Oh, it's just right up there, isn't it?
What the
pass is fantastic. The shot is phenomenal. The whole play is sublime. Karmine Corp in a nutshell.
I mean, it just feels inevitable that we're going to get that rematch, the Karmine Corp versus Vitality. I wouldn't mind it. Let's be honest. That would be pretty fun to watch.
I mean, we've got 2 very soggy teams waiting to say something about that.
That's true. Oh, a team save there from Hogan mode. The synergy is definitely there in spirit, but not in effectivity. Oh, so yeah, Karmine Corp are just too good. They are starting to chip away at the defense, and the cracks are appearing.
I do want to point out just how amazing this top 6 is that we've got. And that Hogan mode are also in there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they've got... If we're looking for the rest of the split, for this team, is this repeatable for you? From what we have seen, because they're going to need a couple of these if we want to see them at the major.
Oh, I think absolutely repeatable. But, the thing about Hogan mode's success is that they can't let it change the way their mentality coming in here. I think that their underdog mentality, their we've got nothing to lose mentality has really helped them through this. It's enabled them to play their best Rocket League, and if that changes as they start to get closer and closer to the major, then it could all go wrong. Like, what they've got right now is definitely working. They've got to try and keep this mentality going. You know, that's going to be a full team thing. It's not just about Scrub, the veteran. You know, they don't need to think about that just yet. They've still got another 2 minutes and 15 seconds at the least in this tournament.
You're gonna make something of this. It needs to start happening soon because KC, of all things, should not be throwing this sort of lead in the series, and they certainly should not be throwing a 3-goal lead in this game. But stranger things have happened. Scrub Killer has been there for a lot of it. Back down, Rezi. He's gonna try and fast. He's got Bradley on the ceiling. Okay, well, that's the mentality you were hoping for, Johnny.
Yeah, they need that attacking mentality. They need to really try and surprise Karmine Corp. Karmine Corp are used to playing against Simple Rocket League. They're the best team at just preventing Simple Rocket League from working. You really have to go above and beyond to catch this team off guard. Hogan mode. Not done yet. Here comes another great chance. Growly's sticking up for the bump. Looks like he didn't actually have the capability of reaching Itachi. It was far too quick, too decisive with his interception, as he always is.
Quick, the play back is Vatira, part of the pass. He's already there to defend. But for the outplay, got very much punished for it. So a minute left, and it does look like it's time to start the victory parade for KC. Rezi over the Growly. Back to Rezi, backboard. They're just not going to give them anything, are they? KC refuse to let anything slip.
Yeah, they're a decent team, aren't they, Karmine Corp? They're not bad.
They're all right. You know what?
It's fair play to them. They're definitely not
good for them. They should be proud.
They're not bad. I think they've done okay today. You know, maybe they lost to Vitality, but fair play. This has been convincing. And in a high-pressure matchup, after a loss earlier on today, you can just, at the end of the day, we can say with confidence, Karmine Corp are definitely not bad. I think we can all agree on that.
Well, their questions get asked tomorrow, and it does look like they are going to see it through to Championship Sunday. They do get to that grand final, they're going to have to win it twice. If you ask these players, if they lose against a team like Vitality, they wouldn't want anything less than to beat them twice. They move on. Hogan mode really made an effort for it. They scored one own goal to send us on our way, and they are eliminated.
Yeah, eliminated, but they can sleep proudly tonight after a great run, an inspirational run, an absolute bro-overload of a performance. But yeah, Karmine Corp are just too good. They are pretty good at Rocket League, and they absolutely deserve to win here. The better team, the more consistent team, and they were too much this soon for Hogan mode. But who knows? Maybe later in the split they'll be able to give it another go. And I'm excited to see what comes next for this team. I think that you know, they are going to be I think a mainstay this split in Europe. And yeah, it's brilliant to see not just Scrub back on the main stage, but also to see Rezi and Growly getting some success as well. I think it's been a long time coming for them.
Yeah, for those two players, I feel like it's been one of those times where I constantly see them going out in the close qualifiers, and you're like, well, how often have I never seen? I feel like I rate you higher than what I'm seeing from you right now, and we finally got to see it over on the main stage. So for KC, they move on, and that means, Johnny, our top three at the moment are Team Liquid, Team Vitality, and the team that we just saw, Karmine Corp. But we've got one more spot left, and it's between Team BDS and Moist Esports. One of those teams is going out.
Furia dans un match qui ne peut pas se rater.
Le décompte est lancé. Oh non, Jack dans les airs. Fleur des bateaux à porter Jack. Le petit bump sur Yves et ça va donner l'ouverture du score. Allez derrière. Soyons n'est pas là, là-bas touche le sol. Les GG sont champions majors de Rotterdam.
Ça manque un petit peu de puissance, c'est parfait pour Extra qui va venir mettre le but en or en faveur d'Exalti. Attention à Monkey Moon, la passe axiale et l'ouverture du score.
The hopes of a Scrub Killer versus Zen matchup are not going to happen as Karmine Corp, the blue wall, shut down Hogan mode. Everyone is excited of the series regardless, but we do see K Corp move on into the lower bracket semifinal, 4-1 over Hogan mode. It was, Johnny, it was still a fun match regardless, I think. And honestly, I think people are surprised at how closely Hogan mode did keep it at times.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't, that surprised by the way they played, and I'm not surprised by the result either, because Karmine Corp are Karmine Corp, but that's, I think I got lucky. I was just lucky that I caught their qualifier run, and I saw that, this team's actually playing really well. The way they play is entertaining to watch. It's very aggressive, very fast-paced. But yeah, I think in the last two games there, it just fell apart. They ran out of momentum. Karmine Corp are just too good. But yeah, great rebound there for Karmine Corp as well, getting sent to the lower bracket with a 4-1 loss. You know, what's the perfect way to respond to that? Is beating the fan favorites 4-1.
James, did you have fun?
Oh, I thought that series was a blast. I mean, it's starting out early. Hogan Mode kept it close. They got that early game, which kind of made you a believer, and you're sitting at the edge of your seat. But near the end of the series in the home stretch, you really could just see the quality of Vitality. Everything was there. The Itachi shooting, the individual ability from Vatira. Exotic's passing was stellar. It was out of this world. We saw some give and go plays from K-Corp. They just showed the quality. It was a good run from Hogan Mode, but it had to come to an end, especially when they're playing a team like K-Corp.
Yeah, and again, I think that Scrub said it himself. This was already a great placement. Any more would just be extra. They went in to have some fun.
I believe he said anything else would be a bonus.
A Brona. Oh, okay, stop it. Let's go to the next game. Let's go. We're going to go over to Moist Esports versus Team BDS. This is a fun match, in my opinion, James, because both these teams, I guess, had a bit of a dip, and now they're kind of on that rise. You know, they made some moves, and it's looking like they're starting to feel good. But, of course, one of them has to shut down the other. This is an elimination match.
Yeah, all three of the original Moist squad down here in the lower bracket right now, but one of them will be will have their tournament ended here. We've got Joyo, the leader, the veteran at this point for Moist, at least, trying to lead the charge up against his old teammate Rise and BDS. And BDS, I think, really living up to some of their potential now. You've seen Rise previously in these series be able to step up and make those solo plays, be able to get rebound opportunities, and you can never discount Monkey Moon, who was, you know, just not too long ago considered the best player in the world. And then Seiko, there was the big roster move, obviously with Mark out the door, Seiko coming in.
Okay, what's going on here though? What's going on? Look at Seiko. He's lost something. I mean, somebody's got to find this man a chair. For goodness sake, he's going to play standing up or something. Like, somebody get Seiko a chair. Does he know there's a chair right behind him? And this man, he loves standing up on endpoint back in the day between matches. They've not even started here. We've got a different angle. He's standing in that angle as well. Okay, there you find his chair. And he's ready to go. Sorry about that. Just, you know, very, very concerned for a moment there. Seiko wasn't going to be situated for the start of the match.
Was he logging in for a teammate? That's just teamwork right there. He was getting someone else already impressed.
Oh, what if he's just tweeted on Monkey Moon's account right now? Somebody go check. You never want to leave your Twitter open around this guy.
When I actually had Marky leave his Steam account logged in when he came and visited.
Disaster.
Oh, what have you done?
Absolute disaster.
I took a screenshot and then I logged out because
what a nice
I couldn't do it to him.
What a friendly fella. Yeah, no, I think at the end, this is again, you mentioned it, James, that matchup between former teammates. For me, I'm really loving Cash on this roster, because for me, with Quadrant, that was a huge pull for me to that team, seeing him, what he can do on the field, the speed, the aggression, and I just love watching him play. To see him on a roster here with Moist, with Joyo is just fun. I think all around, they're great personalities on the team. But
oh yeah, there was the one play earlier today where Joyo had the psycho pass off the wall and Cash redirected it top corner. That was an overtime. That was a blast. I mean, I really believe in this Moist team. I think they've got all the pieces. I think the thing the Moist is going to have to do is build back up that confidence that they can win. Joyo obviously knows it, major champion, but this is an all-new squad. Cash now has a taste of the majors, but it's a whole different ball game. And these are two titans, really. BDS, they've been down, but they're not really out. And with this Rise edition, these are both two really great teams. This will be a fun match.
Well, let's get chat's predictions in right now. Hashtags in the chat, MST or BDS. You know what to do. While you're doing that, we'll tally them up. We'll get the analyst thoughts here. John, we'll start with you because you guys have put all your predictions
I'm locked.
so put it on the board.
I'm locked in. These are the only predictions I got right so far today, that BDS and Moist would meet each other in this game. I got everything else wrong. But yeah, I did also say I think BDS are going to win. And based on what I've seen so far today, I'm confident, because Moist just took a really, really big L. And that's going to be tough to rebound from. So yeah, I think BDS have got this.
Yeah, I'm going to throw mine up there too because I do agree with Johnny on this one. I love what I'm seeing from BDS with Rise on the roster. My memeing with Hogan mode picks are over. I have to go with what I think my brain is telling me in this one, James.
Yeah, you know, I picked Moist last time and they let me down. So what am I going to do? I'm going to pick Moist again. Actually, let's get wet, baby. I believe.
He logs out of people that leave their Steam accounts in, and then he sticks with his friend. Look at this. What a great guy James is. Chat, just a little bit behind, though, almost 50%, which means it's going to be another exciting match. Let's head down to the field. Cole and Subi are there to cast it. Moist, still toiling from a reverse sweep, now need to face BDS, a team refreshed with their new roster. Tournament lives on the line. Let's see how each team handles the pressure of a best of 7.
The defending world champions looking to return to their former glory, but Moist Esports standing in their way. Joyo has 2 brand new teammates that he's trying to hunt a major with, and it all starts right here, right now. Subi Smash joined by Cole, and Cole, I gotta say, man, we got some of the best matchups of today.
Yeah, we've been very lucky earlier on to see Karmine Corp versus Vitality, and now the first time that Rise and Joyo have faced since Rise left Moist to leave to Oxygen, which is absolutely huge as well. These two, you know, coming to the fore, back in the Queso days of Vatira as well, and now they're up against each other on this fabled pitch, and 2 teams who have had different paths to get to here. A horrible reverse sweep earlier on against Moist Esports, but BDS again on a little bit of a run down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. BDS, you know, they faltered slightly, but it's expected after making a roster change, especially the massive one of replacing Extra with Rise. And we know what Rise brings to the pitch, especially when that clock is around 10 seconds to go in the match. Just something special is created. And we'll see if things like that can happen today from Rise, but Joyo going to do his best to keep all of that at bay. I'm just so excited to see these 2 former teammates go against each other and see who can get the better of one another as the pinch comes out. My goodness, that was a speedy boy.
It's actually Seiko who gets the goal. He comes from the ceiling. Rise is there waiting for him, and Seiko just gets the most delightful little scrape. I think there was also another touch of a Moist player as well. Everyone getting involved in that opening goal. And as for Rise, Subi, he did not just join Team BDS to make Worlds, even though that's going to be tough for them with the points that they need to get, as it's saved by Joyo. He joined Team BDS to win Worlds. He believes that with Seiko and Monkey Moon, they can keep their crown that they got in Fort Worth last season. They have to show here that it's doable.
It's not a bad idea, right? Monkey Moon and Seiko are some of the best players in the game. And when you add the addition of Rise, it's going to be a tough climb to make Worlds, but it all starts right here at the Spring Open. And so far, I get that they're in the lower bracket, but if they can pull this one out, they're going to do well with start accumulating those points.
Well, whichever team does win will face Karmine Corp and Vatira in the lower bracket semi-finals. So, huge reunion for the 3
That's
OGs
crazy.
over there. Everything works out in the end in Rocket League, it seems.
It's so crazy to think about when you reverse the hands of time and you go back to Team Queso and the special moments that they brought back in LA at that winter major, and then you go to London, but just how good all 3 of those guys were that randomly found each other. It's not like these guys made trades off of other teams. No, they were a team that formed and took RLCS by storm, and they're all still here and all still at the top level.
It's currently BDS that hold a 1-0 lead halfway into this first game as Monkey Moon clears as far as Joyo. Rise is trying to close him down, but Joyo does manage to get over the top towards Seiko, who's starting to come alive in Team BDS colors again. It's been a while since we've really seen him at his vibrant best. Such a fantastic player when he's truly on his game. Joyo's coming in now. This one's going to go towards Rise, who gets in Monkey Moon's way somewhat. The double commit shouldn't do too much harm, though, because Monkey Moon can turn. But that's sort of the side of BDS. It's been a while since we've seen as Seiko gets the double. It's absolutely perfect. Maybe he's back.
I just thought this pass from Rise was brilliant, but no, the catch right there from Seiko to send it right between the goalposts on that backboard. Thing of beauty, the accuracy to nail that double tap. Seiko coming alive here in game number 1.
Cash is going to catch this one, though. The new man for Moist wants to go over the top of Monkey Moon, but Monkey Moon stands tall. So much good work in the series earlier before that reverse sweep against Team Liquid Cash. Would have been devastating for the Moist players. Especially when it's Team BDS that's your reward for losing, as Rise might make it 3 for BDS. Yes, he does. And they are playing supremely well in game 1.
Just 2 plays in a row where Team BDS, their vision gets them goals. They notice Moist pushing way too far forward. They're all at that midfield line. No one covering up the backfield. And they make them pay. 3-0 for Team BDS. And Moist Esports have their work cut out for them.
Well, when you're on the back of a best-of-7 reverse sweep, I believe somebody was saying it was the 18th in RLCS history, you have to start well in the next series. Maybe Juicy has just dragged them into making that a possibility.
Starts with the first goal, and it comes off of a beautiful demo on the back line as Cash was trying to steal that one away. But first one's the hardest one to get, and they chip away at the lead slightly and decrease it down to 2.
This new version of Moist get themselves back into games. The original Moist was so good at doing that. 0-second goals, game 7 wins, unlikely comebacks, kickoff goals when necessary. And I've got plenty of time to score a couple. The BDS are coming forward again. Juicy has to get a clean touch. Pushes it forwards. I know, I'm disappointed too, Subi. I think that's exactly what BDS wanted him to do.
Exactly. They baited him into that, but that's one of those situations where you've got to survey the field. He had so much space to work with. And that first touch, just so heavy, pushed it all the way downfield. And Joyo redirect, gets it over 1 and brings the lead down to 1. Moist still alive.
Joyo just keeps it simple. There was a massive challenge. Just bounced in front of him, and he just puts it past Rise, beats his old teammate for pace. And Moist may be lining up a comeback of their own.
Gosh, this team just always been so clutch. So fun to watch. You can never get off the edge of your seat when Moist Esports are on the field. They can always mount those comebacks.
Cash puts that one into the center. Joyo, lovely touch. Lets it go across his body. Only Seiko was aware to it. Rise lets it bounce on his car up against Joyo. I always love what she needs to up against each other. Rise round the corner. It's met there. I think it was Cash who got the touch, and he's back again. Another huge pinch goes into the center. This is how Moist scored their second goal earlier. Juicy gets the
Cash.
3 jumps. Cash gets it.
Cash.
Cash follows up, but it's saved by Seiko. Joyo maybe can keep it going. Monkey Moon should be able to get behind there. Not quite this time. Joyo still causing chaos. Moist just can't quite get that final touch yet.
Great touch there from Juicy to hit that back pass. Cash off the ceiling. Cash can't get the touch. And here comes Juicy's last man back. Rise pushing it all the way down the field. And Moist Esports have to keep it alive. Not gonna happen. And Team BDS win a nail biter in game number 1.
I'm so happy that it turned into a nail biter though. When BDS went 3-0 up, I think it was pretty much dead on halftime. You're starting to think that maybe being reverse swept has just knocked Moist off their pedestal. But getting those couple of goals, Subi, that will really help the mentality as we go forwards in this series.
Absolutely. And I love to see the passing plays that we're seeing from Team BDS, getting everyone involved, other than Monkey Moon. But he's one of those players that, at the snap of a finger, he can come alive. But Seiko, oh my, you gotta be kidding. He can pull those mechanics out of a hat. And it was a close one. And Cole, it's good to see you today, my friend. I decided to put on a little floral shirt for springtime.
Oh, well, now I feel underdressed. I'm just wearing a purple t-shirt, but it's long sleeve.
It's purple, though. It's beautiful.
And that's
it's lavender.
Cool. The kids love long sleeve t-shirts, probably.
Something like that.
Who knows, mate? I'm old. Who knows what's going on anymore?
You're old.
Right.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that makes me then.
Do you know what? I'm a young man, Subi. I'm sorry. I take it back, okay? My bad. I forgot who I was talking to. How could I?
Yeah, respect your elders.
Well, let's see if Moist can gain any respect from Team BDS. They started to threaten a bit of a comeback at the end of game 1. How they'd love to take a lead. They could do it early as well. Monkey Moon is making a real habit for himself of getting in the way of these Moist passes.
Oh, Rise over Joyo. He's still alive, and Seiko can't finish it off. But Rise does get that boost steal, and that is huge to slow down Moist Esports. We know how quick they are. We know how mechanical they are. It seems like every single time they get this ball in the air, they're going for a Mustang. It's just they want to show off. They want to look good while doing it. Monkey Moon trying to go opposite upper 90. Can't quite find it.
Speaking of looking good, you do look awesome in your floral shirt, Subi. I forgot to really mention how good you look, so good on you, man.
Thank you.
As Rise gets that one towards Seiko. chain dashing his way around the corner, but Juicy was aware to it, puts a great challenge into the center, but no one was left from Moist. They'd run out of boost and had to go back and get some. Now they're using it. Joyo just waiting to see what Cash can conjure up. Nothing this time. And it's Moist coming forward, looking more likely to keep the pressure going, but BDS just desperate to counter.
Yeah, just great midfield presence right now from Moist Esports. Team BDS having a rough time getting out of their own half as Monkey Moon trying to get that ball to Rise. Seiko pushed up, and that's a dangerous play. A lot of trust given over to Monkey Moon to win that 50. Didn't quite come out, and now it's a 3-on-2 advantage.
BDS so happy to defend, though, just sitting in their own goal, challenging Moist to come forward, daring them to break through them. Are they going to be able to? The demos come out. Juicy gets the double, not quite the third. Monkey Moon, though, is all alone. Cash tries to put it past him. Monkey Moon had put himself on the perfect place in the goal line, and another save as well. Monkey Moon coming in huge in defense for Team BDS.
Monkey Moon so crucial to Team BDS's success offensively, defensively, leadership, you name it. This guy has it. As that shot is gonna be close from Rise. Tough angle off of the pass from Monkey Moon. And Seiko sees Monkey Moon. He keeps that pressure alive, goes for demo, can't quite find it. But the shot's starting to come from Team BDS.
Slowly but surely they're whirring into life, but Juicy might beat Rise here. It's actually a draw. Ball going into the center. Seiko then getting the next touch. BDS moving their way forwards. Now it's
Great
their turn to
demo.
charge. A demo comes in. Monkey Moon can't quite get the shot round the corner. And Rise is swept away by Joyo. It does fall to Seiko in the end until Cash from the side gets the save. Moist have had all this game their own way. Suddenly they're put on the back foot by BDS. But for now, they're doing okay.
I mean, they're doing great if you look at goals per game so far in the spring split. And we don't care about that. We're going to look at this goal right here, right now from Monkey Moon. Pops the ball up, goes over two defenders, makes them look silly.
Rise just nudged Juicy out the way. Joe did his best to get back and help his mate, but it wasn't going to happen. Monkey Moon had too much control, too much composure, and too much skill to fail to score there. And it's a great kickoff for BDS as well. Juicy's touch. He's met by Monkey Moon so quickly. Seiko gets it over the top of Joyo, almost trying to bundle it home. Here's Rise. It could be two. Just wide.
And one thing Team BDS, cannot do is get overconfident and look past Moist Esports as that shot down low, and he gets the follow-up, cleans up his own pass, and Seiko extends the lead to 2.
Look at this shot here from Seiko. He knew exactly where Juicy and Joyo wanted it to go, higher, at the top of the goal. That's why they were clinging to the wall. By keeping it low, made it almost impossible to get their car onto it, and it was followed up. And the rest was as simple as you like. And Team BDS, for the second game in a row, take a 2-0 lead. Maybe they can do the same and get a 3. Here's Monkey Moon to the ceiling. It pitches into the center. Seiko then hits Monkey Moon. Cash gets it away, but only as far as Rise was coming in. Juicy should be able to clear better via a Joyo touch. And BDS's attack, at least for now, is quelled.
And I love the positioning from Rise right there. Uh-oh, little tie-up from Seiko and Monkey Moon. Gonna lead to a turnover at midfield as Cash gets baited out by Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon looking for the dump-off pass, and here we go. Joyo and Rise mid-air, and Rise gonna defend that brilliantly, push it into his own corner, deny any offense from Moist Esports.
Well, there's been plenty of offense in this game, but it just hasn't really turned into decent shots. They've had 3 of them, despite the pressure they had before the BDS goal came in. They have to turn that around, and they have to do it pretty soon. Start to wonder, if you're Moist, how often they can get away with giving goals away.
What?
BDS,
what?
Seiko's just chaining together all the flip resets. Cash is going to beat Rise there. And then Juicy should be able to find a pass, but Monkey Moon, what a read that is. Knew exactly where it was going. Joyo's read by Seiko as well. BDS have absolutely downloaded Moist in the last minute or so.
I just can't get over the 47 flip resets we just saw from Seiko. That was insane. Yeah, it's hard for me to count when I can't use my fingers and toes. Tough one. But so far, 30 seconds to go, and it just seems like a completely different Team BDS than we saw in the first half. They had no shots to speak of, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, all this offense just started pouring on.
Cash does nip in there, though. Is there any chance he can get around Seiko? No, even when Seiko doesn't have the ball, he's just seeing Cash away. Juicy, he might get himself on the score sheet here, but it's not going to matter. Team BDS, you say they're different to earlier on in this series. They're different to earlier on in this season. when was the last time we saw Seiko trying to chain together some flip resets, showing how mechanical he is? BDS coming back alive in front of our very eyes.
Exactly. And I just have to commend Team BDS, Monkey Moon and Seiko specifically, because when we get a look at these player cams, and specifically, well, first let's get a look at the replays, because this was incredible from Moist Esports, the start of this, to be able to deny Team BDS, the statistical leaders, so far in the Spring Open, just shots, goals, all of that for that long. I mean, you got to tip your cap, but eventually Team BDS going to break through. And like I was talking about, look at Rise, look to his right and look to his left. When you look at Seiko's camera, Rise is sitting right in the middle. They want him to feel comfortable. They want him to feel welcomed. You are a part of this team. We need you. You're not sitting on the side. It's not the Monkey Moon Seiko show. We need you to succeed.
Speaking of which as well, the what we see next to and alongside Team BDS, Extra was behind them earlier on. I think he's just stepped out to get a drink or something now, but he is in the room. He is still part of the team. He's on the subs bench, but he's also getting involved in the coaching. He's scrimming with them. They have done everything they can to ensure that Extra stays as much part of the Rocket League world as is possible. And he's such a smart mind in the game as well. A perfect foil for Team BDS. If they need somebody to talk to, everything is working for this squad right now, and it's put them 2-0 up.
We're doing a little dancing on the field, waiting for players to get in here. Team BDS starting to feel comfortable. And, well, is it kind of weird to see Moist Esports not take a timeout there, especially given the fact they've been outshot and outscored 5-2 in this series?
Yeah, now you mention it, I think that would have been a perfect time to take a tactical timeout. It was tough for them. The games that, to me, always seem to be the ones that you really want to take that step away from are the ones where you were on top, you had momentum, you had territory, and couldn't get the goal. That was exactly that. Over there, Moist had so much of the play in the first half, 3 quarters, that as soon as BDS scored, it wasn't a collapse, but they just looked so much weaker. Moist need to fix that, and hopefully they haven't missed a massive opportunity for a tactical timeout as Seiko almost redirects that one, but it's saved by Cash.
Maybe it gave him confidence knowing that there's been a reverse sweep today. Maybe they can do it too.
That gave them, I really believe it because they got reverse swept.
Yeah, we got reverse swept, so we could do it too.
I love it. I love the positivity, Stevie. Maybe that's what they're thinking. As Juicy charges down Rise. Cash, go on, mate. Can you win this race? You've got the boost to follow it up as well. Should be
brilliant.
Easy as you like for Cash, but he's put it wide.
Oh, I think that was just a brilliant save. I think it was an infield pass. Either way, didn't go in as Juicy. Tons of space, tons of time, but he puts it right up where Monkey Moon was waiting. And that's an opportunity thrown by the wayside.
Well, that's a go again, Moist, which seems to be the story of this series. Just retry things. Eventually, something's got to land. They'll take a lead, perhaps. The only goals they got, the 2 that they got in the first game, after going 3-0 down beforehand. They changed that. Cash wants to get the floor pinch, but it's not quite got the power, and Seiko's touch out of defense was perfect. Moon ends up with the ball. Rise would have been his target. He was bumped out of the way, so the attack didn't really come to too much. Actually, it was a little bit of pressure put on. But Cash always seemed in control of that situation, and Moist should be able to see this one from left to right.
Here comes Juicy again. He just seems to always find himself with space and time. Unfortunately, that one, a little low boost. And tough one is that shot. Goes right across the crossbar. An infield pass. Too much heat put behind that one. Juicy couldn't catch up. As Joyo forced to just slow this one down. Did he get the flip? I believe he did, but he gets the bump instead to start the offense for Moist Esports.
Once again, it's Moist that have started better, though. They have to capitalize. Juicy wants to get over the top of Monkey Moon. Can't do it, so now Joyo's coming in. See Cash there getting the mid boost. Maybe just starting to starve Team BDS. Putting them back in their place, pinning them back in that orange goal. But as soon as one loose touch comes in, it's only BDS that are winning the race for the next one. The midfield play is owned by BDS, even though it's Moist that are coming forwards more and keeping the ball pinned on BDS territory.
Yeah, it seems like a lot more panic on the side of Moist Esports. They need to just calm down, slow it down, and not worry about playing Team BDS's game. Don't try and match them blow for blow or match their pace. Play the Moist Esports game. Play funky. Get weird. Everything we know and love from Moist Esports.
Bit of freedom could be what they need. Cash, I wonder if he could follow that one up. I don't think he had enough boost to really chase it So it was just a flick and then him trying to steal some boost from the BDS side. Monkey wins yet another race, and Rise does the same. Just count the number of clean aerial touches Team BDS are having. Well, he's just running out of steam over and over again. There's Rise now. Monkey Moon in front of the ball. Has Seiko in front of him. Joyo gets the save to the side. But look how quickly BDS put together a passing play when they get a split second to play with.
Yeah, you cannot think when you're on defense going against Team BDS, because there's so many options that they have. That's Moist Esports doing great here in game number 3. All knotted up, 0-0. And the defense has been absolutely incredible on both sides of the pitch. But even with Team BDS seemingly controlling 2/3 of this field, Moist Esports refused to back down.
Rise is going to leave that one to Cash, though. It was a good decision, Rise. Normally when he decides to slow the game down, it's for the best. Woo! Damage wasn't the best. That was going to go all the way into the BDS half. Joyo is desperately chasing it, wants to win this one, or at least dunk it. Monkey Moon just lets the ball go around him, then air dribbles it away. It's it halfway. Rise maybe does the rest. There's a bump attempt coming in from Monkey Moon. That was really good defending in the end, though. Moist had a lot of work to do there with the ball flying at them, and did it diligently.
Yeah, it's a tough one, especially when you're staring down an opponent.
Oh!
As Juicy comes in, and nice soft shot to the corner. Puts it in and puts Moist Esports up by 1.
Desperate for that one, Moist. Cash the beautiful double touch, and then Juicy the pace to beat Monkey Moon. And Moist do have their lead for the first time in the series. And now we have the all-important subsequent kickoff. And Moist going to be able to survive these next few seconds. That's where the danger is, right when the ball stays still in the center. And everyone just pulls slightly out of position. Cash actually gets the kickoff attempt.
Great steal.
Juicy just wide. And then Rise sends it high and long.
That's so dangerous.
Seiko.
Oh no, where was the defense? Where was the midfield? Team BDS, once again, the vision pays off. And the passing play, perfection.
I think Joyo just got a little bit lost in the center. He went to the left, then he swept back to the right and ended up just stranded in no man's land. And it wasn't directly from the kickoff, but just when the game gets stretched at the start. But there's a flip reset attempt from Cash. Juicy's coming in. Joyo, is he going to wait? Is he going to charge in? He's going to come in now. Is he? But he turned. Joyo, can you get enough pace to beat Seiko? Now you can't. Oh, so disappointing. So near yet so far again. We're 9 seconds away from overtime.
Careful, that guy does it. He almost did it again. But Monkey Moon with the rebound and the finish. 4 seconds remaining on the clock, and Team BDS take the lead.
BDS, the world champions, on the cusp of making a top 4 in a regional. It's been a while. They've had their struggles. They've changed their world championship winning team. Now, can they see this game away? The first step in a long journey back to the world championships. Cash is going to be able to get to this ball on time. Up against Rise. Where does Monkey Moon put the ball? He slams it down. And Team BDS have 3 match points.
Holy smokes. Team BDS looking revitalized. And the most refreshing thing for me to see, Cole, is when you look at the score sheet and you see all the statistics, yeah, they're good. But the biggest thing that stands out, in my opinion, is every single goal that they have scored in this series has been assisted. Everybody is getting involved. And for the rest of Europe, that is a scary sight.
Team BDS getting their passes together. All of them feeling what the other one is putting down. You're right. It's a terrifying thought, because when they won the World Championship, that's what it was. They were just this... They were just
team.
This team, this machine. Nothing could break through them. Nothing could charge them down. It wasn't huge, massive solo plays. It was just the 3 of them in perfect synchronization. And Team BDS are just starting to once more take the first tentative steps into looking like that team. This is the team, Subi, who after winning Worlds have never made a top 4 in a regional this season.
That is insane.
It's been
an insane
huge drop-off.
statistic.
And they're just staring up this mountain, taking the first step.
I mean, in fairness, they were on the top for quite a long time. So eventually that gravity gets heavier and heavier. So that fall from grace, I think it seemed a lot worse than it really was, because potentially they could have hit the top and never came back, but they were on top for RLCS Season X. The amount of tournaments that they have been in and been on the top, nothing short of incredible. But going back to what we were talking about in regards to the team plays and how scary that must be as an opponent, you've also got to think of, okay, now they don't only have these team plays, but when you look at the individuals on Team BDS, Seiko, Rise, Monkey Moon, all three possess that individual mechanics to where they can take over a game. So it is a terrifying thing.
Well, they won't be counting any chickens just yet, Subi. You know, this is a team that have flattered to deceive for months now, Team BDS. And there is very much something as winners tilt. When you are so close to that finish line, suddenly you get scared. Suddenly you're not playing with as much freedom. We saw it earlier on from Hogan mode. You know, when they were up against Karmine Corp at the start, they were everywhere. They were going into their faces. They were getting demos. They were on the receiving end of infield passes. And then game 4 or 5 comes around and they're a little bit further back. They're getting boosts. They're more defensive than they should be. BDS have to make sure they avoid that pitfall, and a flip reset from Seiko to start things off in game 4 would have been the perfect tonic to that worry.
Great positioning once again from Team BDS. First 15 seconds come and gone, and they have remained on offense as Joyo, big flick, and again, the midfield control from Team BDS. Just a thing of beauty right now, just refusing to let Moist break out of their own half.
Here comes Joyo. He's already at the Monkey Moon. Wants to get the dunk on Rise. But Rise manages to wriggle his way away from the grips of his old teammate and jump to get that ball to safety. BDS keep it at 0-0. Joyo has some boost now. He'll go again. Of course he will. Pass Rise this time. So that's the unassailable object he's already managed to bypass. Now Rise in the end does get the ball. A huge save earlier on from Rise there.
Yeah, really holding down that back line well. I mean, I thought, okay, you're waiting way too long, but he knew exactly what he was doing in that moment in time. As Cash cleans this one up, puts it over into the corner, and that ball's gonna stay in the corner. Dangerous spot as well. Joyo can't quite pass midfield, and Team BDS starting to push back, cover up that back line.
It's a good fake there from Cash to try and just make Seiko attempt to play. Seiko managed again to avoid it. So a few times BDS have looked like they were almost in trouble. Managed to just escape at the last second. What damage can they do themselves? Here's Seiko up against Cash. It was 3v1 for a second, but Cash does beautifully in defense himself. This has been a game of gorgeous defending, Subi.
Yeah, it absolutely has been. This is just a masterclass in defending, in midfield presence, in passing plays, and Cash almost thought he got caught out in no man's land, but had the speed to get back in time. Another demo from Rise. He's rotating through, and Juicy gonna pop that one up. Not the greatest touch, but Joyo gonna push it into the side wall, and no one there from Moist Esports.
Oh, good win there from Juicy. Good pace, Rise. Just puts it forward. Joyo now up against Rise. Joyo gets it past him, but again, once you get past the first man, the second one is there. None of these solo plays, too much damage at the moment. A bump will help. Rise tries to get it past Cash, but Cash uses every inch of that dominance just to see it away. Now Joyo can slow things down for a second. Juicy wants to win another race, but can't this time against Seiko. Joyo catches it. Monkey Moon is almost bumped away by Juicy, but instead turns it into a great pass towards Seiko, who tries to judge the bounce. Not quite there this time. It's a nervy place we're in right now, Subi, because they're both just building up to some big attacks. None of them could quite make it as Monkey Moon makes a save across the goal.
Way to meet that ball at the point of contact for Monkey Moon. Take away all shooting lanes from Joyo as Cash. Ground pinch, good, but Rise kept his feet firmly planted on the ground. Great defensive stance yet again from Rise.
Cash is going to be able to just make a simple save and air dribble his way forwards again. Just try and get his team some territory. Wants to get that ball capped in the orange half. There's a miss there from a BDS player. Won't do too much harm though, because Rise is an expert at letting the ball roll across his body. His first touch is glorious as ever. He gets the flip reset. Does he get the double? He doesn't need it, maybe Rise. He manages to get in the way. He was almost bumped away by Cash at the last, but it's Moist that are starting to make more of a claim here. The boost is good. They're keeping coming forward. The mechanics are starting to pay dividends. The BDS counter with Rise. The dribble past Cash almost. Joyo, there's a fake. And Cash just lets it bounce on his roof.
No way. Monkey Moon misread it. The goal was wide open. And Team BDS keep Moist Esports alive, giving them hope here as Monkey Moon pushes it back to the corner. No boost there, not going to happen as Juicy gets the steal. It's going to slow down Monkey Moon quite a bit. And Team BDS on the march downfield.
Seiko wants to get the ball into the center for his teammate. Monkey Moon's just staring at Cash, trying to figure out what he's going to do. Remember, Moist, 37 points if my math is correct, above BDS in the overall rankings. A huge lead. Completely dominant in this series so far. 3 games to the good, but Moist are just starting to mount a comeback if they can get this goal. Seiko, though, has the ball at the moment. He has a flip reset, wants to get over the top of Joyo, but Joyo was quick. Monkey Moon and Rise with double commit. If BDS can't make something from this, they might be in just a little bit of trouble. They have managed to regroup and rebuild, and a demo from Seiko and Juicy opens things up, but there's Joyo underneath the ball. Does he beat the opponent to the ball here? Yes, he does. Cash is there, but he doesn't have the finish. Maybe Juicy will. Sends it down. Gets the 0-second winner for Moist, and they put themselves back in the series.
All 3 members of Moist getting involved on the 0-second banger as Juicy puts it in the top left corner, and Moist Esports, the reverse sweep, is officially alive.
I mean, Cash will, I'm sure, be spamming calculated in chat right now, because some would say he should have scored that opportunity at 0-second before his teammate Juicy had to clean up after him. But, you know, who am I to judge? And who are we to judge, Subi, when Moist, one way or another, have got themselves back into this one? And maybe that's when the pressure just starts to rear its head on Team BDS. They are, as of right now, 13 points below PSG Tundra. Every win they get is catching up with them and with G1, but they have to keep winning. They need this win more than Moist do, and Moist, I'm sure, will know that.
They absolutely know that, and you gotta think about the rare mistake from Monkey Moon. Rise got the bump. All Monkey Moon had to do was hit it low and down the middle, and that game was theirs. But Moist, able to break away, 0 seconds on the clock, end it in emphatic fashion, and keep themselves alive. I told you, Cole, if you can get reverse swept in a day, it only gives you more hope that you can do it to your opponent.
Honestly, you'd be a great life coach, Scooby. You are an inspiring man.
You can do it. I believe in you, Cole. Go on,
inspire them out of that one, mate.
You know, sometimes the ball falls and sometimes it goes. And that time it went.
That was...
I don't know.
No, that was a thing of beauty, as was the goal, the beautiful kickoff goal. I'm sure exactly what Moist were talking about in their comms after winning that first game. They were like, yeah, let's just start game 2 well. 5 seconds in, you can see the fairly silly kickoff goal. Almost a second one as well, Rise. Try to get it over Joyo. Joyo had to stand so firm there. You can't win a game this early on. It's a cliche, but you can certainly lose one. You can throw it away. And Moist have to make sure they don't do that after a fairly nervy start to game 5. Cash flicks it forwards again.
Yeah, I'm still kind of reeling about that goal. I don't know how it went in. Obviously, it went past the goal line. I get that. It went between the sticks. But it had no power. You could see it coming from a mile away. I've got to go back and rewatch that replay because was it low boost? Was it just miscomms? I don't know. This ball's dangerous and Juicy. Gonna capitalize. Mistake in the box from Team BDS. Punished by Moist Esports.
The kickoff memory long gone as Cash utilizes the corner beautifully with that double tap. Sends the ball into the center, and Juicy knew exactly where to put it. He is looking confident after getting that 0-second winner in the last game. Adding to that now with a neat and tidy little finish. And Moist, despite their poor start, have parity. But here comes Monkey Moon. What pace from him? 2-1 again to BDS.
Keep your eye on Rise on this play. He keeps the pressure on Joyo, gets the touch, but he's also showing that he's going for bump.
Nice.
Does get the bump, forces Cash into a terrible spot. He can't go, he can't stay, but either way, the ball goes in the back of the net, and Team BDS once again take the lead.
Monkey Moon's touch is a little bit more towards his goal than I think he would have liked, but thankfully for him, safely into the corner. And BDS might be able to capitalize here. Seiko is racing the ball, he's winning the race, and he's doubling Team BDS's lead.
First unassisted goal of the series for Team BDS. Comes off of a breakaway. And Moist Esports, like you said, you can't quite win it early, but you definitely can lose it early. And right now, you can just tell tons of panic on their faces right now.
Is anyone gonna win this one cleanly. Yes, it's Seiko with no challenge. Cash, the attempt was wayward. Rise into the corner. Monkey Moon, can he redirect this one? Not quite, just couldn't get his car around it. Could have really been curtains in this game and curtains in the series. But Moist gonna keep on coming, gonna keep staying alive. A team that came to the fore as one who always would find a way to do just that. They would never give up. To try and find some of their old spirit here, because BDS are looking like they were a few games ago again. They've brought the gears back up, and they're playing faster than they were in the last game.
They brought a sledgehammer into game number 5, looking to beat Moist Esports into the ground with. And so far, it's working to plan, as Cash has the shot available just a little too high off the crossbar. Still, plenty of time to go here. No need to panic, and Juicy gonna finish it off. Look at Seiko, feels backflip on this one. Joyo waiting at the top, but my goodness, this was pretty.
I mean, it's Juicy that the scoreboard will say has the brace, but it was from Cash's glorious double tap in the corner, and then Joyo with the slow play, the flick over the top to make a beautiful assist. But they won't care, because all they will mind is that Moist are back in this game. Only one goal in it yet again, as Monkey Moon should have this one cleanly, but doesn't have too much boost to play with, so Juicy could get a decent challenge. Seiko up against Joyo. Cash is waiting underneath, so it should be fairly safe right now for Moist. And if you're them, Slooby, do you go all out now, or just slow things down and make sure you don't give anything away for 20 seconds or so?
You know, if I'm Team BDS or Moist Esports?
If you're Moist.
If I'm Moist, no, you got to play just calm. You can't go all out. You definitely cannot overextend. You're right in this match. Think of it as a tie ball game right now and play that way.
Juicy has a pass in the center, but again, his touch is just a little bit too down the front of the BDS
demo's
players.
huge.
The bumps and the demos will help. Seiko just wants to get rid of that ball at all costs. It does fall for him. He can turn it into some sort of attack. Almost there. Lovely first touch by Juicy, and the second one wasn't bad either. Monkey Moon just puts him off his rhythm. Sends the ball wide. Moist are trying these infield passes, Subi, but I'm not sure BDS are going to fall for them at the moment.
Yeah, not with the initial touch. You got to be a little more creative with it, especially when your car is facing towards midfield, and that's the only angle you have on the ball is to pass it. They know it's coming. Cash puts it right down the gut. Turned away by Monkey Moon. 90 seconds remain here. Game number 5. Moist Esports still chasing one goal. And Cole, I still believe that you hang on. You don't just go for broke. You don't go all in. You still play nice and calm.
Yeah, I agree. That time will come in about 45 seconds or so. For now, Moist will continue to play the game that's got them to this point. Seiko's coming in. He's got a clean shot. Is the ball going to bounce? It is off the crossbar. Monkey Moon just about gets it in, but my goodness, they made this chance tough for themselves.
It was a tough one. Monkey Moon, right place, right time, but it's hard to get the power on it when the ball slows down that much and you've already killed your momentum. But regardless, Monkey Moon puts it in the back of the net. Now it's time to go for broke. Now it's time to shove all in for Moist Esports.
Let's see what they're made of. Joyo has a pass in front of him, but he's just about taken off the ball to steal a boost, though, so some good work done by him. As Cash waits, fakes that rise, at least for now. Juicy's turn this time. All 3 Moist players having a turn at a solo play. One at a time, BDS have got in the way. Cash is in the corner, and Moist have to come forward all over again, and every time you're sent back, it's just the epitome of frustration. Cash is in front of the ball. Joyo wants to get the flip reset past Monkey Moon. It's bounced. Juicy's there, can only put it high. Is there a pass? He fakes it for his teammate, Cash. And Moist have just begun to open that door.
Great touch here from Juicy, and you called it, Cole. Great fake to keep the defenders planted on the ground, and by the time Seiko got in the air, way too late. 28 seconds remain here, game number 5. Hope starting to hang by a thread for Moist Esports.
The most important 22 seconds of their tournament. Joyo wants to find Cash, and Cash wins the race. Brilliant pace from him against Rise. He can do the same again against Seiko. Yes, he can, but Monkey Moon will win it cleanly. Seiko, this could be such an important touch for him. Won't score from it. Actually, he will in the end. Moist was so deep. Seiko capitalizes, and surely that's top 4 for Team BDS.
Oh, top 4. It might be a top 4 play as well, as the pass from Monkey Moon looked like a ceiling pinch all the way down the field, and Seiko gets the shot, gets the board, puts the second or 5th goal, extending the lead by 2. 2nd goal for him. And why not make it a 3-goal lead for Monkey Moon? Gets a hat trick to cap this series off with.
You suddenly look at the numbers, Subi, and you think, oh, this was never in doubt. A 3-goal lead with 2 seconds left. Simple as you like. Team BDS cruise their way to a top 4. But it wasn't like that. There were nerves, there were scary moments. Moist made them sweat till the very end. But Seiko, he bludgeoned Team BDS into the place they wanted to be since they won that World Championship, and everything was crumbling around them. Finally, Team BDS have made their way back to a championship Sunday. Can they finish with a flourish? I think all these players fancy a goal for the road. Maybe it's going to be Rise that gets it. No, he doesn't. He didn't fancy it, really. He won't care. Team BDS make Sunday, they make top 4, and they knock out Moist.
Oh, such a tremendous effort put forth from Moist Esports, but ultimately Team BDS too strong. As you see hugs all around, Monkey Moon flexing for the camera, and Rise, if there's a camera around, you know he's gonna find it. But for them, what a tough draw. You make it past Moist Esports, you think, okay, we're going to the lowers, and who are we gonna run into? The defending Winter Major champs. Tough. But my oh my, that's going to be a matchup I can't wait to watch.
Me neither. I feel like it's good for EU to have Team BDS looking scary and looking dangerous again. It's a team that have brought so much joy with the way they play Rocket League. You know, changing that meta in RLCSX, playing so aggressively. And now with Rise, I think the biggest difference, Subi, is their ability to slow down at the perfect moment. He just has that ability to buy himself a couple of seconds, and that just makes BDS scary all over again.
It really does. It just feels like Team BDS takes that team of their name really to heart. It just feels like everyone gets it. They know what the mission is. They know what they have to do. And they're not clocking out till that job's done.
Well, that is it for today. That's it for these games. We've still got more time on the desk. So let's talk through that series and just see what went on.
Way.
Hey, it had to happen at some point. I hadn't done it all split long, almost season long. Wow, new record for me. Anyways, BDS taking the dub over Moist again. I think most people, valiant stand for James to stand by them, but I think again most people probably had the idea that BDS was looking a bit stronger. James coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, I kept the streak alive, I guess. So not the streak that I'm looking for. Sure. But I thought Moist, they looked good at times. I was impressed with Juicy. I thought Juicy, that 0-second goal, and then also scoring right away in the next game. There were some good moments. But BDS, I think they're just back. You saw Seiko, his ability to make the plays individually rise. There was the double tap play that he went for that actually led to that bounce off the post for Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon had a really big play defensively when he, after a double demo, had to make a stop, made the stop, and then shortly after that was able to get a nice air dribble goal. I thought BDS showed a complete game. And now they're going to be looking ahead to this Karmine Corp squad who already took them down. But I mean, if BDS can improve their 0-second defense, I think their chances at beating Karmine Corp go up dramatically.
Johnny, I mean, again, it does feel like Rise is a good answer for this BDS squad. Obviously, the real test is going to be their next match. But for Moist, is this just a first tournament good position? I mean, it's not a bad spot to be in, but obviously they want to place a bit higher than this next time.
Well, they'll need to, probably place higher than this one time if they want to make the major. It all depends how Hogan mode goes. That's the team tied with Moist right now for that 5th position, which is so important. When you're trying to make a major, you need to be top 5 in Europe. It's going to be very difficult to break into this top 4. Team Liquid, Vitality, BDS, Karmine Corp all look brilliant this weekend. Moist, for me, I think clear number 5. They did beat Hogan mode to send them to the lower bracket in the first place in Hogan mode number 6. So yeah, this is a good start for Moist. I think they're going to be happy with it. But actually, something I just realized, James, you were talking to me off stream earlier about how many British players there were in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I believe 21 when we started this weekend. I believe it's now down to just 2. And, Oski is half. He's got a, British passport, also Polish. And then you've got Rise as well. We started the event with 9 French players. There's still 7 of them in the tournament. So, it doesn't matter how many opponents you throw at them, they still come out on top.
Yeah, the French are built different. I think that's something we know.
That is true. Take a look at the bracket here, just to give you a glance of what to expect for tomorrow, what we've experienced already through day 1 and day 2. A lot of fantastic matches, and I got to say, the matches we got today specifically were just an absolute joy, Johnny, to be watching, to be casting across the board. I think the stories of, again, former teammates like we've seen just here. We've seen the fun matches of Hogan mode, just being able to meme alongside it, and the fantastic upper bracket matches too. It just in general was a wonderful day of fun Rocket League. Yeah, it was just a ton of fun, like you said. I mean, Hogan mode, they really played so well on the pitch that, got to credit Joyo mostly for the scrub killer memes that we decided to run with, and the chat's having such a good time with as well. But I think they're going to be back. I really think they're in the running for the major spot. It's not going to be easy for Moist. It's not going to be easy for teams like Oxygen to try and regain. I think Hogan mode are a legitimate contender for the major. They've shown it consistency all weekend. It only fell apart against Karmine Corp, who, until they actually lose this event this weekend, are the best team in the world. Vitality took them down, but Karmine Corp are on a mission now. Yeah, well, and we were talking before, we don't really need to look at the overview of the season points for Worlds yet, because nothing's really locked in there. But here, just to give a glance, Johnny, of what we're looking at just for the split here, you're saying, hey, you expect to see Hogan mode as we move on towards the split and towards major. And I mean, look, that's a good start for the team. 11 points. Yeah, and I mean, 11 is such a massive advantage over other contenders. G1 and Oxygen just made major last split. They're now 5 points down on Hogan mode and Moist. That's a big difference. Monkeys came into this split in good form. Sa as well, Tundra. These are all teams in the running, but Moist and Hogan mode have got that head start for number 5, and the 4 teams above Moist in this graphic are all still in the tournament. I mean, minimum 13 for BDS and Karmine Corp, minimum 16 for Liquid and Vitality. That'll all be decided tomorrow.
And the important thing, too, is that you can expect these 4 teams to continue to finish in the top 4. So it's not like one of your big competitors for that 5th spot got knocked out early and you have to worry about it. I mean, we've seen FaZe do that before in North America. I think we can expect all these top teams that have performed this weekend to continue to perform week in and week out.
Yeah. Just speaking towards the end of this split, we got that major coming up. So I remind you guys to grab your tickets, !tickets in the chat to grab your tickets, or go to over to rl.gg/spring tickets live. We're going to be in Boston July 8th to 9th is when you can show up. It's the 6th to 9th for the event, but 8th and 9th, we hope to see you there in the stands watching and celebrating Rocket League in a live atmosphere in Boston. Johnny, I'm fairly certain James could do this. Everyone's, when I've mentioned Boston, have tested their accent. Do you got a Boston inflection you could throw? I'm really curious. If you remind me, I feel like I've probably heard it at some point. I swear they say instead of like a or something like that. Get in the car. Yeah. That's all I got. That's all I got.
It's so hard for me to fit through it, man. I'm like,
I was spot on. Don't lie. That was like
no. It was mainly me trying to tell you how to do it. That was making me cringe.
It was terrible. It was worse than what you probably could have. Don't get me started. That's funny. You know what? Rank my accent out of 10 right now, chat. Come on, out of 10. 10 being good, of course, 1 being bad. Let's hop away from this cringe. Let's get to something good here. We do have Stumpy standing by with one of the winners from that last matchup there. It's Rise. Let's head over.
My word, what a time we have had, Rise, in the last 24 hours, my friend. It has been turbulent, right?
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster, let's say.
It's been a roller coaster, but you guys have made it to your best performance so far this entire season. You get a top 4 result. There's a BDS flag flying in the background. My first question, I'm going to basically just ignore that series that we've just seen, to be honest. Going to look at bigger picture stuff. How has it been integrating with a brand new team?
Well, there's a lot of gobbledygook in French that they speak, so I have to get used to that.
The French language, you mean, basically?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Right, cool.
So there's a lot that I do understand, but there's a lot that they just like wass on too much, and I just can't understand what they're saying because they're too quick. But no, they literally never fail to make me laugh. Monkey Moon's the most brain dead guy of all time.
So yeah, no, it's all, we're always having fun.
Lovely. All right. Well, that's good. I mean, you were also saying previously on the Chalked cast that you left your previous team Oxygen because you thought you had a better chance of not just making Worlds, but also winning Worlds with BDS. How are you feeling about that now that you've played an actual regional with them?
Well, obviously, no hate to the Oxygen guys. I know it was a bit of a mix-up on Twitter, which was just honestly fun and games from my part. So I'm sorry about that if anyone, that offended anyone. But no, I stand by my statement. I think these are the proven winners, and I have a better chance at winning Worlds with these guys, even though we still need to make it, which is going to be tough.
I mean, look, you're closing in on those points versus G1 as well, and to get even closer to them, you're going to be facing off against Karmine Corp tomorrow. They've already lost to Vitality, though, which is a good sign for you guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, everyone knows I go to KCR. They weren't great against us. As in my tweet, I felt like we could have won the series, although we trolled a couple of times on 0 seconds. But Hogan Mode took them to a close series. Hogan Mode, sign them, by the way. Sign Hogan Mode.
Do you believe in Hogan Mode? Are you pushing that?
Of course I do. Growly and Rezi, they're my boys. And then you got the Gold Merchant, bro. He needs the gold, bro. So, sign those guys, by the way. But they've not looked fully themselves this region, I'd say. They're really good, and Vitality are really good, and not to discredit their win. But, yeah, no, KC are a really good team. They got my boy Vatira, obviously, who I'll be messaging on Snapchat later, trying to get in his head. But, yeah, it's always exciting to play them.
So, obviously, we're talking about KC. We're talking, therefore, about their previous Winter Major victory. We're looking forward to the Spring Major over in Boston. Which teams do you reckon are going to be going from Europe over to that event?
All right. I've got us.
Yes,
got
BDS.
Us
BDS, lock it in. Easy.
BDS, Team BDS.
Team BDS, easy.
Karmine Corp.
Karmine Corp, 2.
Team Vitality.
Vitality, love that.
I forgot the teams, man.
Here we go. Liquid, surely Liquid.
Oh, Liquid. That's
okay,
the one.
Yeah, lock in Liquid.
Sorry, I forgot.
That's all right. It's okay.
And
you've got maybe like a Moist, maybe.
Moist. The boys are Moist, yeah. Good shout.
Yeah.
Good shout.
Okay, so you're still backing. You're happy to back your previous Moist boys?
Oh, of course. I hope they make it.
Yeah. You want to see them there? Do you want to beat them there, or you just want to see them there?
Well, I want to beat everyone there.
Obviously.
Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I want to see them there as well.
Okay. All right. Well, Rise, hopefully, mate, we're going to be seeing you over at that Boston Major. This is a brilliant start for the split for you guys to make it. There was a lot of stuff that happened on Twitter yesterday. I just want to give you just a chance right now just to speak to everybody and just maybe clear the air, maybe light some more fires, pour some gasoline, whatever you want to do. Just go ahead.
Look, it was just fun and games, okay? There's no beef, no bad blood between anyone, I don't think, at least on my end. The scrim beef that went on, that wasn't me. Don't get me involved in that. But yeah, no, my tweet was just a bit of fun and games. I saw as soon as I left the org and I saw that tweet, it's literally in my bookmarks on Twitter, and I literally bookmarked it straight away, and I was like, okay, as soon as I beat you, this is going out on Twitter.
It was quick.
It's literally in my bookmarks instantly. Hold on.
Amazing.
Do you see?
Okay. Hang on. It's in his bookmarks.
It's been in my bookmarks since I saw it. Literally, as I saw it, it went in my bookmarks.
Bro got dropped in the replies and left them in the bookmarks. You love to see it.
I did.
Rise, mate. Thank you very much for having a quick chat, and congrats on the win.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
You too.
Well, I know it's all fun and games, but at the same time, he also took the opportunity to attack his teammates during that interview too. So no one's safe from Rise, that's for sure. But it is entertainment.
Brain dead in a good way, Elif. Sometimes
exactly.
you forget in Rocket League,
it's
when
fine.
somebody calls you brain dead, it means that you're the best player on the field.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's fun.
I'm surprised actually about one thing. He says he backs Hogan Mode. He knows that Scrub's a gold merchant, but he didn't predict them to make the major. Now that could come back to bite him, because if I know one thing about Scrub, he is hoarding all the gold he can, and there's a gold medal to be won in Boston. So if anybody wants it, it's him. It's Hogan Mode. It's Brogan Bro.
You think he'd melt down the medal?
I wouldn't put it past him. I would not put it past him. So I'm just saying, don't underestimate them.
Here's your matches for tomorrow. This is, of course, Championship Sunday. We got a few to get through, but these are the ones that are scheduled for sure. We have Liquid Vitality starting things off, then K-Corp, BDS after, and then, of course, we find out who the winners are to get our next matches after that. It's going to be exciting. We've had such incredible games today. Just some finishing words here in case you guys have anything you want to get out there. Otherwise, we can send her off, wrap her up. Johnny, James.
Yeah, honestly, just looking at those final four teams, it's no secret that NA is like my number one region. I love it. I'm an NRG fan, been an NRG fan since day one. Europe is just this is so scary. Like all these teams that are left are so incredibly scary. To think that all of them plus a Moist or a Hogan mode might be at the major.
Yes.
Europe is just they're at a different level, man. Watching these games, watching these series. They're at the top, and it's been so entertaining. Now we get to see them fight for that number one EU spot.
I was just going to say, it pains me to say this, but Cole actually got a perfect bracket, and it would be, it would be disingenuous of me not to congratulate him for that. I only got 50% off the bracket today, so well done, Cole. You got 6 out of 6, and we'll see if he can keep it up tomorrow. He's perfect so far this weekend. Tune into the pre-show tomorrow to find out if he can keep it going.
Cole is the biggest brain analyst, and you guys are the biggest brain esports fans because you're watching. Make sure to continue to join us as we get Championship Sunday tomorrow. As Johnny just said, kick off at 5 p.m. CEST, 4:30 for the pre-show. You don't want to miss it. It's always good banter. Thank you so much for watching, and we will absolutely see you tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. She don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. good and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a promise, I'm a Vitality, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it to pass down. It's unbelievable.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest,